And we are recording. Okay.
All right, so wind up.
Rounds tier list. It's me, Mice Man, Noah, and Dragon. Say hi, fellas.
Oh, hey, what's up? Hi. What's going
What's
on?
up?
We've been
What's
playing this game. God, I don't know if my recording software is picking that up.
I don't
That's
think
sad.
it picked up Noah's, but it's 100% picking up mine because they're just coming straight from my microphone.
Okay. We've been playing this game on and off for what, like probably a year or so now, maybe more.
Oh, I mean,
for sure.
I was gonna say way more.
So we have definitely construed opinions about all the cards here. So let's just get right into it. Wind up.
Yeah, wait. I feel like we should mention for
I
how
feel like we
long,
should dig.
how many hours. I feel like we should dick.
Okay,
How many hours we have in rounds just to show
just
off
to
our
verify.
expertise. You know.
Yeah.
Excellent.
It's like I've got 2 hours. Yeah, so we're basically experts in the game.
Let me move this.
Okay,
over
I
to
got
the
mine
other
pulled
side.
up. Do we just here?
I have 22 hours.
I got 44.2.
Okay.
Yeah, and I basically have infinite. So like, you know.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And just if I could get like a quick guess on how much infinite is.
Yeah, so if you take infinite, right, but then you put it on its side,
8.
and then you add like a 1 in front of it.
Okay.
You have
So-
81. Wow.
Yeah, 81 out.
Oh.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
That's exactly
so
what I meant.
Noah's.
Wait, how
Noah,
much do you have? Hold on, we're not moving past this. How many hours do you have?
No, you just. Oh, I thought that was
has
not
18.
genuine. I have 18. You just fucked up.
Okay.
Put the 1 in front, not behind.
All right, I got more than y'all. Screw off. Therefore, my
Noah-
opinion matters.
Noah, I
Dude,
just
Noah-
play this
Noah
with
thought-
friends. Noah plays
Noah
this
thought I had
online.
81 hours anyway.
I do play this online every now and then. It's
Okay.
pretty fun.
Wind up. What are we thinking
I
here?
actually don't. I was gonna say I don't play this insanely often, but I've played this enough to have seen all of these.
We
in
know all
action,
these
at least.
cards mostly.
Yeah.
Wind up is the one where your bullets go
Hold on, I have them all
faster,
pulled up.
right?
I
Yeah,
literally
let's
have
have
them all
Dragon
pulled up.
read the descriptions of each
Okay.
card just to be extra sure.
And we do play
Wind
with.
up.
Yeah, go ahead.
So do you? I'm assuming you want the numbers specifically,
Yes,
not
please,
like
the
more.
numbers.
Okay. Plus 100% bullet speed, plus 60% damage, minus 100% attack speed, plus 0.5 seconds reload time.
I'm gonna say wind up is like the definition of like a C tier card.
Really, I would have said B. I find that increase in speed and the damage buff, it's just on one card, the amount of speed you get, it's pretty crazy.
Wait, also these all list them on the card. Can you not see them? Like
Look how
by
small it
zooming
is.
in on them? Or,
Can
okay.
I don't think I can zoom it. Plus, it's the vague version on
Oh,
these
I
cards.
See.
I think wind up. It's okay. It's not like a terrible first card pick, but I'm never like, yeah, wind up, unless I'm doing like a super, like all in mega fast thing. But if I want that, I'd want fastball, not wind up, or steady shot.
Well,
Even.
you know what? Ooh, whenever you mentioned fastball, I think I agree.
I was gonna say because the only thing about wind up is that like, wind up does I think the same bullet speed increases as the rest of them, but it halves your attack speed, so you can only shoot like 1 bullet essentially at a time and just kind of hope for the best. Whereas like obviously it has plus 60% damage though, so it's a hit and kill. But like most of the time, you're most likely going for the bullet speed on those,
You don't really care about the damage as much.
and that very slow reload time too. So it's slow reload, slow attack, but your bullets are fast and they hit.
Maybe it is a
wanna say
B. Maybe it is
I
a
want
B.
to say B. It's a pretty
Yeah.
solid buff.
I don't like
honestly.
hate wind up or anything.
No, I think the way that we rank these, because obviously S is like busted
Like,
as
yeah,
fuck. You
great
see it, you
cards.
grab it. A is like the best of the best. B is good. C is like, like it kind of falls in with the chump change. D is
I
like, okay, it's
consider C
actively bad, and
C
then
is like
F
the
is like,
cutoff
why
point
would
of
you
what's
ever pick it?
viable. Like, I think that you can make a C work. D and below, not. No.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
Like-
saying. C is just kind of like your average, like,
Yeah, and D is
and then
like Dragon
D is
said.
actively starting to be bad, and then F is like, I would never pick this.
Yeah,
in a
it's like
million
don't
years.
take this. I think wind up belongs in B. I think it's a
solid B.
Yep.
B
I agree.
card.
I
All
agree.
right, Barrage.
Also, why are these not in ABC order? This would make my life so much
They
easier.
used to be in ABC order
And
until
he
I
went and
messed
messed
them
with
up.
Oh my god. Can you hold on? Can you just reload it? Can we just start
No,
over?
I tried refreshing it and it didn't fix it.
Good job, nice man.
Wait,
Here, hold on.
did you refresh the page?
Yeah, look. See, because it keeps the things in order. See.
Well,
Oh, here we
can't
go.
you just,
Reset.
like, yeah,
There we
reset
go.
it. Yeah, I was gonna say. I think
Okay.
you reset.
Oh, but now I gotta
Oh,
fix
that's why.
this.
That's why.
All right, we are very professional here.
No, hold on. Let's take a quick smoke break.
Okay, yeah, here, quick smoke break.
This is
guys.
all staying in. I don't know what you guys are thinking.
All right, yeah, just raw footage.
Editor Mice Man, cut that out.
It's
Here, let's put in
not
some slurs.
what. Like all
no,
of
it crushes
this,
balls.
all of this
Okay, yeah, here,
stuff.
here, hold on.
Okay, we were thinking wind up and B. All right,
Also, Mice
Barrage.
Man, these are not in ABC orders. Though.
Oh well, okay then.
So the order actually didn't change at all.
It did change a little.
Okay. I still gotta jump around on my little page here, but it's fine. Okay.
Barrage.
Barrage.
Here, like F3.
So +4 bullets, +5 ammo, minus 70% damage, plus 0.25 seconds reload time.
I'm gonna say it. Even though it's fun, I feel like Barrage is kind of middling, if not a detriment sometimes.
It's
Unless you're
a
running like bullet perk cards.
it's a card you take when you're like, I want to have spray, but spray has not shown up.
Exactly.
Right? Am I wrong here?
No, you're right.
Oh
Barrage is
no,
kind of
I was gonna say
doo-doo butt,
100%.
dude.
I actually think that. Hold on, let me see something here. I want to see spray. I want to do some comparison.
Like Barrage fires all at once.
Okay,
You know, that's
Here's
cool.
here's my reason.
It's
Barrage
just not
is
that in
D tier.
yeah. I'd say it's
I would have said like
D tier.
No, here's
Maybe
my
like
here's my
bottom of
reason. It's
C.
no. Here's my reason. It's D tier. So the problem with Barrage is that it takes 70% off of your damage, right?
Mhm.
it's so awful.
Spray only takes 75, so it's only minus 5% more, but it's
And you get a million
so
bullets.
much better. Yeah, and your attack speed is increased by 1,000%. Like, if you had a pick where you got your 5 cards and it was Barrage and Spray together, there
like
is not a
Spray
single
every time.
universe in which you pick Barrage. In fact, I usually don't pick Barrage anyway, and the only time I pick Barrage is when I forget the name and think it's Spray.
And
Think it's
especially
spray.
like it kind of ruins like any benefit of taking cover with auto reload because Barrage, it's a one and done. You just mag dump. With Spray, you can retain some bullets
Right.
just like as a backup to defend yourself while you get the reload going.
The only thing Barrage has going for it, quote unquote, is that you unload all at once, right? Unlike Burst, or Spray rather. But Spray, like, it comes out so fast that it doesn't even matter, and sometimes you want a sustained wall anyway.
Okay, actually, you're right. That's a good point. I rescind my D. I move it up to C. My
Why?
only
Yeah,
reason
there we
for
go.
that.
I feel like it's a C.
My reason for that is because I forgot that was the difference, and so you can run up to someone and essentially shotgun all of your shots into them.
Right.
Whereas
Barrage is like a good shotgun card, which makes you think of another shotgun card that's not.
that's gonna go in F
Not,
tier.
yeah. I mean, we're all thinking about it, but we're not there yet. So,
You know what? No, go find it.
all right, yeah.
no, I
Buckshot,
know. It's
Buckshot's
right
like
there.
F tier, right?
We all
No.
know it's F tier.
Fuck Buckshot.
Fuck
All my
Buckshot.
homies
Why
say
would you
Buckshot.
ever take Buckshot?
Dude,
It
all right.
ruins your card buff.
It
You
does.
can,
Alright.
Everything about
explosive bullet or
Buckshot.
grow,
We're no
anything.
longer talking about Barrage. Buckshot
no,
is
actually,
hot garbage.
I am talking about Barrage. Here's why. Barrage is +4 bullets, +5 ammo. And then Buckshot's +4 bullets, +5 ammo. So it's the same. Barrage, minus 70% damage. Buckshot, minus 60. Ooh.
Ooh.
The reload time increase is the same. However, Barrage combos with every other card. Buckshot negates every other card.
You
Exactly.
get
It's so awful.
you go from having like by default your bullets do not stop until they hit something. Buckshot is the only card that ruins that, except Drill, but that's slightly different.
Well, Buckshot also, if you have other stuff on your bullets, it will just turn it off.
That's insane.
I mean, I
don't.
guess it's still on there, but only for like 2 feet in front
Yeah,
of you.
you get
Well, yeah,
like.
but I mean, like, all of your bounce shit,
All
all
your
of
bounce,
your...
all
Like,
your
well, it
like,
doesn't activate. It's
yeah.
so much of the game revolves around the fact that your bullets keep going, and Buckshot destroys that.
So yeah, again,
hate
if you're gonna
buckshot.
run it,
I
really
actually
do.
hate
I think it
buckshot,
actually
yeah.
is my least favorite. But if you're gonna run in and shotgun someone, just do barrage because essentially it's buckshot, but it doesn't ruin your
Just
build.
go for a block build.
Dude, go fucking
Oh yeah,
spray.
just go for a block build. Yeah. Just go EMP, the card that's gonna.
Okay, we're not talking about EMP
Yeah,
yet.
here we go.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
whoa.
on. That's what okay. All right.
Okay,
Alright,
careful
careful
planning.
planning.
I have a soft spot in my heart for careful planning. It's great.
Alright.
It's good. It's a solid sniper card.
It's like the sniper card. I
Alright,
feel.
hold on. So for the people at home, doubles your damage, so plus 100% damage, minus 150% attack speed, and plus 0.5 seconds reload time.
I think if you're doing a sniper build, you can never go wrong with careful planning.
I
So
do
hold
think
on.
that the debuff of shooting that much slower is pretty big, but even then, the double damage is crazy. If you throw another card that does anything to your damage with careful planning, it's busted. You're one-shotting unless they're running like 2 tanks or something.
Okay, guys, hear me out. I think it's worse than wind up.
Worse
I was
than
gonna get into
wind up?
that. I was
No,
gonna get
I
into
was
that.
gonna put careful planning in A tier.
So no, absolutely not. So here's why. So careful planning doubles your damage. Wind up gives you plus what was it? Plus 70?
What were those?
There we go.
Plus 60% damage, which is still usually enough to kill anyway. But like, so okay. It also wind up also gives you double the bullet speed, which this does not do. And whereas careful planning almost reduces your attack speed by 200%, wind up only reduces it by 100%, and they both have the 0.5 second reload time. So wind up gives you almost the same benefits for way less of the downsides.
I'm gonna bring up a niche scenario here, and I know that's the death of conflict, but
Another straw man argument from Mike.
careful planning is better with remote. If you have remote, you're like begging to find careful planning.
Okay, so
And remote
combo-wise,
and remote is such like a game-changing card. Like everything changes when you have remote.
Okay, so
I think that
to
brings
be
up
fair,
a good like rule to set real quick. If I can interject, I think
Yeah.
if I can interject,
yeah, no,
I
you're not
think-
actually allowed to talk unless you ask. So please ask.
Are we gonna go off of how they hold up? I mean, obviously combos are going to be included because that's kind of the
obviously.
whole point of the game. Or are we going to go off of their combo potential, or on how strong that they can hold up to themselves?
Now,
Because some cards are born to be combo cards.
Yeah,
but
when
by
you take-
themselves,
Yeah.
they stink.
like something like Echo is not
Empower.
made to. Yeah, Echo or Empower is made to combo. So that's why I said it's like a niche scenario, because I think I agree with Dragon in that, despite the careful planning shaped hole in my heart, it is like slightly worse than wind up.
Well, that's the thing.
I
is 'cause
disagree. I
was
think
gonna
it's slightly
keep
better.
the-
I think it is a higher up on B tier.
Really?
Yes,
I
think
just
it's
told
slightly
you why
better.
it's not.
I know. I hear you.
No,
I know. I
Were you
hear
not listening? Or
But
Are you
that
stupid?
damage.
the damage
listen,
is
that-
what is the,
the plus
damage
100%,
increase on
it's-
wind up again?
Wind up is plus 60%. Careful planning is plus 100.
Like when you take careful
It turns
planning,
into a one shot.
it,
Okay,
like
but so does the plus 60% in most cases.
I think
Here's the thing. I think that this is my opinion. Obviously, it's clearly slightly different. I would have put it in D because it's so much worse than wind up for me. But I
Whoa.
think because of its combo potential, I think it's the highest C.
you also I think you gotta take into
I want to put it in low B.
account that like a lot of like the really strong cards are higher rarity, which isn't really something we've talked about yet.
That's true.
It's like
Careful planning
something
shows up often. It's there
careful
for you.
careful planning. I'm not
For
quite
days.
entirely sure, but I think the rarity is indicated by
Yeah,
The
the
color?
corners
Yeah.
because I think it's blank and then blue and then purple,
and then the special ones are like yellow and
and then
stuff
the
like
special ones
that.
are gold. Yeah.
So what careful planning shows up less often than wind up? Oh, excuse me. Am I understanding
Yeah,
this right?
so it shows up. So yeah, that's my point. Is that wind up is a better card than careful planning and shows up more frequently.
I guess if we're gonna take into account, there's a lot of good cards in this game. Careful planning is gonna get washed out. So maybe high C is good.
That's what I'm saying.
okay, yeah, I guess you guys are right.
C for careful planning. C for
yeah.
careful planning.
C for careful
because
planning.
we can't like overinflate the higher tiers because B is a
To be
good
fair, we
tier
can
to be
move
in.
around. I think at any
Yeah,
point,
I think we
but-
can move stuff around.
Also, we are going to be doing the thing right where in a tier, like the order in
Yeah,
the tier
yeah.
matters.
Yes,
Okay.
it is
So
ordered.
I would say, do we think careful planning is better than barrage?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so too.
Because
yeah.
again, barrage is like still in that category of if you're gonna run in and do a shotgun build, you might as well just do a block build and run in and do that
like
instead.
And we
barrage
are-
is the
well,
same
hold on
level
now.
as
Barrage
spray.
is good.
No, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just
It
saying
doesn't
that
need to
careful
necessarily
planning
be a
careful
shotgun
planning
build.
works by itself, whereas barrage does need a little help.
I'm
And also,
a lot of
barrage
the
can become
time
like an artillery style build.
a lot of the time I'm thinking
Sure,
of
yeah.
this as, and maybe this is just a fallacy of mine, but I'm looking at these cards and I'm like, is this, if it's the first round, right, and we're selecting our first cards, would I want this in my deck? Or alternatively, it's the very end of the game. Is this
Careful
card
planning on
going to
turn one's pretty
pull
good.
my, yeah, careful planning on turn one is pretty good, but like, is this
Yeah.
card going to pull my deck together at the
Yeah,
very
I was
end?
gonna say that's a great way of thinking of it because like the middle cards are gonna be basically your build, but like that first card and that last card I think are the
They're-
most crucial.
They're the defining ones.
Because because like careful planning is a card you could pick at the beginning because you know you could make a build into it. Barrage is a card that's going to be in that middle area,
Yeah.
and I don't think
On
barrage
round,
is going
like-
to pull a build together.
On round like 5, they've won 2, you've won 3. Are you gonna take barrage?
And the answer is maybe, depending on the rest of your
Maybe,
cards.
exactly.
But like I don't think I'm ever gonna go. Oh, it's round 1. Let me grab barrage. I can
Barrage,
probably
yeah.
make that into something good.
Yeah.
I'd probably
Barrage
grab
is
careful
kind-
planning or wind up.
It's like a supplement.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Careful planning can start off strong on its own.
Exactly, and that's why I think it's above barrage, but I still think it's C because of the stuff we talked about before.
Yeah, it doesn't beat wind up. All right,
All
I
right.
see.
Explosive bullet.
Hold on. This one's pretty
yeah.
self-explanatory, but
So our first card, other than buckshot, that changes what your bullet actually does.
yeah, we don't count buckshot.
We don't
In
talk
fact,
about buckshot.
we just don't even look at it.
Yeah, don't even
hate
think
it,
about
dude.
buckshot. I think
Can we
explosive
make
bullet.
a tier below F?
Explosive bullet gives
Sure.
me the
Call
same
it-
vibes as
Can we
careful
call it
planning.
fuckshot? And just put that in? I think that the rest of the Fs, because there will be more Fs, and I just think buckshot doesn't even deserve to be in with them.
That's true.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, thank you.
So I think explosive bullet. We were talking about like cards that combo well. I think explosive bullet is great. It is like a staple card for spray and pray builds or even bouncy builds as well, because it triggers not on the final one, but every time the bullet hits the
Yeah.
ground.
Yeah, I guess I should say for the people at home, I am a bouncy player. I love the
Bouncy
bounce.
player.
Miceman can attest to this. We were playing
It's true.
earlier. I literally was ricocheting off the ceiling and sniping him through cracks, and he could not figure out how I was doing it.
Nightmare.
Oh yeah, let's mention our like go-to play styles just for like more perspective.
Yeah,
if-
I will ricochet bounces off the top of the screen and snipe people from across them. Like that's my whole gimmick. I love it
Noah's-
so much.
Noah's
I
all in on
myself am more
shield.
of like I'm very block focused. I love rushdown builds. If I can get in your
Yep.
face, that's kind of like my thing.
Noah loves the block, the EMP,
Mm-hmm.
The speed
the
boosts.
speed boost.
Echo, that sort of thing. And I'm mostly all in on spray and pray type stuff, just filling the screen with bullets and hoping for the best.
You love targeting, or what was it? Remote.
remote and remote if it shows up, but that's a rare card.
Dude,
Uh,
I want you to know, Noah, that when we were playing this earlier, Miceman kept getting what the fuck was it?
hoping.
Um, yeah, he kept getting homing from
Ah.
various different cards. He kept getting what's the one where it like crawls along the ground?
Sneaky.
Sneaky. He kept getting like that
Sneaky
shit.
is a sleeper pick.
Okay,
Oh,
we're
it's
getting
good.
ahead of ourselves. We're getting
Okay,
ahead of
yeah,
ourselves.
yeah, sorry.
Explosive bullets. I think I'm gonna say
Solid.
it's like a high B tier card. I think it is. Maybe even
So,
A tier.
I
was
feel
gonna
like no, it's
So
not an A tier.
hold on. So
card.
let's keep something in mind as well. Minus 100% attack speed plus
true.
2.25 seconds reload time. The explosive bullet is really good, but that minus attack speed is really rough.
I think you take.
I think it's low B.
you have like if you have like a barrage or a spray or a burst, you're always down for an explosive bullet because the lesser attack speed does not matter as much on those types of builds.
If I can be honest, I think careful planning does more than explosive bullet off rip, but explosive bullets really good synergy with most other cards puts it in low B above careful planning, but I don't think it's better than wind up.
You don't think it's
I
better
agree.
than wind up?
Yes.
I guess, yeah, you're right. When
I
you're
agree.
looking at it from a solo perspective, explosive bullet is not better than careful planning
Again,
and
if
wind
you're
up.
looking at like you said, the last card you pick, what will tie the build together?
Explosive bullet could
is
do
high.
it. Yeah.
But that first card pick, explosive bullet's low.
Yeah.
You don't start with that unless you're could
Unless
start
you're
with
like
it hoping you get
specifically
better
going.
shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But I think you're right. I think it's a good
Oh,
spot.
we have a favorite of mine coming up. Right here.
Grow.
Grow.
I think
I'm just gonna say it.
Grow
I think
is
Grow is really
nuts,
fun. I
right?
think it's
Okay.
really fun.
Listen.
Grow synergizes with itself. It synergizes with like so many cards.
If you get
Yeah.
remote, oh my god, it's over.
So for the folks at home, the bullets get more damage over time when traveling. So as it has airtime,
And it just like
the
it
bullet
doesn't
will just get
stop.
more and
right?
more and more impactful. And then again, as a bounce boy,
Mm-hmm.
the bounce keeps it in movement. Therefore, it keeps growing.
Spray and
And
pray
growing.
also. You just point up. Now it's artillery.
And it's not based on. I'm guessing here. From everything I've seen, it's not based on time in air. It's based on distance traveled. So
No, it's time.
Is it time
No,
based?
it's time in air. Yeah, because if you have really fast bullets, it will not.
Oh, I was gonna say because it's
Sniper builds ruin Grow.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
Hmm.
That's why there are a couple cards that actually slow bullet speed. They combo incredibly well with Grow because you
Remote.
just slug something
Yeah.
at them and like they will.
Bouncing.
Grow is like the opposite of buckshot, right?
Okay, but Grow and Remote, if you had
Grow
both
and
of them,
Remote,
they're S. Like that's.
I think
Like,
Grow's an A tier card.
I think
agree.
that Grow, honestly, by itself, Grow is worse than careful planning. I'm just
No,
gonna say
I
it.
mean it is a base damage up because your
Oh,
bullets
no,
always
by
have travel
itself-
time.
By itself, Grow is like bottom of C right now.
However, that distance over time, pair it with almost anything, and dude, it is such a menace.
Hmm.
Yep.
It's so much fun. It's
I
such a
think
good
the only
card.
thing that keeps it from S is that there are a lot of cards that increase your bullet speed, which is a detriment to Grow. I think that's my
what
only
keeps it
thing
from
with it.
I think
S,
I
the
agree
fact
with
that.
that,
There are
yeah.
actually cards that are broken.
There are
Well, okay,
some
yeah, to
cards
be
I would
fair.
argue are just like ridiculously overpowered.
To be fair, yeah, Grow can't. That's what I mean. Is Grow can be one of those broken cards, but most cards don't synergize with it to make it broken. They just synergize
Grow's
with it to make
actually
it really
balanced.
good. Yeah,
I'd say Grow's a balanced cards. There are some other cards.
Grow might be one of the more balanced cards.
Yeah.
Ironically enough.
Okay. I think are we all in agreement on A tier?
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Mayhem
S.
is
A.
not an S tier card. It's a very fun card. I would even argue it's a very strong card. I don't think it's an S tier card.
Mayhem is the
Listen.
staple of bounce builds.
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
I think
listen,
it belongs in
listen.
A.
That's just a bias. That's just a bias on my part. I'm a bounce. Every time I see Mayhem, I grab it without question, even if it doesn't support my build. I just love it to pieces. I love the art on it. I love everything about it.
I think.
Um,
I don't even know if this warrants enough discussion. I think
for
just throw it
the-
in A, dude.
Yeah.
Hold on,
Is
for
it
the folks
better?
At home,
Okay. Yeah.
for
Go
the
ahead.
folks at home, your bullets bounce plus 5 times, which is I think the most bounces a card can add.
A single card. Yeah.
It does decrease the damage by 15% on your bullets, and you have a 0.5 second slower reload time.
Like it's not that bad.
So it's yeah, the reload times can be a little rough, but the whole point is that you don't need it because while it's taking that extra time to reload, your bullet is still whizzing around the map. Like, so that takes care of itself. The minus damage, sure, but like ultimately that does kind of help you when Mayhem inevitably shoots
It
you in
will
the butt.
hit you
Like,
yourself. Yes.
Yeah, Mayhem is not for the faint of heart. You got to be able to hit yourself with your own bullet.
And Mayhem plus Grow, very strong combo.
Yep.
I think Mayhem is stronger than Grow, though.
You think so? I
Natively.
think you guys are right
I think
on that.
I think Mayhem not only because Grow doesn't pull its own weight by itself as much as Mayhem does. Mayhem off rip is crazy.
Yep. Yeah,
You-
Mayhem is that first pick.
and it
Mayhem
has
gives
similar
you
growth. I mean,
Mayhem
similar combo potential.
gives you that like distance you really vie for a lot of the times in rounds.
Again, what I do is I grab Mayhem first rip, and from my starting position, I just angle up and shoot, and I just watch it bounce across the map towards my opponent, hope it hits.
Yeah, the fact that you spawn far apart, it means like when somebody is doing like a full block build, they have to close the distance. And
Yeah,
that
and
gives
if
you a
there's
ton
a-
of
if
time
there's
to
a
like pepper
tight-
them.
If there's like a tight maze map, you just shoot into it, and it will just ricochet off the walls like 5 times. You'll probably
You're
hit
gonna
them
hit
if
at
they're
least
running
once.
through. Yeah,
Okay, I think we're all happy with the way Mayhem is here.
I love Mayhem. Mayhem is my precious child.
Parasite, very interesting card.
All right.
Let's
So
let
again, yeah, folks at home, all of your bullets deal damage over 5 seconds. So instead of dealing the damage you would deal by hitting someone, it takes that damage and it splits it out as damage over time, over 5 seconds. However, you get plus 50% lifesteal off the damage you do, plus 25% HP just natively, plus 25% damage, and I think your reload time is 25 seconds longer.
I think Parasite.
0.25 longer.
Sorry,
not
point-
25
yeah, sorry,
seconds.
0.25.
So you better make it fucking count.
Yeah, quarter second longer. Quarter second longer.
I think Parasite is like a balanced version, or a more balanced version of Poison. And
Parasite is what Poison should have been.
and Poison is ridiculously strong. So I
I was
think
gonna say Parasite's F only because Poison exists. Otherwise,
I think
we'll
honestly,
talk
I-
about Poison.
I struggle to get value off of Parasite. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like
Yeah.
the leech dynamic, or sorry, the leech class, if you want to, the leech build, in
Like
this
a
game isn't too
lifesteal
strong at
build,
all.
you mean?
Yeah.
It's you're too susceptible to being rushed down in this game
yeah. Because
to
the
really
other
make
thing
it
to
work.
keep in mind is your lifesteal is your lifesteal based off of the damage you hit with or the damage they take? Because if it's
don't
the damage
know.
they take, which is what I think it is, it means that your healing is also over 5 seconds instead of lifesteal, which just you hit and get it back.
Yeah, unlike Lifesteal, which is instant, Parasite, it takes time, and in that time, you can be killed. And it's that philosophy that makes Decay so strong, as opposed to Parasite.
Right, yeah.
Listen, as much as I hate to say it, as much as a fun card as it is, I genuinely think this is D tier.
I don't think
it's
it's
D tier.
I don't think it's D tier. I think it's bottom of C tier. I'm never I don't think it's actively detrimental to your build.
I do actually. I do believe that.
It's a waste
I
of a card
believe-
space. You could have chosen something better.
I believe that
Like
there
fuck
are-
shots.
I believe that, yeah, I believe most of the cards that you can take will do more for you than Parasite will because, again, Parasite also caps every other card where, like, now all of your cards that would insta-kill now just don't.
Is it
You're-
so?
Exactly.
Oh, I see what you mean.
And
Now,
honest-
you have
it's-
the lifesteal and stuff, but, like, again, if your lifesteal is over 5 seconds, you're not really getting as much out of that as you would need to from a game that can ramp up so quickly.
I
as
personally think
Rounds is a game
Parasite.
that is already overtuned.
I think
So
it's
Parasite being a balanced card, I feel puts it in D.
like if you take Parasite, personally, right? This is a card that you want to get synergy with. If you get Parasite, you want to go like all in on health. You want like tank. You want like
Yep.
stuff like, well, not tank
Lifesteal.
Yeah, you
specifically,
need to be able
but you want
to
like
survive.
defender. You want huge. You want stuff like that. And
You probably want poison too, to be honest. but, like,
don't talk
We're
about
winding
poison.
that.
we'll get there. We'll get there.
I think there are
Honestly,
some cards that
pull
the
up Poison after this.
no, no, okay. Well, let's talk about Ricochet. All right, fine. We'll keep Parasite in D tier. I think it should be bottom of C tier.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that in the context of rounds,
Yeah,
it's bad.
I think- I think, yeah, if Parasite was a perk in any other game, I think it was genius. But in rounds, again, where rounds ramps up incredibly quickly, Parasite, and you only have. By the way, I think we should mention for anyone that doesn't know what rounds is. I don't know why you're watching.
Why are you watching this?
Um,
Yeah.
But how many you can only have 5 cards?
So what you get one at the start of
At
the
most.
match, and then you get one every time you
Yeah, and then
lose.
there's 5 wins, so it's 6 total cards.
So 6 cards total. Yeah.
Or yeah, every time you lose a round, you get a card.
And-
So yeah, you have 6 cards, and you're gonna make one of them Parasite.
There
You
are
know?
probably better
Like,
cards.
That's the problem.
There are better cards, there are worse cards. Parasite is not the best lifesteal card. It's not the best
Yeah.
DOT card.
Again, I think
It's just
Parasite
there.
can combo, which keeps it out of F, but I think in most situations
It has
it is
some
detrimental to your
Mm-hmm.
build. Yeah.
All right, Ricochet. This is the worst bounce card. Are we all in agreement on
Hold on.
this?
Let me Rico. Oh, it's 2 C's. Ricochet. Okay, so for the folks at home, bullets lose half of their speed each time they bounce. +2 bullet bounces, plus 25% attack speed. Attack speed, by the way, is not your
Bullet speed?
Bullet speed. It's the
It's how
rate
fast
at
you
which
can
you
pull the
fire.
trigger.
Yeah. And then ¼ extra reload time. So
This is the worst
Ricochet-
bounce card, right? Am I crazy for
I
thinking
think
this?
it's the
Hold
worst
on.
bounce card.
No, hold on. Hear me out. Ricochet is the worst bounce card unless you are doing a bounce grow build, because slowing down that bullet speed is incredible for you.
I don't
Maybe,
think I
but that's so
agree.
niche, and
Yeah.
I think that still.
Oh,
doesn't
listen,
help
I
grow as
think
much as
it's
other cards
I
could.
think it's
it just makes
D
Ricochet.
tier, but I'm
I
just
think it's D tier
saying.
because this
Yeah.
card can be actively detrimental if you've already got a bounce build going on. Like
Yeah,
if you've
no.
already
I
got
wanna
Mayhem
say-
and then you add Ricochet,
Yeah,
it can
yeah.
just ruin it.
See, I don't
Again,
know if
I
wanna
think if
put it
you
in
have
D.
grow, I think Ricochet climbs so fast, but unless you have grow, it is the worst
Grow is
card
like a
you can
saving
grab.
grace to the worst bounce card, but I do
Yes.
think that the bounce build itself is already rather strong, so I want to put Ricochet above Parasite.
You want to put it
I agree.
above? I don't
No,
think
I
so.
agree.
Parasite is not a run ruiner. Ricochet can be a run ruiner.
Okay, I to be fair, I think they both are run ruiners unless you have builds that can handle their
Help to
weight.
negate, yeah.
But I think whereas Parasite can combo with cards to be not bad, Ricochet can combo with Grow to be your win condition.
All right.
I wouldn't call Ricochet a win condition. I
Well,
would say
again,
that
keep in mind it
all that does is
depends.
give it an argument to not be the worst.
Okay, but let's say again, if we're doing weird hypotheticals, you have Mayhem, Ricochet, and
Hypothetical.
Grow.
You have
Mayhem,
Ricochet.
Mayhem Ricochet allows you to bounce your bullets 7 times. Each time they slow down a little, but they just grow larger and larger to the point where eventually, if they do happen to touch your opponent gets eviscerated into the next
Why
life.
would your opponent let them touch it? They're going at like
Yeah,
1 mile an hour at
Yeah,
this
they're
point.
going so slowly, and to be honest, if you didn't have Ricochet and you had another bouncy card, instead of slowly like middling out, they're just gonna keep bouncing at full speed
True,
and still benefit.
But
from
it's
Grow.
not one bullet. You can shoot more than one bullet. So you can just set up a line of bullets bouncing
I don't
all
know.
over the map
I
as they just...
I don't know if I agree with you,
grow and
Dragon. I
grow
think
and grow.
Parasite is better than Ricochet, personally.
Ricochet is better than Parasite, but I think you're giving it too much
All
credit.
right, well, I'm getting
Listen,
outvoted
to be
here,
fair,
so...
I am giving it too much credit, but I do think it's D.
To be
Yeah,
honest,
we-
I am wrong.
We
but-
do know he has a affinity for bounce builds.
I was gonna say,
so...
listen, yeah, you're talking to the bounce guy here, and I'm just saying that Ricochet has been my win con in at least one game.
At least
Here,
maybe
let's
one
flip a
game.
coin. If Ricochet goes,
No,
Alright,
we'll just put it above Parasite.
Heads I win, tails you lose.
Tank. This is the worst of the, ironically
Okay,
enough, tank
Meisman,
cards.
are we making a separate tier for?
No, we're not gonna make a separate. I think this is an F tier card.
What?
Okay.
Tank. Why would I
Folks at
tank?
home.
Why? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Folks at home,
Got really bad.
your attack speed 25% slower, your reload time half a second slower, your health doubled.
Why would I take tank when I can take huge? Huge is almost exactly the same as tank, but no downside. Huge is a
Because tank
straight
doubles.
buff. Yeah, so huge gives you plus 80%, right, Dragon?
Yep.
I think that's right.
Yep.
80%.
Well, here's-
Oh no, 20%, and I lose a quarter of my attack speed?
But but it's a double is, I mean, exponentially. That's really big, dude.
Exponentially. Oh yeah,
Listen.
it is really big. You know what else is really big? Huge. Huge is big.
Listen, you know what I was gonna say though. You have huge, which gives you plus 80%. Then you have tank, which gives you double what you have with the 80%.
I'd rather just take huge again.
I don't want to put tank in F. I want to put tank in either
No, I think
high
tank
D
is. I
or
think
bottom C.
I was gonna say tank is D for sure.
You guys
I think
are nuts.
I think that
Tank
in
has
most
a strong effect, dude.
Yeah,
can
a
take
strong
so much
effect
with
on
tank.
slowing down your
Meisman-
bullets.
Meisman, you incredibly undervalue that doubling of your health. And
I
to
Yeah,
be
mean-
that
fair,
doubling of the I've
you
run
compare
big
it-
builds off of tank. Like as a block build user, dude, tank it's
like
it's
my
good.
Alright, okay,
is gonna
okay.
be high.
You're
Huge is
right.
gonna be high.
Huge
like
is
we
gonna be
know that's
high.
gonna be high.
No,
up there.
Noah raises a
Tank
I
good
would
point.
deserves to be in D or bottom C.
If
I
you're-
think it belongs in bottom C, honestly.
Noah
No.
brings up a good point. If you're running a block build, you're not as concerned about your bullets, and in that scenario, tank can be good.
Yeah, no, tank is for the either that too, or also keep in mind that if you are doing huge wind up builds, which we put in B, builds that you shoot one bullet but you make that bullet count,
Mm-hmm.
tank essentially
Yeah,
is the
tank
exact
card
same
counters
thing,
that.
but also
Health wise.
yeah, it helps and hurts that build because it doesn't matter if you only have one bullet because you're gonna make that bullet count. But if your opponent's running tank, that bullet doesn't count anymore, and all you've done is just slow your speed down.
All right, you guys have convinced me. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe I reacted a little strongly because I'm such a big, huge fan.
Keep in mind, a
big,
round
huge
is
fan
an
of what?
overtuned game. The high tiers will be high.
Maybe tank does go at the bottom of C.
I want to put it in the bottom of C.
Yeah.
But if you
I'll
two want to put it in D, I say put it in the highest echelons of D.
The problem is that like you do have to be running a specific build for tank, otherwise it is to your detriment. But I think bottom of C
You know
is
what?
good.
No, high D, because the trying to build a block build, its RNG is much worse than other
Yeah,
builds.
there are way more like bullet
Well,
cards than there are block
also
cards.
to be fair, there's so many block cards in the sense that if you're gonna do a block build, inevitably a block card will show up with tank, and you will just pick that over tank.
You know what? No, bottom C, because there's some trash cards that should
There
not
are
No,
be
some
I
tank.
I think
trash
tank should
cards.
be bottom C. I agree 100%.
Okay.
All right.
Spray. This is an A tier card, right?
A tier card, 100%.
A tier card.
It's not an S tier. I don't think it's quite that good, but it is a
No.
run-defining card.
Barrage,
it
eat
combos
your hideout.
well. It's strong on its own. It's just solid. It's solid.
I think. Do we
Above
want to put
Bro,
this? Yeah, I was gonna say. I think it goes above Mayhem too.
Listen, there's a sad
Maybe.
part of my soul that might agree with you, but hold on, let me look up sprays down.
Yeah,
Spray
why don't
benefits
you-
It has a
more
lot
than
of
Mayhem
them.
does?
Why don't
from
you go
other
ahead and
stuff.
hit us with the spray card?
Yeah, folks at home.
Why don't you spray us
Uh,
down, Dragon?
Okay,
Yeah,
let me
spray us down real quick.
let me spray you down. So it's got a quarter second more reload time, which is not that bad. Minus 75% damage per bullet, but plus 12 ammo and plus 1,000% attack speed. So essentially, you now have 15 shots, and they are all going to spray out of your gun like a machine gun.
Mhm. I'm gonna tell you something. Spray plus, and this is maybe like the easiest, one of the strongest combos you can get, like very early. Spray plus combine is insane. How strong
because
it is.
combine mitigates that huge damage
For-
fall off, but spray still gives you way more bullets.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like a common card and like what is spray, like an uncommon card together should not be this ridiculously strong. It can
Yep.
carry you all the way to the end by themselves.
I've like steamrolled games whenever the person had a full build off of spray and combine alone.
Hmm.
Dude, I have to run spray and wind up in steamrolled games.
Its spray is so ridiculously
Yeah,
good.
like a just going off of like a velocity build.
Yeah, spray is great for velocity builds because your bullet has like a arc
like a
that it
jet.
follows because it's got like a little weight to it.
Mhm.
But if you start pumping up that speed, you literally just have a machine gun that shoots across the screen. So as long as your cursor is aimed at the other guy, you will hit him.
Just filling it doesn't matter how low damage the card is, because just there are so many cards that have effects on hit or like increase the damage in various ways that just filling the screen with bullets is never a bad idea. And the downsides are just not severe enough for how powerful the effect is. I think we
Yeah,
all agree.
yeah.
It's spray
Yeah,
A
I think we all
tier.
agree.
Spray. There is a chance that spray stays relatively near the top of A.
I
Like,
think
I'm
spray's gonna
pretty convinced.
stick near the top. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not quite S tier because there are some, like
No,
Noah said, there
no.
are some truly broken
Again,
cards.
S tier is for the fucking broken ass cards. Like that's what it's for.
I don't think spray is broken, but it's very,
Nope.
very good.
Nope, I like spray.
What does burst do, Dragon? I think this is the last of
Burst
the
is multiple
splitting
bullets
cards.
are fired in a sequence. So instead of spray where you like spray out all your bullets, or barrage where it shoots them in like
like a
just
mag
all
gun.
at once, burst goes like pew 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 pew. Like it just goes. It doesn't like.
Imagine like a battle rifle from like Halo or something.
Yeah. It like spray is just you fucking hold the mouse button and they will all come out. Barrage is
I
like
think it fires out in 2 bursts.
I can't remember
Burst
off the
does?
top of my
I
head.
think you get multiple bursts. I'm not too sure.
multiple
I think-
bullets are
yeah, you
fired
get-
in a sequence.
You get a couple of bursts. I think it's not a one and done deal.
Barrage is a one
Yeah.
and done. Spray is a continuous. Burst is like a 3-shot or maybe a 4-shot.
Yeah, so it's like an in between.
And then buckshot.
And buckshot you shouldn't take. It's the
But
worst
yeah,
of all of
Good. I think
worlds.
burst is okay.
I think
I'll
burst is
see.
fine.
But worst. But worst.
But
what
worse.
burst does for you as well. +2 bullets, +3 ammo. Yeah, because it shoots off in little shots of 3. So essentially, each of your shots does a little 3-shot. That's what it is. But it uses up 1 ammo to shoot off like pew pew pew. But minus 60% damage plus a quarter second reload time.
I think it's okay.
I think
I'll
it's
put it in
a.
C.
I would put it in B. I think
Ooh, I don't know.
B for
I-
burst.
Could you compare
I-
burst to wind up? Even if wind up is at the top and burst is at the bottom?
I think wind up
can,
and
actually.
yeah, I think wind up and burst like have good synergy. Actually, I think.
Here's.
Go on.
Oh, go for it. No,
Well,
go-
I was
go
just
for it.
gonna say, I think burst. Yeah, obviously you're gonna want like spray instead, or
Yeah.
But I think I'd rather have probably burst over barrage.
I was gonna say I think barrage burst spray as CBA is a great
Mm-hmm.
acknowledgement of their ranking in comparison with each other. And that's why I think barrage. That's why I needed buckshot lower because it was too close to barrage. But like,
C and F.
but with burst, keep in mind that every time you get a special bullet, like a toxic cloud or a bounce or a something, it triples it. Because
Yeah,
every
yeah,
shot
exactly.
that you would fire is now 3 shots. Whereas barrage just unloads your clip at once. Spray is just a continuous series of bullets, which is why they're better. But that
Burst
that
is
just
like a middle
being
ground.
like, oh,
yeah.
I've got toxic clouds, and I can just go bang, 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 and just create 3 toxic clouds like in a row. I don't sleep on that.
No, I think burst
still
is a B
think burst
tier.
belongs in like top C, but if y'all want to put it in B.
How about like bottom
I think
of
it's
B?
bottom B. Yeah,
Yeah.
I was gonna say. I think it's
Okay,
bottom
bottom B. I can do bottom B.
So that very nicely rounds out the like spray and pray options with spray, then burst, then barrage. So target bounce, very interesting card.
S.
Dragon, why don't you break it
what?
down for us first?
No, I do not at all agree with that. All right, hold on. Let's target bounce. So when a bullet bounces, it will then look for any person that is in line of sight into it, and then just start gunning for them. It gives each bullet 1 bounce, and it reduces the damage of all your bullets by 20%, and plus a quarter second reload time. Most cards that affect your bullets have a quarter second
Yeah.
extra reload time.
You'd be surprised how fast it stacks up.
Yeah, quick. But okay, so target bounce as a bounce user, as a bounce guy. Target bounce is, I think, one of the most fun cards in the game, and it is consistently one of the cards that has killed me the most.
Exactly.
You have to-
Polarizing card.
Here's something the card does not talk about, and this is something none of the homing cards talk about, is that when it says a person, it also includes you. So it's
Yes.
going to be either you or the enemy that it's targeting.
So
And
if
guess
you
who's closer
bounce-
to your gun
Most of the time.
most
yeah.
of the time?
Well,
If the-
again,
if the front
target
end of your
bounce-
bullet goes anywhere near back to you during a bounce, it's just gonna lock out on
Yeah.
you.
And I think
yeah,
that's
target bounce is great when you have bullet speed because you get further distance out of your gun,
Mhm.
and then when it locks onto your opponent,
It's
that
instant.
bullet speed also shoots at them faster, so they can't dodge it. So it's one of those cards that like sucks until you get
it's-
A win from it.
I think
until you get
target
some speed on it.
like target bounce
Honest-
is like a worse version of homing, in my opinion.
It is. I think target bounce is
no, I
really
agree.
fun. I think it's like when it works so well.
Mhm.
But it poses such a threat to you that I want to put it in B.
Yeah, I think like middle of B is a decent
Really, I was
place
actually
for it.
gonna put it at high C, but I'll
I'm
take
never
that.
one to discount homing. I think homing is
Right.
if you can use it well, it's a
good.
very strong
No, you're
thing.
you're totally right. I was gonna say high C, but I think you're right. Lowish B is probably
It's so
the
polarized.
best.
It can be
Yeah.
so awful for you, but it can be
Mhm.
so
Well, that's
good
kind of
for
why
you.
I was gonna go C, but like I think when it hurts you, it's pretty bad, but when it hits well,
Mhm.
it pays out
Man, it
dividends.
pays, yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when you combine it with something like like spray. You can tell like what kind of cards are like spray or burst. Like it
Yep.
just like this wall of bullets coming at you that are also homing on you. It's like a
seen my
nightmare.
Literally, it's just like
Start
a
a game.
beehive.
Yeah, I've seen Mice like start a game, go on like a huge steamroll, but then get like a 5-point loss comeback from me because he ran target bounce and killed himself every single round.
It's so
It's
funny
true.
every
It's
time.
true. I have also been in that exact scenario where I'm running a bounce and I get like mayhem and a bunch of shit and I'm like, dude, I'm so good, I'm so good.
Take
I get
target
target
bounce.
bounce and I'm like, oh yeah, this is gonna really cinch it, and then I repeatedly kill myself.
So I think near
No, I
the
think that's
middle of
great.
B tier is fine.
I think that's great.
Thruster. I think
S.
Thruster is S tier.
What?
That's actually not me memeing. I'm 100% in agreement.
I
with you.
think Thruster. Dragon, do you want to real quick give us what Thruster does?
Yeah, for the folks at home. So obviously it affects your bullets, so plus quarter-second reload time. So all of your bullets have rockets on them that will push the target that they hit. So if you hit someone, whatever direction your bullet hit them, it will just like momentum push them in that direction. Same thing with boxes, same thing with anything that you shoot.
Anything that can
will
move
have like
that's
a
not
rocket
part
on
of it. Hmm.
Think of like Gary's mod. Where,
I
like, you
think-
slap a rocket on something and it just goes.
Thrusters is it's the first of the cards here that have the bullets now have a special effect, other than Parasite, I guess.
Yeah.
I think Thruster is nuts. Like the ability you land 2 thruster shots, and all of a sudden your opponent, unless there's a wall behind them, they're going to go flying into the out of bounds zone, and that's like an insta kill unless they're in an enclosed space.
Yeah,
It's
if
so
you get
strong.
2 thrusters on someone and you're in a map where they're not in an enclosed room, you essentially can just watch as they slowly fly towards the edge and just keep hitting the border over and over again and dying.
You can like start playing
it's-
Subway Surfers or something because you've already won. It's like nothing. Like I can't think of a single card that is so good at controlling what your opponent is doing than thrusters.
Also,
It completely.
It doesn't even have to do that. Like even if they are in an enclosed space, being able to hit someone and just keep them pressed against the wall as you get away, like if they have a block build. or
Exactly, it
something like that.
completely shuts down
Hey,
rush
you know
down
what?
builds.
Okay, now that you mention that, I'm more leaning toward you guys, but I am kind of the odd one out here because I don't like comparing thrusters to other cards that are genuinely busted. So I honestly want
I
to add
think
an
it
S.
I
will
think
be-
it's
tier.
bottom of S tier.
If
I
you're
was
gonna
gonna say, I
put
think it
thruster
will
in
be
S, I want to add an S plus.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Well,
Okay,
listen,
all right.
inevitably we'll make a special tier above everything, and we'll put poison.
Yeah,
in it.
we'll
But,
put
like,
poison in
Okay,
there.
all right,
But
now you know what I'm saying.
I
Well,
think
Okay, but here's my thing, Noah. As the run-in guy, is thrusters not the bane of your existence?
Yeah, like,
it's
the-
No,
the
it is.
card that-
Thrusters is one of the worst cards.
You
to
have,
play
like,
as a rush down
a
player.
full block build, full rush down, and then one card. It's over. You can no longer
well,
get
also,
close.
I think the reason that thruster is S compared to everything else just being strong is because of the fact
There's
that
ways to mitigate thrusters. Don't get me wrong, but it's the biggest counter for sure.
I think it's an S tier card. Maybe
Edit
bottom
out,
of
Mice
S
Man.
tier.
Edit out that kiss.
I think
Alright,
another
will
thing
do.
is that thrusters. Sorry, yeah, edit that out. I think another thing that makes thrusters so strong is that it is. It's like it's simple enough to where it can combo with any bullet build.
Mhm.
So if you want to like a one tapping sniper build,
A sniper build,
If
it
they
keeps them
somehow
pinned
survive
against
it-
the wall. Yeah.
Yeah, also, by
strong
the way,
bullet damage coincides with how strong the thruster.
I was gonna say,
actually
keep in
is.
mind the thruster is based on. Is it damage or is it bullet speed?
I don't know.
It's damage.
Is it based
I
on
didn't know
damage? I thought it was.
Barely
I thought
certain
it was
it's
bullet
damage.
I thought it was like just a base knockback.
No,
it's
I
not.
thought it was bullet speed because I know that it's dependent on something. I thought it was bullet speed.
I'm almost certain that it's damage, and if it is, sniper builds, it's like a jet. If they get
Yeah.
hit, spray builds, it's a million little thrusters, so basically a
Just
jet.
pushing you everywhere. Yeah.
But yeah, what I was gonna say about thrusters is that thrusters is great against people that run in, and it's also great against people that don't, because the people that don't are gonna be staying near the edge of the map that you can push them into. I think thrusters is just a card that is good in almost any scenario.
Yeah, I can't think of a single scenario where you don't want thrusters.
And I think that's what the S cards are gonna be, because like with A, I can look at Spray, Mayhem, and Grow, and even though they're incredible cards, I can think of scenarios in which they won't help you. Thrusters,
where, like,
I
you
think no
don't want
matter
them.
what build you're doing, you can just slap thrusters on there. I guess if you're
And
doing
it's gonna
a
be-
Russian build, you don't want to push your opponent away, but like, that's about it.
It's so
Block builds. We haven't gotten to the. Block
we have not
builds
gotten to a
really.
single block card
The
yet.
block builds are so different from like all of these other
Yeah.
cards that they're doing their own thing, and I can't
It's
wait to
hard.
get into that. I honestly can't.
All right. Okay, I think we all agree thrusters at the very
Okay,
least is bottom of S tier.
Yep, I agree.
Demonic
I
Pact.
kind of want to start speeding this up a little too.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
We got a
let
lot to
me-
work through.
So Demonic Pact +9 bullets,
Mhm.
+2 splash damage,
I didn't
and
know
a
that.
quarter-second reload time. Shooting costs 10 HP, but it removes any shooting cooldown.
Keep in mind,
So,
you can't
your
clear
attack
yourself with
speed's
demonic
essentially
pact
infinite.
unless
No.
you shoot yourself. by
Demonic Pact
accident.
brings you down to 1 HP.
Yep.
I
was gonna
think
say that's important.
Demonic Pact, very funny card, very fun card.
Can be really strong too.
Very easy to kill yourself. Very easy for your opponent to kill you.
I think it's similar to Target Bounce in that it's such a polarizing card that even though it's really strong, kind of
It's very much a feast or famine
Hurts
type
you.
card.
Listen, you guys are gonna be bewildered at me. If this was my own tier list, I'd put it in F, but I think it's D.
I don't think it's an F
really
tier
what? I would have
card.
put it in like a high B, bottom B.
I was gonna say B tier card.
below
like-
Target Bounce for sure, but above Burst.
I just don't think that the shooting, because keep in mind, shooting cooldown does not remove reload time. It just means you can shoot as fast as you want.
Mhm, but you get a ton of bullets.
It's like
So-
a worse spray.
It's
Like-
Or
it's
almost a more polarizing spray, really.
Huh?
ask Hedgehog what she thinks of Demonic Pact.
Actually, yeah. Here, now that we're back from our smoke break, Mice Man wants to know, Hedgehog, what do you think about Demonic Pact?
The what?
Demonic Pact.
Demonic Pact?
Yeah.
Well, you see, I think it's really good for doing the glitch run where you have to jump on the boxes. And
All right.
the boxes, you see.
All right, well, let's stop
Mice
that there.
laughing. Mice Man's laughing. I don't know what that means.
All right. I think it's a B tier card.
You
I
know
think
what?
it's a B tier card.
You know what? Just for that, F tier.
I
Put it
think
in F tier.
Demonic Pact, you can't get cute with it, right? Like Demonic Pact, you're like, oh, I think maybe I'll only shoot here or here. It's like,
No.
this is a glass cannon build now.
It's the
Yeah.
glass cannon.
Yeah,
Listen,
it's more
what I
glass
wanted to
cannon
say-
than glass cannon.
That's what I was gonna say. Glass Cannon is better than Demonic Pact.
I don't think I agree with you. Demonic Pact lets you fill the air with bullets, which
I
glass
think
cannon
Dem-
does not
I
let you
think
do.
Demonic Pact does not have enough upsides to warrant the fact that you would have to use Demonic Pact and then have a bunch of health cards to be able to just keep it up. Because if your opponent's doing
No.
anything,
I
good,
just don't care about
you're
it.
just fucked.
Yeah,
just-
like it really supports like that run and gun all in play.
Get
style. I
in
think-
and
I
kill
think
them
that if-
before they have time to react.
I think you're making points, but honestly, I'm willing to compromise to low B or high C if Mice Man agrees as well.
I think it's a low B tier card.
I would agree to high C at most, but I don't think
you're the
I don't think it
reason
goes
that I'm not saying high B or low A.
Yeah, if I had my way, it would be a high B card. But you say it's lower than that, so that's why
I
I'm
say
putting
it's D, so that's why I think we should compromise at high C. But that's just me.
it. Okay.
Okay, you
listen,
know what?
you know-
I can see a high C.
No, I have to disagree.
Listen,
I think it's a B tier
I
card.
just think that I don't think a beer tier.
A
I don't
beer
think a B
tier.
tier card can have that big of a downside.
It's
That's
a
my
downside.
only thought.
Again, don't think of it as a downside. Think of it as well,
It's a
no,
glass
dude,
cannon.
it's a
build.
glass
Okay.
cannon build.
It's
Don't
a-
think
it's the
about
whole
it
point.
don't think about it as I lose health every time I shoot. Think of it as I can get one shot now.
Okay, but you're saying so ignore what the card does and instead.
No, I mean that's literally what it does if you play the run and gun
Well,
playstyle.
okay,
Also,
Here's-
you're missing that it has some insane combo synergy with cards like Decay or
Here's-
Phoenix.
hmm
here's my point. You have Demonic Pact. You have Tank. One card makes you shoot good but kills you. The other card makes you impervious but you shoot slightly less good. We put Tank at bottom of C, and we're going to put Demonic Pact at B or A.
This game
Damage matters a lot in this game.
this
It's
game
a very offensive game.
Yeah, this game really heavily rewards aggression. And Tank is not an aggressive card, and Demonic Pact is.
Okay.
Tank is a
you know what?
supplement to more
You-
defensive cards, and there is a way to be defensive in this game. But even then, you're an aggressive defender.
You've convinced me, but I don't think a card can be lower in B than Demonic Pact. I think that's
Okay, yeah,
we'll
for
see.
me.
We'll
I
see.
think Demonic is gonna be in like the bottom of B. For
I'm
like-
gonna-
for a
maybe
good while.
maybe I'll be proven wrong. Who knows?
Maybe. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna make an executive decision here.
No, absolutely not.
What?
You
These
put that shit
cards.
right back down.
You put that
right
back down right now.
Okay.
Remote goes back into A. Drill goes back into top of B.
You guys are
Drill-
nuts.
Remote goes into
Remote in
F, and
A.
Drill ammo goes into D.
Okay.
like,
Okay.
right now.
All right. You know what?
You know what? I agree. Drill is not even that good.
Drill is so
All right,
nuts.
hold on, people at home, listen up.
Yeah,
also,
go
by the
ahead.
way, I love how I'm exerting all of this power over Demonic Pact like I don't have the least amount of hours in the game. Drill. I just wanted to put that
But
on
no,
the record.
I think we all have
Uh,
a really good understanding of what the cards do.
Yeah, I'm just hey.
Why don't you tell us
Drill
what Drill
ammo.
does?
What? Plus 7M bullets?
What?
does that mean?
You just basically for a short.
Oh,
amount of time,
it's
you can go through
7
five.
meters. It can go through 7 meters
Oh,
of
okay.
walls.
So bullets will drill through walls for 7 meters. Essentially, they ghost through shit.
Total. It won't just go through one wall. It'll go through 7 meters
Yeah.
of anything.
7 meters of anything.
So,
yeah.
like, if it goes
Also
through like
plus
5,
the quarter-second reload time. I
it
mean,
will go
that's
through like
obvious.
5 meters of walls. It will travel through air, and then it will go through like another 2 meters of walls.
Yep.
This card is insane, and it's insane for the same reason Remote is. It lets you damage people without them being able to respond in any way. There are so many maps in this game where it's a thin platform separating you two. And that thin platform, it's like, ooh, who's going to stick out their head first? Oh, is it going to be me? Is it going to be him? No, like, I don't have to stick my head out.
No,
He has to risk everything. I can just shoot through
Listen.
the wall that he has to respect, and I have wall hacks, basically.
Listen,
do.
I was giving you shit. Drill ammo is disgusting if you combine it with cards that have insane bullet speed, because there is no, oh, I get to watch it slowly drill through the wall. It's just, oh, I'm just gonna shoot him and
Okay.
you can't do anything
Yeah,
about
that
it.
is something we should mention, is that drill ammo, it does go slower through walls. But if you're going really fast, it doesn't matter, because you can get
So
really
I
fast
think
in this
drill
game.
ammo, like if we were doing this as a card by itself and we weren't doing any other synergies, which wouldn't make sense, but if we were doing it that way, drill ammo would be relatively low. It wouldn't be like low, but it would be like, maybe high B, low A.
It's so easy to
But
predict.
drill ammo in combo, and especially
It's-
because a lot of the cards that speed up your bullets are way more common, it's S
It's so
far and
nuts.
above.
I don't think it's S, dude.
I think it's an.
I
This
think
is
drill ammo
a.
is good, but 7 meters of wall is. In my
There
opinion,
are
not
so
that
many.
Much.
There are so many maps in this game where there's really
There's a lot
thin
of maps
walls.
that have thin walls, right? Like the hanging boxes map, the one where it's like a million tiny walls that are all curved into like a diamond shape. But there's also a lot of maps that have lots of structures that are decently thick that drill can't go
Yeah,
through.
but
and if you're
Noah,
playing,
what you're
if you're
what
playing smart
you're-
at all and caring about your positioning, I think that drill is easy enough. I think
what
it's
you're
strong,
not
but
what
I
you're
think
not
it's easy enough
thinking
to
about
position away from.
is that you could also, in those maps where there's a crazy maze, be on the other side of a wall shooting your opponent, and your opponent would have to go through said
Yeah,
maze to
all
get
the
to
way
you.
around. Yeah.
I think that
Or,
it's very,
like,
I think
if
the
you're-
maps do
it-
change it, but
If you're on a several tiered map with thin platforms, they have to go all the way around, and the entire time they're doing that, you can keep peppering them with drill ammo, and there's nothing, literally
Also,
nothing they can do about
I
it.
just-
I
can
don't
I just
think
say-
that you're going to be getting enough to make it that way where drill's going to be getting you that easily. I think drill's
Really, I
slow
think
enough
if you do
through
drill
walls.
wind up, I think you just win. Like I
I
genuinely
don't think
do.
so. I have not struggled against drill enough to warrant putting it in S.
Every time I
Drill
take,
is mine.
good.
as
Drill
long
is
as
also drill is also gold, meaning you'll almost never get it, which
Yeah.
is how they try to balance it. But what I will say, if you look at the card, it doesn't say damage reduction anywhere.
No, it does not say
There's
that
no,
anywhere.
The driving through the ground does not reduce the damage like it probably should. So you can build a one-shot build with a fast bullet that insta-kills, and your last card could just be drill. And
Exactly.
Then you're like, cool, I can just aim at my opponent.
And win.
I can use my mouse, go right up to where my opponent's little guy is, click, and they die.
I think that is something else we should also mention. We all play on mouse and keyboard, not controller.
Yes,
Oh,
we
well,
typically
yeah,
land
yeah.
our shots.
We land our shots, yeah.
I was gonna say, keep in mind that we play mouse and keyboards, so we don't miss.
So I
think we all have decent aim on rounds.
a one.
No, actually, I was pulling off some pretty fun shit.
I would
was
definitely
sneaking
agree.
Some stuff in there.
Oh, a one-shot build is not an uncommon build for people to go for, and then drill ammo, if you get it in the middle or towards the end, or it so heavily enhances that playstyle that you're basically unbeatable.
Well, the
I don't think
reason
better
that
than
it's
thrusters.
so
If we're gonna put it in S, I think it belongs below thruster. At least.
okay, here's the thing. I agree with that for one reason only. Thrusters is only blue rarity, meaning you see it way more often, so it is more consistently a problem than drill is.
I think that's
my
fair.
only reason for that. Because I
honestly,
think
I
if
would've been putting
every
drill on
card
top
was
of A.
if every card was the same rarity, drill beats thruster in a heartbeat. Especially because you can put thrusters on drill so that when it drills through and hits the person, then they get shot through against the other wall, keeping them in place so you can keep drilling.
That's a ridiculously strong
I don't
gumbo.
know, dude. I really want to put drill on top of A, because if you go for one taps and it's a slower bullet, like if you're going for a grow remote, one speed card, and you can dodge that decently well, dude. I'm sorry. I think it's top of A. But I'll take bottom of S.
If we are sticking with the idea that an S tier card is a card that's never wrong to pick, I do think maybe drill should be top of A then, because if you have something like bounce, does it work with bounce? I can't even remember.
Bounce will.
It just completely.
It will travel through, and then once it stops traveling through, I think then it will start bouncing.
Oh, interesting.
Drill kind of really negates bounce, and it's really not hard to deal with as a speed build user.
I do want to throw in as the bounce expert.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
As the bounce expert, I think drill and bounce go incredibly well depending on the map. You would never pick them together, but I have once. And if someone is in one of those maze maps where they're in a room that they can't really get out of that easily, you drill through the wall, and then once your bullet gets into that room, it just starts ricocheting off all the walls in a circle. It's gonna hit them, even if they dodge out of the way.
But
it will just bounce around in that room.
But then if you're in a thicker mapping, or in a thicker map with thicker walls or whatever, if I can speak right, drill might just eat your bounce.
No, 100%.
Yeah, he's right. Okay, you've convinced me, Noah. You have convinced me. There are scenarios where I don't want to take drill ammo. You have that. Now, that being said, I think we can all agree with drill at top of A at the very least.
I don't think drill's gonna move. Yeah.
Remote is an S tier card.
No.
Nope, it's top of A.
No, or Miceman, you're doing the same thing though. If we're gonna go by the fact that there's times where you shouldn't pick it, I think there's actually more times you shouldn't pick remote than you should.
Exactly. Remote's worthless to a lot of builds.
It's to what? It's worthless to a sniper build.
Shotgun oriented builds.
Actually, it's way better for a one-shot build because you just use remote, and the moment you hit.
Well, yeah, the idea with the remote encourages exactly one play style, which is the remote play style, where you have a single super high damaging bullet with grow or combine or something like that.
And I don't think that S cards are cards that can only have a build around them, because then it means that in most cases they are not cards you want to pick.
There are cases where remote you don't want to pick. I think remote belongs right behind drill.
I think remote goes ahead of drill if we're doing this.
Listen, if I'm being honest, I think remote goes after mayhem.
You know what? I think I agree.
You are not serious.
I think spray comes into play way more than remote does.
You guys are actually not. Remote is
I genuinely believe that remote is under mayhem.
Remote
if I was given the option between the two, I would pick mayhem almost every time.
Remote is such a heavily. Remote is such a heavily run-defining card. When you pick it, both you and your opponent, the way you play changes so drastically.
Also a purple. simple. How often do you get
Well,
removed?
okay, but the problem is that your opponent, like, while you, like, to be fair, you can move while you're piloting.
Yeah,
but it
it's
becomes
very difficult.
incredibly
Yeah.
harder, right? So your opponent just gets up in your face, and if you bring your bullet too close to yourself, there is a chance you will hit yourself with it.
From S tier
I-
cards are nearly perfect.
I
Remote
genuinely
has its
believe-
flaws
fine.
in cases where it's not
I
needed. I would
genuinely
say below
believe-
drill.
I,
And below
I,
drill.
you guys are like below drill, below mayhem. Like, what are we
Hey,
putting this thing in
if-
F tier?
if
We
he's
putting it next to
saying-
buckshot? Is that where we're at now?
Yeah.
Listen. If he's gonna say after mayhem and I'm saying after spray, just put it. Come on.
You didn't say after spray. You said after drill.
No. I said below drill. Which
Listen,
is still after
I'm
spray.
I'm willing to say drill goes back up to S, but remote goes below mayhem.
Absolutely not. Drill remains on top of A.
If
Drill
I
is the
if
perfect
I
thing.
had it
That's
my
how-
way,
that's how
remote would be an
strongly-
S tier.
That's how strongly I feel remote should be below mayhem.
Wow. I don't know, dude. I think remote's pretty good.
But the
No,
problem
a
is,
remote
I
is
would
like
move-
remote is like a better version of mayhem.
It's
Okay, now you're getting
absolutely
crazy.
not.
Now you're getting crazy.
Remote.
I think
What is
mayhem
what is the
a
idea?
better remote.
What is the idea behind mayhem? Right? It's that you try to make it so your opponent can't approach you because there's too many bullets in the air. Remote does the exact same thing because they have
Well,
to
that's not
worry
how I
about.
play mayhem,
Okay,
but-
look. I think to conserve on time here, we should just kind of just make it known that remote's going to be a controversial one.
All right, we'll put it right there. Well, how about right there? Is
You know
that
what?
is that okay? No, remote's not worse than spray. What am I talking about?
Spray.
Okay,
I think
listen,
remote can be better. No, spray's pretty good.
listen.
Just leave it there. Come on.
Listen,
Alright, okay, we'll leave it there.
there, but put mayhem between them.
Okay, there.
Okay.
I'll
Is
take
everyone
that.
is?
You know what? I can actually work with this. I
We
can see
will
it being-
we
I
will
accept that.
compromise. Now no one's
That's a
happy.
compromise. Yeah, now no one's happy, and that's how relationships work.
Oh, dude, this is a fun one here.
Toxic,
Toxic
cloud.
cloud.
I
Go ahead,
think
Go ahead.
I don't think this is an. Oh yeah,
No,
go
don't
ahead.
say
Try
it yet. Don't say it yet.
Okay, bullets spawn a poison cloud whenever they impact with anything. Clouds deal damage over time and slow, minus 20% attack speed, and plus half-second reload time. So it's pretty hefty on the reload time.
All right.
Minus
Now,
20%
I wanna go
attack
first
speed.
here.
Okay, go ahead, Noah.
Because y'all know, when I see a toxic cloud,
He grabs it.
I pick toxic cloud.
Even if he's
Mm-hmm.
running a fucking
Remote
Uh,
build.
like rush down block.
no, even if
build.
he's running a block build, he will grab Toxic Cloud.
Here's the
This
thing.
card
here's-
is
here's the
important
thing.
to this boy.
Toxic Cloud combined with a bounce build is very fun.
It's very
also,
fun.
I would say, pretty strong, even though
Yep.
there's higher echelons of what strong is in this game.
There's also higher likelihood you will end up in a cloud if you put it on a
It's
bounce
so much
build.
fun.
But yeah, it's so fun.
I
It has
agree, I
solid
agree.
benefits. It controls the map, not nearly as well as Thruster, obviously, but it can
Yeah.
control the map and it can do its job. It's, however, kind of falling into that thing where there's just so much strength around this game that Toxic Cloud middles out, kind of like what happened to Parasite. But regardless, Toxic Cloud's good and it does its job.
I think Toxic
I
Cloud
it's
is good.
fun.
I think this is one
I
of
want
the.
to put it in B.
I think this is. Noah once said to me that Toxic Cloud is one of the few cards in this game that actually. It tries to area control and actually area
It
controls.
actually
Yeah,
does
I
what
agree.
you pick it for. It controls the map and
I
rather
agree
well.
100%. And Noah, I actually truly believe you are not giving this card enough credit. I'm putting it bottom of A.
I think this card is good in almost every build except Sniper build. It's kind of useless in Sniper build.
Yeah, which
But-
is why I think bottom of A. I think there's
Yeah.
only one build that I think doesn't really work with it. Even
Like a
even
spray and pray
block
build.
you
Here's the
can
thing.
literally shoot it so that they can't run away from you, and then you
Mhm.
run in and block them. Like it even
Like,
works with that.
Yes, you're self-damaging yourself, but you have so much health because it's a block build. You don't really care.
You don't even self-damage yourself. You just shoot them, then they get slowed because they're stuck in the cloud, and then you just dash up and kill them.
I think it's good. I think it's really good, and I think it's one of the more fun, one of the better cards to be put into a defensive build, be it map controlling or
That's
what
where I
have
put
you,
it,
or
yeah.
bouncing. But honestly, I think that the meta of one-shotting and or rushing down is strong enough that Toxic Cloud can get middled out. I would say high B,
I
even though I'm
think-
gunning for it the most.
I would say Toxic Cloud can also do a good job at shutting down a rushdown build because they're trying to get to you and you're slowing them down with the cloud.
But then if you have Chase, Chase mitigates that slow pretty well.
Yeah, well, they
However,
already
Cold
have
Bullet
Chase.
plus Toxic
If
Cloud-
they have Chase, you're going to be looking for like a Toxic Cloud or a Frost Slam or a Cold Bullets.
Okay,
Yeah,
alright,
I was gonna say
okay,
because
but
that's
definitely it's
exactly
not
what I was
above
gonna
Grow.
say. Keep in mind that if your opponent is doing a rushdown build, the first card you're gonna be looking for is like Toxic Cloud. You're gonna be like, oh shit,
No, it's
Toxic
not
Cloud.
the
This is
first one.
exactly
Cold
what I
Bullets
want.
Not
goes
the
kinda
first thing I'd be
crazy.
looking
Well,
for is like
okay,
Cold
okay.
Bullets.
Frost
Yeah.
Slam
Okay,
is
yeah,
okay.
okay, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Yeah,
Like
no, I hear
the
you.
one
but
of the
I don't
first
think it's better
things
than
you're
Grow.
looking
I don't think
for.
it's better than Grow.
I don't think it's.
I-
You don't think? I think
here's
it's.
Here's the thing. If
Grow can
because
become a nuke. If your damage is high enough, or if you have remote or something, Grow can
Okay,
actually
actually,
shake the map.
I agree only because of growth's literal, pun not intended,
Yeah.
growth potential.
Yeah, growth
Whereas
is.
by itself, Toxic Cloud is way better than Grow, but as we've established, Grow can become S tier if it's comboed with the right cards. So
Just give it like
yeah, you're
15
right.
meters of space, and Grow is one of the best things
You're right.
ever.
All
You're
right.
right, you're right.
I think I'm going to agree. But like near. I don't say it's the bottom of A tier because I think there are going to be other cards that are
Yeah.
worse
I
than it,
think
but
right
still
now
in
it's
A
bottom
tier.
of A tier.
But I think it's going to end up probably in like the middle of A tier.
And it's also so much fun. Honestly.
It is
I
very
love it.
fun.
It's just a fun card.
Yeah, because Noah, you say you think it middles out. I agree, but slightly differently. I think it middles out among the good cards.
Yeah.
I don't think it middles out above all of the cards.
I think it middles out in the meta, but
That's what I
will
mean. It
accept
middles
a
out
bottom
in
of
the
A.
meta, which is like the top stuff.
All right.
Okay, fair enough.
Trickster.
Trickster
Throws
bullets deal
knives at
80%
people.
more damage per bounce. 80% more damage per bounce. Plus 2 bounces, minus 20% damage on default, half a second extra reload time. That puppy is
Strong.
I think it's an A
mayhem on
tier.
crack.
Yeah,
I think it's right.
I think it's
above
above Mayhem. Yeah.
It's right above mayhem. Yeah.
I think it's a.
If
the
you
like.
get the two of them, you are.
The thing
Just-
is, Mayhem, I feel combos better, but Trickster's flat. It's the bounce
Well,
card. If you
Trickster,
were running a bounce
Trickster
build and
is
you have
literally
Trickster on,
just
you won.
bounce and grow already.
Mhm.
Yeah, like
Well, no. Grow's
Trickster,
infinite
like
growth.
the what is it? Minus 20% damage by the first shot. You're not going to be like doing straight shots if you're taking Trickster. You're going to be going for trick shots.
Yeah,
Which is
plus
what it
80%
encourages.
damage means
So
you're already
solid.
up. Also, you said it's grow is infinite. I'm talking about for bounce specifically. It is not infinite because it will eventually land.
Right.
if
I'm,
it
I'm
might not
thinking
hit
of Grow
anything.
remote.
Trickster is the only
Yeah.
time I would take something like Ricochet, I think. If I
That's what
already
I
have a
mean.
Trickster and I haven't seen any other bounce cards.
Is like, that's true. But that's what I mean. Is Mayhem is the bounce card. It is if you're running bounce, you want Mayhem. If you see Mayhem, you're gonna grab it because it's just extra bounces. But Trickster is that card where you're committing to bounce and you see it and you go, you know what? That's gonna change like
Trickster
my whole
is
shit.
like the gold of a bounce.
It's the
user.
finisher.
Yeah,
it's the
if you
finisher
want
of
to if you want a bounce card, right? You're like you accept that you're probably going to take like target bounce or mayhem or something, but you want Trickster.
If I
Yeah,
see
secretly
Mayhem
you
and
are
Trickster in the
hoping.
same hand, I'll still pick Trickster first because there's a better chance of Mayhem coming back to me.
It's
Yeah, and
because it's
also
a rare
whereas,
card,
like,
yeah.
Trickster already gives you plus 2 bullet bounces, and there's cards that just give you bullet bounces, so you can
Right.
eventually work up to a Mayhem with Trickster, but you can't make
You
Mayhem
can't work
into a
back up
Trickster.
to a Trickster.
Yeah, exactly.
You get probably one shot at Trickster if you find it.
Trickster and Mayhem together make literally the most fun that you can possibly have in this game sometimes, where you are just
It's up
shooting
there.
a bullet, it flies around the map, and you just hope it hits your opponent, because whoever it hits, it's killing.
God forbid you also have a target bounce with that.
Yeah, well then it's a
Oh
50-50
yeah. Then
chance
it's
of
like
whether
who
anyone
died?
lives
You
or
fire the
dies,
shot
yeah.
and you accept the fact that you have flipped a coin.
Yeah.
All right, okay, come on, let's
All
just
right.
do this.
The first
We're
of the
blocking
block
now.
cards.
Frost Slam.
Frost
we
Slam.
finally reached block. And what a block card it is.
It's I think
Um,
this is like the quintessential block card.
It's
When I-
solid. It does its job. Well, here.
Well, keep in mind,
You
block
block-
effect card. The quintessential block card is probably like,
oh yeah, like defender or
Double-
something. Yeah,
yeah,
the
or
block
something.
the
Or
quintessential
shield
block
rush, you
effect
don't know.
card.
yeah.
Here's
Because
the thing,
Frost
block
Slam,
rush is-
whenever you block, enemies around you are slowed, and you get plus 30% HP, but your block cooldown is increased by a quarter second.
Now listen, Frost Slam, the effects are great. I use it a lot. I get a lot of value out of it. It's fun, especially if you're doing like a chasey, like annoying, like mosquito type build, or if you're trying to defend yourself. However, block builds themselves have cards that are so unbelievably strong that Frost Slam whittles. So I think it belongs in high C or bottom B.
I was gonna say I think it's
I
like a
was gonna
bottom
say-
B card.
I was actually gonna say I don't know. I kind of agree with high C. I don't know.
You know what?
'Cause,
I think
like,
I think I want to commit to high C.
High C,
I would
really?
say high C.
Because I agree with Noah. Like, it is a quintessential block effect card. It's like the one. But I feel like the reason it's the one is because it's the classic effect, and almost every other block effect is better than it.
Like when you're,
but not to say
I
it's
don't know.
bad.
If,
Block
I
effects are
no,
pretty
I don't
good.
think
I'm
it's
not
good.
saying it's bad. I'm
Or
just
I do
saying,
think
like,
it's
that's
good.
why
I
it's
do
in
think
high
it's
C.
good.
I just think like its main purpose is when you run and you block to hit them. If they survive, they can't get away. So
yeah,
you
exactly.
Stay on them.
You don't want them
Which is
getting away.
great.
You want time for your block to recharge so you can keep them in the loop.
I think the reason I think it's highest C, and it will probably stay about high C, it's a great card for block builds, but block builds can live without it. Whereas most
Yeah.
of the other block cards, I don't think they can.
Right.
I think we can all agree on high C here.
Yeah.
Not a
And
bad
again,
card.
Worst case scenario, if we realize some of the other block cards aren't as good as we'd like, we can put it bottom of B. That's not a problem.
I think
And-
not a bad card, but not a it's no grow.
And to be fair, I feel personally disgusted that we're putting it below Demonic Pact in either fashion, but we've already made that.
Okay.
We've
Demonic
established
Pact is
that.
better than you think, dude.
I think Demonic Pact. I think you haven't played enough with Demonic Pact.
Hey, maybe I haven't. and Maybe that. Now, if we're talking about demons and cards that I want to put in S tier,
Abyssal cooldown? You're kidding, right?
Okay,
This is a
Abyssal
never
countdown,
take.
You stand still,
S.
and then after like 8
It takes, like,
seconds?
no, it's
20
it's,
years.
No, so it's stand still. I believe it is. Yeah, I think it's 8 seconds. I can look this up. Hold on.
Don't put it in never take.
It is a
it's
never take
solid
card.
F.
This is a dead card.
It's not a dead card.
Well,
Because I've
Mice
gotten
Man,
some
Mice
wins
Man,
off of it.
It is
unlike Buckshot.
absolutely not a good, not a bad.
Yeah,
card
I agree, it's
because of
not
the
a good
fact that
card.
Every time it, like every, I think it's like a half a second, it will trigger all of your block abilities.
How
And
long does it?
also,
How long
you
does it
can
take to
kind of
trigger?
make-
I'm trying to see.
It
While
is like
he's
a
doing that-
10-second wait. It
Yeah,
is
while
a
he's doing that, keep in mind it's just really long, and you
It
will
is
die 5 times over. in
stupid
trying to
long.
do it. But there is one way to make Abyssal Countdown work that I have done a good amount of times. Well, no, there's 2 actually. You can go for a very bunker, suited deck, and go for like spamming Healing Fields or trying to like keep your opponent away with say Toxic Cloud, which is a great card. Or if you are falling or moving in the air or flying around, but you're not touching a movement key, so you're kind of relying on momentum, you can still build your Abyssal Countdown
That's ridiculous.
without moving.
if
technically.
if a rare card like Abyssal Countdown requires another rare card that is Toxic Cloud to work.
I'm not saying that it's good. I'm just saying that that's the reason why it's better than
That is
Okay,
nuts.
so
It's
it looks
so
like
bad.
it does not actually ever say anywhere how long
Oh,
it takes to
should have
charge.
timed that at some point.
It's long.
Though what
It's
it-
like at
what
least 10
people
seconds, I
do
think.
know is that the effect lasts for 10 seconds of straight blocking in repeated succession.
It's worth noting that that does not make you invincible. I have died with
It-
Abyss cooldown
It
active.
actually
Well, if you have some better
effectively
block
makes
cards.
you invincible.
How have I
you
died
don't
with
have
it
any-
active?
You know what? No, because you're still blocking. I don't know, man. Maybe you're just bad.
No, listen. If you essentially have almost like your opponent would just have to perfectly time a shot because I think you
Mhm.
pretty much
Or
are
if the map
invincible for
sucks.
10
If
seconds.
they're you don't have to perfectly time a shot if you're doing a spray build and you're getting hit at every millisecond, every frame.
That's-
I'm in the points that I've made. It's just to take it out of Buckshot tier. Put it in F. It's an F tier card.
No,
I think-
I don't. Whoa, hold on. Noah, you have won games because of this.
When
I've won a
when
lot of games with Abyssal Countdown, but not enough to warrant putting it on the level of like Ricochet or Parasite.
when
Are you
we
kidding me? It
when-
is way better than Ricochet.
when we first started, Countdown was cool and scary because it's like, oh, what's it gonna do? But as we've played and as we've learned, it's like, why would I ever let the opponent let Abyssal Countdown
Okay,
trigger?
you guys are missing Abyssal Countdown's actual purpose. Why run across the map with your block build to try to get them when they can just come to you?
That's what I was saying. I think
Consider
it's
sniper
good,
build.
dude, but it's not all
Okay. consider sniper build. Well, they still have to hit you. So if you
Yeah.
just hide behind a wall, they have to come to you. And then
Okay,
you,
you know
pull
what?
it
No,
off
he's
and you
kind of
run at
right.
them.
Depending on the map, Abyssal Countdown can get kind of crazy. Put it in the bottom of.
This
C.
this is
Bottom of C.
No,
C.
it's not. It will never be in C.
Over my cold dead body is this thing getting any higher than D?
Miceman, your life is on an Abyssal Countdown.
Listen,
Put it at C.
I think I've gotten the most Abyssal Countdown wins out of like all of us combined, or all of you two combined. But I would say bottom of D, dude.
To be
It's
fair,
not
that is
great.
incorrect solely because I have played this game with my cousin and he loves Abyssal Cooldown specifically with block builds.
Yeah, well,
and
your cousin's
he
not here.
is
Yeah, he's not
crazy.
here, is he?
But among the three of us, yes. And I will say, if you have a block build and you have like a card, think about it this way: you have a block build and you get another 5 card set to pick from, and there's no block cards, but this is here. You take it because if it is so beneficial to you if it works, and if it doesn't work, your opponent is so on edge that it's going to work.
No, I'm
that they
not.
fuck
Because
up.
I know you have to stand still for like 10 seconds, and why would I let you stand
I
still
think
for
that's my
10
point, though.
seconds?
I think
That's
you
my
have pushed
point,
me to either middle or bottom of D, but I'm not gonna leave off of D.
I think
Fine, I'll
if
put it in
we're,
D,
if we're
just for you,
if
Jargon.
we're agreeing on D, it's top of D.
No,
I would
no.
pick this over Ricochet
I
any day of
would
the week.
I would take Ricochet over this. I would take Parasite
Maybe
over
a
this.
You know what? Maybe a Parasite.
Literally, the way this looks right now, like all of these cards, I would take over Abyssal
Listen,
Countdown,
all
except for
I'm saying
Buckshot.
is I'm the bounce guy, and I would take this over Ricochet,
Okay, how
even
about
with a bounce.
I'm
even
the
with
How
a
about
block
bounce.
that?
guy, and I would not take this card unless it was like the only
Okay,
black
actually,
bounce
you know
card
what?
was
Yeah, I think my problem was that Ricochet was at the front. I think it needs to be in the back.
what? So like this?
I
Is that
just
acceptable?
I don't know. I actively think
All right, I
Ricochet
can see
is
that.
one
I
of the
c- I
worst
can
cards
see
in the
this.
game.
I can see
So I
this.
agree.
Okay.
I will compromise on this, but let it be known, it would be bottom
I
of
don't.
C for me.
I don't know how you guys convinced me to get it out of Never Take, but there we go.
I want
We
it
gotta
to be
keep
known
moving.
that people think that this is a meme card, and it is, but it has way more use than I think people give it credit for.
No,
Let's
it's a
try
meme
and speed
card.
this up. Bombs away.
Bombs
you
away.
block, and then it will bounce you up. And as you're bouncing
Yep,
up, you drop
spawn
a
a
flurry
bunch
of
of small
explosions below you that
bombs.
after like half a second detonate.
Also,
gives you more
plus
health and
plus
increases your block
30%
cooldown by a
HP.
quarter.
Yep. And
I
quarter
think
second.
Bombs Away is a nice card.
It's a pretty good card. I've gotten
Yeah,
wins off
I
of
agree.
it. You can form builds where you like rain fire down on your opponent while also keeping your distance. It's a good get off me tool in close quarters.
Exactly,
If
yeah.
they don't run a one tap build, you can kill them instead. Pretty solid. I would put it in like high B.
I'd say it's a B tier
I-
card, and I agree. It does have its flaws. Like the bounce out of there is nice. It doesn't
It's
work.
effectively a triple jump as well.
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
work if you're slowed. From my experience, like it's a lot less effective when you're slowed.
Yeah,
And-
Yes.
the shooting up is actually it's not like a jump. It's just
It's like
momentum
moving
change.
up.
So if you're slowed and you can't have that much momentum, it's the same thing if you have like a thruster on you. If you have a thruster, the momentum that you're going to be pushed away from the bombs is typically in the direction of the thruster.
And the bombs can self-harm you, which is another
Yes.
thing to
That's
take
the
into
thing that I'm
account.
thinking about though. If you're thinking
I don't
of
know if
block
they do.
builds, they do.
They
They
do.
definitely do.
I know. Trust me, I know. I
Mice
take
Man
this card
just
all
got-
the time.
Mice Man just killed himself earlier today with it.
I think it's
Um,
pretty good. I want to put it in high B, dude.
Is it above Frost Slam?
Is it above?
Yes,
I think it's above
easily.
Frost Slam. I think
I
they
agree.
pair nicely together. You Frost Slam, then they're
I-
stuck in the
yeah.
bombs.
I agree.
I think it's
100%.
definitely better than Frosting. I
I
want
think
to put it right below target bounce, honestly. Or
I
right
think
above
I think that's a fine play. I don't.
I'd go below burst. Below burst.
Yeah, I think it's a below
No,
burst.
I think it's really strong, dude. It can one
No,
tap off rip.
I agree.
Turn one, it can one tap. Burst.
I
can't.
agree.
It's hard to do that though.
Okay, fine, below burst. That's fine.
I don't know. That's a tough one actually. Would I take? Cause this is a block card, but it's a card you can take even if you're not running block.
No, you're right. Put it above burst.
Thank you.
I thought about it for a second. I agree.
Bombs
yeah.
away. If you take like at the end of your block build, like I've done it
Because
numerous
Miceman,
times
what
where
you
it's just
said,
a one.
what you said
it's a
is
free
really
win.
what convinced me. I might take this even if I'm not running a block build.
I think the thing that really like separates bombs away from like a lot of the other block cards is the jump you get from it.
Yeah.
I
Jump
think
is
that's
really
really
valuable.
valuable. Yeah, that's you
I
don't
think-
get
I
a
was
ton
gonna
of
say,
movement
I think
options
that
in
might
this
actually
game.
be one of the most important parts of it.
Yeah, like-
where you would see it and go, "Oh, it's the bombs," and you're like, "No, actually, it's
It's more the jump. Yeah.
Because bombs away is also, if you think about it, a block build counter.
Mhm.
Where
It
your
gets you out
opponent's
of that
running up on
nasty
you
scenario.
And you just get out of there and blow them
I wouldn't
up.
call it a counter, just a movement option.
I would say if bombs away.
Well, I
Bombs
mean, there's
away's
not
rather
really
easy to deal
many
with. If
counters.
they drop a bomb on you, just block.
Well, it's not even about the bomb.
Yeah.
It's about getting away from your opponent. If bombs away was not affected by cold, like the jump was independent of your movement.
I think you're no, actually.
I think it would be
jumps
an
are
A
also
tier
affected by
card.
cold, regardless.
Yeah, like everything's
Yeah,
affected
they
by
are.
cold pretty much. But if bombs away was not affected by cold and it was like a extra, like a free jump basically, I think it would be an A tier card. But
No, for sure. It would be more of a movement card because that's what it would be being
Yep.
used more for often. But bombs away by itself, just the effect. If you run it with like echo, kind of insane.
To be
Kind of
fair, I
nuts,
think
yeah.
that's my one gripe about this game is I think there should be more movement options.
yeah, I'm thinking about it now. There's not really a ton of
And I can't wait to go
stuff
into
like
those
that.
because they're my favorite.
Like we got well, we'll get into it, but I think bombs away is a
Here,
solid card.
I really want to start speeding up. Here we got
Cold
cold bullets.
Cold bullets.
Cold bullets
Thoughts?
plus 70% bullet slow, quarter-second reload time. So if you hit someone with your bullets, they're slowed 70%.
I'm gonna
Like,
put it right above Frostland.
I think it's
good.
I think it's a staple card.
It's good.
Yeah, I think it's a
solid.
universally better Frost Slam.
Mhm.
No,
I think it's a B
universally-
tier card even.
Universally,
Frost Slam can become better than Cold Bullets, but Cold Bullet has a higher like
Skill
floor.
floor.
of how
Yeah,
much it
you do
does
have to
for you.
actually
Yeah.
land the shot.
I think that's the problem with it is that Frost Slam is much easier to get use out of than it.
The thing is, right, with cold
And
bullets.
Also, slowing your opponent from range, kind of
Again,
cool.
I'm thinking of this
with
from
rounds?
like a spray type build. It can just completely shut your opponent
Oh,
down.
for sure. It's like
Yeah.
a worse thruster in the way that it locks them
Why
down.
is explosive bullet in here twice?
Oh, you're right. I didn't even see
Move that on down to the bottom.
it. Yeah.
I think it belongs in bottom of B or top of C.
I think
It's good.
I think
good.
it's a staple card. The downside is really not that bad, and the upside is decent. I think
I
it's
was
around
here's my reasoning. I
right
think
here.
I
No,
agree.
Demonic Pact beats out Cold Bullets.
No,
Come
here's,
I don't know if I
here's
agree
my
with that.
agreement for top of C. Here's my reasoning for it. With bullet builds, a lot of the time, and to be fair, not always, but a lot of the time for bullet builds, you're trying to insta-kill with them. So cold bullets isn't doing anything for you. You're not going to throw it on a bounce build. You're not going to throw it on
Man,
like
it can do a good work on a bounce build.
Yeah, I think again, this is. I think it's
really.
like thrusters is good because it controls your opponents, and so does cold bullets. Now, obviously, cold bullets is not as good as thrusters because thrusters can force your opponents to kill themselves. Thunderstorm sound effect. But cold bullets, like the slowdown is so nasty. It like completely shuts down any sort of rushdown build.
I wouldn't say that. You can move through it.
Well, again, but my thought is like if you're countering a rushdown build, if your opponent's getting close to you, a lot of the times you can't shoot them before they get to you because they're playing sneaky.
I think-
so if you
I
just
think
frost
guys
slam
are-
out of there,
I think to say that cold bullets can just counter a rushdown build isn't crediting rushdown good
Yeah,
well enough. Because
yeah.
if you have good movement speed, you can bob and weave.
that's
so
what I'm saying.
well.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's
Mhm.
why I think frost slam is better for that purpose because if your opponent gets up to you, you just frost slam so that they're stuck there and you just get out before
That's
they can do
true.
what they need
That's
to
true.
do.
I-
Frost Slam does defend you more
I
than
guess
cold bullets
I'm
can.
thinking of it
That's
if you
what I
have
think.
like spray. It's such a nasty combo with
It's a
spray.
great combo card.
Because my thing is that if you are hitting someone from far range with your bullets and that's your build, chances are you're trying to instantly kill them.
There's probably
Whereas
another
if
card
you're
that you can
doing
take
a
instead.
spray or if you're doing something like that, you're gonna be shooting closer range anyway. So you might as well frost slam to get out of stickier situations than cold bullets can get you out of.
I think cold bullets is better than frost slam in general. Like for getting
Well, yeah,
away,
I'm
I
fine
think
with
frost
this.
slam
I'm
is
fine with
fine.
this.
Yeah,
I
what
think
I'm
it's good where
saying
it
is that this is where I would put it, is right above it in C, because I think they both are very equal in what they can do.
Okay, I think we're okay with this. Bouncy.
Bouncy.
That's 2 bounces, more damage.
Let me find it. Why is it not here? Oh, here we go. Yeah, +2 bullet bounces, +25% damage, and then a quarter-second reload time. So literally,
Solid
it's
card.
just extra bounces, extra damage. It's that little supporter bounce card that's just really gonna finish that build for you.
I
you
say
know?
bottom of A.
I think it's an
really
A tier
good.
card. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think it's
just really good. It's going into an already strong build setup. I like it.
Yeah, if it was just extra bounces, I'd put it in B. But the reason it's A is just because technically you don't even need to use the bounces. It's just plus 25% damage.
Mm.
If you
and
have like
plus,
a sniper
if
build,
you have Trickster or something, or like Grow, that
Well, that too.
20%
Combos with it,
is
yeah.
doubling so much. It's good. It's good.
I think it's
But
a good card.
my
Yeah.
other thought too is that if you're doing it's good outside of its build. Like you're not gonna put Trickster in anything other than a bounce build. But like for bouncy specifically, like
It's a
if you're
solid buff.
Yeah.
if you're doing like a one shot or like a spray or something,
Mhm.
yeah, just throw bouncy on
Just
it.
throw
I've done
bouncy
that.
on
I've
it,
done
yeah.
that. I've been going for one tapping sniper builds, and I picked bouncy because it was the only damage card there was, but it
Yeah.
did serve its purpose.
And
It was
it,
good,
like-
and I did get value from the bounce.
Like the sniper, it lets you get some like sick shots without absolutely like taking over the game with the bounciness. It lets you keep the bullets in the air for longer.
you know what? You're
in spray
right.
builds.
Above Toxic Cloud. I think it's above Toxic Cloud.
Yeah, I think
And
that's a good
my
place
other
for
thought
it.
too is that a lot of higher damage increasers have plus half a second reload time. This is only plus a quarter.
Well,
So,
I cannot
I
wait
agree.
for this one. Next one. Come on.
Alright, it's
Brawler.
Brawler.
I have an opinion on this.
No,
one,
I was
dude.
gonna say I know Noah has an opinion on this.
Come
one.
on,
Give
come on.
to
Read
me.
it, read it.
All right, yeah. Tell us what Brawler
All right,
does.
yeah, for the folks at home. Why does it not want to give me? Here we go. So if you every time you deal damage to someone, plus 200% HP for 3 seconds.
You forgot to mention that you go raw when
Yeah, and you
when it
get
activates.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. That's important.
All right, that being said, guys, that's 200% increase of whatever you already have. That combo potential plus, oh my god. This card belongs either bottom of S or top of A easily.
Brawler, I don't know if I completely
Yes.
agree with you, Noah. I think Brawler, it can be an absolutely like.
Every time that I get Brawler,
it's
unless I'm screwed with any health increases, which block cards innately give you,
Yeah.
you can become unstoppable with the
It's
slightest amount of
such
damage.
an overwhelming card if your
Yeah.
opponent is dealing damage.
Yeah.
Like like they can
Especially with
just
a card that's
keep.
easy to get like poke damage like EMP.
Well, that's I think the reason that I would put it top of A and not S is because the fact that you do need to be consistently, because it's only 3 seconds, so you do need to consistently be dealing damage
Mhm.
to make it continuously work. On a rush build, like a block and stuff like that, it's disgusting.
Mhm.
Because you
It's
just run in there, you block. If
take
they
a
survive,
small amount
they
of damage.
can't kill you.
Like you
And
have
that's where Frost
so
can get really strong because you lock
Yeah.
them down, basically confirming the next block
Yep.
amount of damage, or just a simple bullet.
yeah. Even just like don't forget you have a gun, right? You can just do
Honestly,
chip damage
to be
with your
fair,
gun.
that's kind of half the reason I do think Frost Slam and Cold Bullet should switch, but that's just me.
I like.
But Brawler for sure is one of those cards that like you can't take lightly if your opponent grabs it. You
Mhm.
have
Brawler will turn.
to play around it.
Brawler will turn the hits that you can get off of a block into a confirmed win easily.
it
Yeah.
makes it so it turns it into a game of keep away, right? Where you're chasing after your
as
opponent.
most block cards do.
But Brawler like it's enchants that.
I don't
like,
think it starts keep away. It ends keep away. If I can get a Brawler proc on you, you're not gonna kill me.
I've had a couple scenarios where somebody was chasing me with Brawler. You, Noah, you were chasing me with
Yeah.
Brawler, and I was able to keep my distance and whittle
Oh,
you
you're
down.
right. You're right. No, you have things like Toxic Cloud. Cold
Yeah,
Bullets,
Toxic
or
Clouds, Cold
Dazzle.
Bullets, Dazzle, yeah. But like, I'd say Brawler is a really strong card for getting
You're right.
close
Okay,
up.
I got a little hype, but I do think it belongs in high A.
I think.
Maybe below Trickster.
Do we think it's? I think yeah. I think probably below Trickster, maybe even below Mayhem.
Maybe.
I think that's a good spot for it. I think it's
Yeah,
better than.
I like this.
Do
I
we
like
think
the
it's better than
bounces.
Spray?
Yes.
I do.
Easily.
Okay.
Spray can evolve faster, like to become better, but
Mhm.
Brawl inherently by itself does not need as much combo to just get some use.
Okay.
Thanks
I
for
think
the
I think Brawler is good. All right. Chase.
Dude, I'm loving these cards coming up.
What are we thinking of Chase?
Well, so after Chase, I do have this large pack of cigarettes that I'm gonna have to go.
Okay.
smoke.
Me
okay.
too. Me too.
Are we
I
sure
have
we
a
can't
lot
do
of
another
cigars.
like 6 cards maybe?
I know you're really.
You really want to argue, don't you?
See,
Here,
the
here, can
problem-
we move EMP?
No.
Right
The
up after
problem
Chilling
is
Presence?
the problem is that if we do EMP now, it's gonna be hours before I smoke these cigarettes. I'm just so addicted.
You know what? You're right.
to
All right.
nicotine.
Okay. You're
Just-
right.
ju-
You're right.
Just to let the viewers know, we have strong opinions on EMP. And
Yes.
I'm the one.
Oh,
who
I thought
always runs
you
black.
were. I thought you were gonna say we have strong addictions to.
I thought that's what he was gonna say too.
As the person who runs block, it's personally
All right, we're not talking about EMP
Okay,
yet. We're
you're right,
not
you're
talking
right,
about
we're good,
EMP.
yeah,
We're
we're
talking
good.
about
Charge.
Chase, the final one
Or
before
sorry,
a cigarette.
Chase. Yeah, I thought it was Chase.
Charge.
All right, go on.
All right, so Chase, plus 60% movement when moving towards the opponent. So when you're moving in their direction,
Mhm.
you get plus 60% movement speed, and also just a native plus 30% health.
It's really good.
I feel like this is the quintessential combo card for rushdown builds.
I agree.
You don't even need to be
100%.
running a block build, but it
Like,
it just supports you so well if you're
For
running burst
rushdown
shotgun
builds, this is your mayhem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
this is your spray. This is your mayhem for rushdown block
I
type
think
build.
Mayhem innately, like, even though they occupy the same, like, oh, this is like the bread and butter of the build. Chase still has more of a supporting role. Mayhem starts
No,
it.
100%. I'm just saying, like, if you're doing a build, you look for, like, if you're doing a bounce build versus a rushdown build, you look for mayhem with the same, like, fervor that you look for Chase.
Mhm.
But Chase won't kill your opponent. Your damage
Correct.
will.
Correct. No,
I-
mayhem
Chase-
is still ultimately better.
Yeah.
I think
But
Chase is
I've
probably like
been in
a.
some crazy situations thanks to Chase.
The 60% is higher than you think.
It's really good.
There's not a lot of like movement cards in this game, and Chase gives you a big speed up.
And then it's like, oh, I'll just frost slam it, or oh, I'll just dodge it. But Chase lets you dodge those counters.
I was gonna say, I'm
Unless they
gonna be
land 'em.
honest. I actually think it should be right beneath mayhem because they are very similar.
Really, that
I
high
would
up?
say right below brawler,
So we thinking
or honestly, even like below bouncy.
like
I don't know. I feel
here?
like
Grow and spray, they do more for you right off the bat.
I,
and they
I do
still have
think
that
right.
amazing
The thing
combo
about
potential.
Chase right is it's an excellent combo card when it comes to like rushdown
yeah,
stuff,
okay,
but
actually, yeah, I'd put it lower.
and closing the
You're
distance.
right.
But it's not great on its own.
Well, I
think
mean,
it's, no.
Hey, plus 30% health.
It's an
wraps.
A tier.
Yeah,
Every
I think it's
card
an
in
A tier for
is
sure.
Good on its own already, but I think it's below grow.
Yeah, I mean it's never a problem to take Chase.
I think you're.
I think it can just be kind of a only plus 30% health if you're not doing it.
Right.
Now, if it was just a base plus 60% movement speed, I think that would be an S tier card.
Oh,
That would be
100%.
insane. But the fact
It
that
would
it's
be
only when it's
When you're
towards your
moving towards
opponent, and furthermore, it's only when you have a line of sight
Oh
of your
yeah, I
opponent.
guess we should mention that it's moving towards the opponent, specifically in line of sight. Like there is a line that connects you to your
It
opponent.
Yeah,
kind of
there can't be
forces
walls
more
in between.
Because once you get to your opponent, if you don't have the damage, then you have to play like a very like mosquito, like
Getting in and out. So
And
I
that can be
think
dangerous.
I think
That
it's
can
kind
be
of
killed.
oops. I think it's kind of
I
low.
don't know about that. I think it's above Toxic Cloud still.
I was
I
gonna
don't
say, I think
know if I agree with that.
that's-
Toxic Cloud
I was
is
gonna
not
say
better
no.
than Chase.
I agree with Miceman. I think I think Toxic Cloud has more native use by itself.
Mhm.
Okay,
which I
you know,
think
yeah,
is
you're
the
right. You're
central.
right. You're right. Bottom of A right now.
Also, to be
Great
fair,
card though. Great.
I think it's a fun
I-
card for sure.
I almost put it above Toxic Cloud for the animation alone.
It's really good. It's so hype. Like
Where
I
he's
like,
just-
Like the
when I see a
line,
Chase
yeah.
card, 90% of the time I'm gonna pick it. It's
Like when
really
Chase
good.
card pops up, there is an inherent like you know that human anxiety you get when
Mhm.
something runs at you.
Yeah,
It
like
triggers it for
it
me.
really like 60%. It really is a big speed up for
You know what's
sure.
funny? My 3 favorite cards in this game are back to back coming up.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Too bad I'm just so addicted. to
We are
Nicotine.
there are definitely some more interesting cards to talk about here.
You'll
Yes,
notice.
man, but
You'll
that-
notice. I
Man,
feel
that
like
smoker lung is not gonna take care of itself.
know.
You're gonna-
I haven't had as much to say on how peak these cards are, just because I don't
Yeah.
run them nearly as often as you guys. But as we get into the block ones, dude, I'm like, I'm
I was
gearing
gonna
up.
say,
After this
I-
smoke break, I'm about to go crazy.
Unfortunately, yeah, Noah's bread and butter has not been touched upon yet.
So Noah's gonna have a
again,
lot
Not
to
to
say
say that
about,
I'm like
but
trash without him. It's just I prefer them. You know.
Mhm.
No, they're your bread and butter. It's the cards that the moment you see them, you go, I'm gunning for those.
but we will be right back after these short
Yeah,
messages.
so we're gonna go stand in the parking lot and
Mhm.
smoke. We each have our own pack of cigarettes
Yeah.
that we're gonna smoke.
I've got a
We're gonna
lucky-
share
I've got a
one.
lucky
Can-
lands
here,
right here.
Can you go ahead and?
Oh, are you gonna
and-
bum a cig? Yeah,
Yeah, here,
actually,
can you light me up?
Noah,
with the
you're
heat?
lucky that I just happened to bring 2 boxes on the off chance that I was
Oh my
extra
God,
addicted to
thank you.
nicotine today.
Hold on,
So-
can you light me up on one? Here. Can you get me?
Here.
Yeah. Hold on.
Oh
That
fuck! I
might-
spilled
might-
my drink everywhere.
say, might
Looking
spilled
for
your
my
drink everywhere.
looking for my cigarettes. Oh
Wait,
god.
dude. Wait, that's gas. Why are you drinking
Ah!
gas? Help! Whoa!
Okay. I got the fire out. Really should not have left that giant tin of tobacco there. But basically,
The dog in there was.
The tobacco was fine. You spilled the gasoline all over the counter. That's what did it.
I mean, we all make mistakes. We all have the bucket of gasoline that we keep in our living room for emergencies.
Good thing we filmed that ASMR of your boyfriend tucks you into bed and lights the house on fire. Because at least we can monetize it to try to get all of our possessions back.
It's coming out next week, yeah.
Yeah.
It's really touching.
But fellas, while I was stamping out that fire desperately, I was thinking to myself, right? I was like, I think we underrated Frost Slam. I think Frost
I was
Slam's.
telling you, Frost Slam should be above Cold Bullets.
I think
I agree. I think yeah.
I think
Yeah,
Frost
honestly,
Slam is
Frost
pretty
Slam
good.
did save our ass when everything was on fire.
Yeah.
And Noah used Frost Slam to put out the fire.
You got like 80% of it there, yeah.
Well, my chilling presence really came in handy. Oh, hey, speaking of.
Stupidest transition I've ever heard. Dragon, why don't you tell us what Killing Presence does?
It was good. Come on.
Dude, my chilling presence.
Stupid.
Alright, yeah, hold on. I now have the list up. So, chilling presence puts like a little radius around you. Slows nearby enemies down slightly, and plus 25% HP.
I don't really understand why you would take Killing Presence over like Frost Slam or Cold Bullets or something like that.
Again, it's kind of that combo card into you run in there to try to slow people down.
It's a good supplement. It's decently defensive.
It's essentially
I
if you
guess.
don't get Frost Slam, you get this, I guess, which is crazy because
Frost
this
Slam is a
purple and
common,
Frost Slam
yeah.
is common, yeah.
I feel like
Well,
Frost
hang
Slam
on,
is.
I don't think it's that.
No, go on.
Go on.
Well, I was just gonna say, I feel
don't
like
think Chilling Presence is as bad as it's sounding right now because it is, I think, more defensive, especially like how we mentioned with like the run and gun like chase build. Chilling Presence has a much larger radius and it's constant, so it does kind of allow you to stay on the back foot comfortably. So they can't bob and weave you
Yeah.
as well.
No,
I
it works
the
well
best
too if
that
you
I
have
could
like a
think of.
shotgun build, you know.
like
Yeah.
I'll give Killing Presence this. It's a straight upgrade. There's no downsides to Killing Presence.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
in
I think it's on par with Frost Slam.
I was gonna put it below Cold Bullets, to be honest, but
I feel like Cold
I think
Bullets
that's
is better than Killing Presence. Yeah, I have to agree because
which
Cold
is
Bullets
crazy
has
because
range.
Frost Slam and Cold
Yeah.
Bullets are both common, which is bewildering.
I guess that's sometimes how the cookie crumbles when it comes to stuff
Yeah.
like this.
It's
I get
not a
the
bad card though.
I get the
No,
I-
it's not.
yeah, I get the idea behind Killing Presence where it's like a constant weaker version of Frost Slam, but like Frost
Right, 'cause
Slam.
if you land a Frost Slam, it's definitely it's like twice as strong in terms
Yeah, I
of
was gonna say,
stun
keep
and all
I was
that.
gonna say keep in mind the slow is not as much as Frost Slam too. So it's like yeah, you can slow them down if you're right on them, but you got to be like rubbing your body against them a little bit. Whereas like Frost Slam
Definitely
is
a
you run
pain
up,
when you're in it.
freeze them.
Well, I
Yeah,
just
when you're in it, it's
well, just Frost Slam, you get like a couple of block refresh cards, and then you basically have a stronger Killing Presence because you can just spam it over and over.
yeah.
Oh, if you get 2 Frost Slams, which isn't hard, or that uncommon, I think the radius becomes comparable to a Chilling Presence
Yeah.
on its own.
Well, the other thing too
So-
is like Chilling Presence is good, but it like its synergy is okay, but it doesn't actually really. It doesn't like exponentially
It's
get
just a little
better.
cushion.
Frost Slam exponentially gets better with your synergy.
Yeah, it doesn't scale.
And
I
same thing
think.
with Cold
As
Bullets. I
well.
feel like Cold Bullets also scales better than. Chilling
Yeah, I
Presence
think I
does,
agree with
so.
that. D
Decent card, a bit too honest. I think C, the middle of
too
C is a good
honest.
pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
It
D.
is, it's a bit too honest.
I
agree.
think Decay is an S tier card.
All right, yeah. So
Easily.
decay damage done to you is dealt over 4 seconds. So the opposite.
It also
of
gives you a
and more
little
HP.
HP, right?
what was it? Parasite. Yeah, because Parasite is the same thing but applies it to your opponent.
Yeah.
Decay applies it to you, so any damage you take will be, instead of just taking it, it is split over 40 seconds. And also, like you said, plus 50% HP.
Like, this is
so
a
huge.
nuts
It's actually
card.
Like
It's-
decay
it's
is
a-
a mainstay of anything.
Well,
Even if
it
you're not
doesn't
running
matter.
like a
It's
block or
it's a
defensive
card.
like tanky build, it's just good.
Yeah. No, it's just a card that you see it, you grab it. There's
Yeah.
just no reason not to.
We were talking about how S tier cards are cards where you can't really think of a scenario where you don't want it, and I can't think of a single scenario where you don't want Decay.
I would put Decay above Thruster.
I think you're right. I think Decay is that good.
Yeah, no,
I-
decay is gonna be.
I think
top-
Decay is
near the
gonna
top echelons of
be-
S tier.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think there's maybe one card that's gonna beat Decay, and that's if we don't put that card in its own category. So we'll get there.
Like, it shuts down one-shot builds. It shuts down just like everything. Like, it's good if you have low HP. It's good if you have high HP.
Well, the other thing too, the guy's running a block build. He runs in, he just blocks the shit out
Mm-hmm.
of you, and like you take a bunch of damage, but you don't. And now he's sitting there. He used his block already, so you can't block again. So you just go cool, bang, bang, bang.
Yeah,
bang,
exactly.
bang.
Those like 5 seconds, it can be the difference between winning and losing, and it is a lot of the
It's actually
time.
so incredibly powerful. And if you have anything that boosts your health, like if you're already going for like a block or a health tanky build,
Yep.
oh my god, that
Well,
4 seconds, it's like what if they hit you with like 200 damage and then it gets cut into 4 and you have more health,
Yeah.
you can
Well,
just shrug it
here's-
off. It does not
Here's
matter.
the thing. Here's the thing about Decay. If it just split the damage over 4 seconds, it would still be exactly where it is right now on the list.
Mm-hmm.
But it also gives you plus 50% bonus
It's
HP.
it's crazy. It's almost comparable to
stupid.
Huge, and it's got this huge upside of the slowed down damage over time.
Yeah, it is
Like-
half a tank with no downsides and a bonkers upside.
Like the amount of times that I've been hit by like one tap sniper builds, and then suddenly the one tap takes like way longer to actually kill.
Mm-hmm.
You can kill people in 4 seconds really easy.
Oh yeah. If you've got a rushdown build, it's great. If you've got a sustain build,
Like a sniper
it's
build,
great.
it's gonna take them like 4 more seconds to fire again.
Yeah, you
So
got that
you're
super
kinda
long
good.
reload. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't think of a single reason not to take the Decay, and it's an uncommon, which is crazy. It's like
Yeah.
it shows up fairly often.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's blue because it's common, uncommon, rare, legendary.
I that's always how I've thought of it.
Yeah, hold on, wait, I could tell you right now. It's common,
Excuse me.
uncommon, rare.
Like unique.
Wait, is drill ammo purple?
Drill ammo is purple, yeah, with the yellow.
It also has like that little like.
I think that's it, right? Purple is the rarest.
Yeah, from what I can tell.
Okay, so it's common, uncommon, rare. Yeah.
Yeah, I
For
think
some reason, I thought drill ammo
Solid.
was more rare than.
I think-
But I don't think
but-
there's much more to say on it. It's just
No.
I think we
it's
always
just
knew
that
where Decay
guy.
was
It's just
gonna
that good.
end
Yeah,
up.
Decay is meta. If you see it, grab it. It's not necessarily a fun card.
Not for your opponent, at least.
It's
Well-
fairly simple. No.
Well, it's like not even for you. Like if I see Decay and I see like Trickster, like what card is more fun? Even if Decay is leagues
Trickster.
above Trickster. Trickster is just more fun to play as and against, whereas like Decay is just cool. I use this, and then if you shoot me, I don't feel it for like 4 seconds.
I mean, you can overcome decay if you spec really high into damage, or if you play
Yeah.
a good game of keep away. But you have to spec so hard into countering.
Yeah,
decay.
you
Well, the
have
moment
to
everyone grabs
actively
Decay,
you have to actively counter Decay, which is
Yeah.
what makes it such a good card.
Mhm.
yeah.
All right, okay. Defender.
Defender. So, minus 30% block cooldown, plus 30% health.
Solid.
It's
solid card.
A solid.
I
yeah,
love it.
It's a good
Yeah,
It's
I
just
mean,
good.
It's literally just blocked 30% more often. Like
Yeah.
again, for block builds, Russian builds, it's
It's so
a staple.
It really takes your build off the ground.
Yeah.
And you know what? I think we
I
haven't
think I would
even
put it in high B.
we haven't even talked about like just using block as a block. I think we've just been talking about it as like a block build, but
An offensive tool.
yeah, but you can use it to like deflect bullets and stuff, and I mean that's its original purpose. And Defender makes it just way easier because when
Yeah.
you're playing online, there is a bit of lag, so you got to
That
try to
latency
predict.
really
mhm.
makes it rough to try to block them.
So
yeah.
Defend gives you a lot more chances to make
But
it work.
I think you're also forgetting the thing. Honestly, I think block is used more for than deflecting bullets, bouncing off the edges of the screen.
Yes, exactly. The
That's
no
one of
attack.
my favorite things to do. The
Because
no
if
attack.
if you touch the edge of the screen, obviously you're essentially fucked. But if you block, it will just launch you in the opposite direction. You can get back on the map, and you
And you
can
take
use
no
that as a
damage.
maneuverability tool.
Block bouncing
that
is
30%
such
more
a good
frequently.
movement tool.
Yeah.
It allows you to overcome so many obstacles, like how we were mentioning, like keep away games with like sniper builds or spray builds. Dude, if I just jump to the right of the wall and block, I'm in your face instantly.
Exactly.
Yep.
Really strong move, and defender enables you to do it a lot more often.
Yeah, 30% more frequently. You can
Really
bounce
strong.
off that wall.
I put it in high B just because we haven't gotten to like the block cards that are gonna really be really Defender's still honest, I feel. It's still
By
sane,
honest,
you know?
do you mean cards that aren't like stupid overpowered?
Yeah, by honest,
Yeah,
I
they're
think
not
no, it
broken.
means like you're not trying to play necessarily like an asshole if you use it.
It's good. It does its job well for an already really powerful ability. I think it's high B.
I think
Just
it.
because
agree.
there's some much
I think
stronger
so.
options.
Yeah,
I think you're right though. I think wind up ekes it out
just a
touch,
little.
but
Wind up is it's such a solid upgrade for your gun.
yep.
All right, Echo.
So, all right, blocking triggers another delayed block, and it's not mentioned, but it does like give you almost like a small dash in the direction that you block, right?
No, that's shield charge.
Or sorry, that's shield charge. Yeah, Echo.
Yeah, Echo is just-
literally
it's
just
a-
do the
it's a
double
double
block.
second
Okay,
block.
I'm
I-
confusing because shield charge is you block and then you dash and then you block again
Dash
when you
forward
land.
and then end it with the block. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I confuse them.
Which
'cause
I
they're
have
very
an opinion
similar.
on.
Well, hold on. What are
But-
the numbers on it?
Yeah, so plus 30% HP. However, your block cooldown is increased by a quarter second.
I think this is a staple of block builds. Getting all of your effects to trigger twice in quick succession is really strong.
Yep.
It is so incredibly powerful, even on its own.
Yeah.
You-
Right?
I was gonna say
It's-
because we were just talking about bullet deflection with the latency. If you block and it triggers 2, that's like double the chance that it will time out correctly
Your
to
window
defend
of failure
bullets.
is so small when you have Echo.
Yeah.
And if you
Honestly, I think that there's not even much to go on.
and you see that it's got Empower with it as well. Like if you can get an Echo and an Empower, you can get 3 block charges off in the span of like half a second. And if you're running,
It's actually insane.
if you're running like
Echo shield
like
charge,
overpower,
Echo anything.
overpower, radar shot, stuff like that, and getting all that stuff off in 3 quick successions like that, it's really hard to like deal with in any sort
Or
of
you know,
capacity.
Echo
another
honestly
EMP.
makes
That
any
EMP
Yeah, I
is
guess-
coming up.
I guess-
Echo EMP.
Overpowered.
Yeah, I guess
Dude,
EMP
Echo,
too.
Echo takes. I'm not. I know we're getting to it, but Echo takes what I feel is already an amazing card and makes it basically unstoppable. So
Yep.
I think we can all agree that Echo is a strong card. I would say it's stronger than Defender. I'd say maybe it's even an
For
A
sure,
tier
easily.
card.
I was gonna.
I
Oh,
put
I was
it on
throwing
bottom
it.
of it. I put it like on
maybe,
maybe above bouncy.
Maybe like I would say I don't know if it's better than Spray. I'd say it nestles in right about
That's where I
here.
was-
Spray gives
That's
you such
literally
a, like,
exactly
such
where I
a
was
flat
gonna put
upgrade
it, yeah.
already. Yeah, the Echo's strong. Echo's really strong.
Again, because Echo and Grow, because you have to kind of compare them, and again, Grow gets exponentially better with combos, but Echo does too. But Echo gives you more on base than Grow does. I think that's a great spot for it.
I think that's a good spot for it. And since we're on
Here we go.
the
This one
block
I'm excited
kick,
for.
Empower.
Empower.
Oh
So
man.
again, like the bullet ones do, that quarter second extra cooldown, like or the quarter second extra cooldown for your blocks, like the bullet ones do for reload time. So it has that, but blocking increases the damage and speed of your next shot, and that shot also triggers any block abilities wherever the shot lands.
Okay,
So, if I
so
can go into, and then the block cooldown. What's the numbers on that?
Quarter second.
Right. So
go ahead, Noah. Go ahead.
okay. So Empower. Where do I even start, dude? It's a bullet upgrade, so to get Empower off of your first card is pretty decent. I would say it's comparable to like a pseudo wind up, right?
Yeah, you
And
see
then
that
Yeah,
at the
yeah.
start in your first thing, like you know exactly the path you're taking.
You're like, okay,
It's
this is
like-
going to be an Empower
so-
run.
Yep. Yep.
Any block card that you get. Say you have something like Frost Slam. You Frost Slam. You are protected in your own ice, and then you fire your Empower. Now your bullet is a Frost Slam.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, if you have a card that affects you like a, how do I put it, like a healing field. You healing field on yourself, shoot at your feet, it's another healing field. Or something like EMP, which is insane, by the way. You EMP yourself for like that defensive or like the potential one shot, and then you shoot it onto your opponent. It is a guaranteed kill because every
Yep.
single projectile from the EMP it explodes on them. Any block card becomes almost a one tap.
Literally
Thanks to
bombs
Empower.
away.
Yeah,
You've
bombs
got
away.
so
Overpower.
Overpower.
Shockwave. I think shockwave is a black.
Radar
yeah.
shot.
Radar shot.
Radar
like
shot.
one of the, in my opinion, the lower, like one of the worst ones is it's so good already.
Mm-hmm.
Saw.
Is it
It can go,
Supernova?
and
Does-
not only that,
Here,
but
here.
it combos with cards like Echo, Shield Charge, Teleport, Shields Up, stuff like that. It's so powerful. If you teleport with Empower.
Yeah, actually, I was gonna
and then
ask you.
fire
Yeah,
your bullet,
does
you'll
Empower?
teleport again.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I've never actually managed to pull that
shield
combo
charge.
off.
I've done this a lot, right? You get your shield charge, right? You fire a bullet, and then at the end of your dash, no, sorry, here. Shield charge is basically a double block with a dash. If you have Empower with that, you can get like what 1, 2, 3, almost 4 dashes off of one block.
That's a
thanks to
lot of
Empower activating
dashing.
your shield charge again, and the shield charge activates your Empower while the Empower activates the shield charge. It's insane. It's actually insane.
I think Empower is like probably like. Ooh, this
If
is
it's-
maybe like
I
here.
wouldn't put it in S tier, just because it's not like you kind of.
It doesn't win on its own,
I mean,
or it's not.
It doesn't
I don't
win on
know.
its own,
But the thing
Is it an
that
S tier
it's-
card?
but it's
it-
so powerful.
you
Honestly,
grab
it
it.
might be one of the best combo cards in the
You
game.
grab
I
it,
would not argue
You
putting
can
it on bottom
immediately
of S tier.
upgrade your bullet and your block. It's just like, I don't know. Yeah, I'd throw it bottom of S, honestly.
It might be an
I'm
S tier
okay with
card.
that.
It's so good.
If you
Well,
get
'cause again, we're
Empower
talking
on any
about-
block run, your chances of winning go up so.
Again, if we're
Right.
talking about S's are cards that you'd never skip,
Mhm.
I don't care what build you're doing. I don't
Empower is
know if
never
Empower
a
is
bad pick.
necessarily
Yeah.
a bad pick.
Like you're doing a not block focus card. The only time I would think I wouldn't take Empower is if you were doing like a spray build, because then it only affects the first bullet.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. But like, if you're doing a spray build, Empower's not a card you need.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
But again,
right.
where it's S tier cards are reserved for cards that work in any situation, and Empower does have
Most
one situation.
situations, yeah.
I would say every situation.
Well, again, keep in mind as well that like, we say that, but if you're doing a block build, you're never gonna grab thruster. You know what I mean? Like,
I guess that's a
It's-
good point.
it's one of those things where it's like, if there's one minor exception, I don't necessarily think that excuses it from being S. I think
You can
Empower
take an
is
entire
pretty-
game off of Empower and Frostflame alone.
Yep.
And I think that's enough to put Empower into
I,
S tier.
I think you
I
guys are. I think Empower is a low S tier card. It's
I didn't
just
think it
so.
would be when we went into this. I was like,
Mhm.
it'll probably be like the top of A. But like sitting here and looking at the rest of these and comparing them, I don't know, man. Empower is just one of those cards where you see someone grab it and you just know you're in for a rough time.
It's gonna be a hard
It's
one
so
for
good,
sure.
especially when you pair it with my favorite block card, dude. You already know what
Healing
I'm
field.
thinking.
Hey, it's coming
Right,
up.
yeah,
It's
okay.
coming up. It's coming up. We'll get there. It's coming up.
All right, combine.
Combine.
Mm.
So doubles your damage, but -2 ammo and a half-second extra reload time. So you only get one shot per reload necessarily, like on
At
just using the card
space,
alone. Yeah. But double damage on your bullet.
I think combine's really good as a spray and play
it's really good.
character. I think combine's nuts because it doesn't. It's only a -2 ammo. It's not like minus 20% ammo or minus like 50% ammo.
Yeah. So if you have spray and combine, like you
Or
just
burst,
spray
or
double
barrage.
bullets.
Yeah.
You know, like
Spray
or
and burst
barrage.
and stuff. Like you can get like just it's basically the only downside is the extra reload time, which is a lot.
Right.
But for the amount
It
of
is pretty
damage you
harsh.
get, I think combine's
But,
really good.
Yeah, and it's also I feel like a smarter way to try and be a glass cannon, kind of,
Yeah.
Mhm.
because it gives you that damage, but instead of dying in one hit, you just need to play a little safer.
Well,
Mhm.
or
Combine is
evade
also
better.
the
that-
sniper
for that
card.
half
So
second.
Yeah,
if you're
yeah.
doing that insta kill thing, Combine is the card you are hoping shows up.
Combine is like your best friend.
If you're all in on sniper, then combine is the card you're looking for, and it's a common card.
And if you
Which
get
is
like
crazy,
two
'cause I don't
combines
think
or
I
like
see it that often,
a
even if
combined
we're being
in a
dumb.
careful planning, right?
Yep.
Combine and Careful Planning, even though they're two cards, or Careful Planning isn't like, one of the strongest cards by no means, those two cards alone, those two not too rare cards, so powerful. Pretty good.
Yeah, or even again that combine windup where it like quadruples your damage. I think, right? 'Cause
Oh, yeah,
wind up
you can win a
was, like,
game
Yeah,
off of
just those two cards. It's like really hard to pass the threshold of getting one
Have to
shot.
land your shot, though.
Yeah, we
yeah,
gotta
you have
land
to
your
land
shot. Again, we always land our shots, right, guys? So that's what we're
Yeah.
basing this off
I don't
of.
know if
never
I'd put it
missed,
up in the
actually.
echelons of Grow or Spray or Echo. I think I'd put it more towards like bottom of A, if not top, like right above Windup.
I think
See-
Combine is maybe better than Grow.
I was gonna say because
don't
it
think so.
combine and grow serve the same purpose, but the I guess the question is who does it better?
Yeah,
I
that's a
think
tough
Grow
one.
does. Just a little bit of time in the air and Grow one taps.
Because I was gonna say I think grow goes before combine, but combine should still be right there. I think.
I think Grow and Combine are very
I don't think
similar.
Combine beats Bouncy either.
You don't think it beats Bouncy? I don't know. How much does Bouncy
You know what?
boost
Maybe
your
I'm
damage?
maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm does. Maybe
I
it
don't know,
does. Maybe
Because
it
that,
doesn't.
to be fair,
I'll leave it
that
to you guys.
by itself, that
think it's
minus
too
2
simple.
ammo hurts. You know.
It does. It does. You are doing a one-shot
Combine
sniper build.
sucks in the early game. I'll say that.
Like I think
Just
I
land
think
your
you
shots.
convinced me. Swap it with bouncy. I think that's a good place for it. My only reasoning is it's better than bouncy exponentially, but you grab bouncy and you don't have to fear for your life like you do grabbing combine on like your first get.
Bouncy's just it's almost a straight upgrade. No, it is a straight upgrade.
No,
Yeah.
it's got a slight reload time.
Yeah.
Debuff.
Right.
Well, I'm just saying,
But,
it's
like-
not a
like
straight
first-
upgrade like
first
Decay
turn,
is.
You grab combine, you're probably gonna lose that first round. Then you might get something that makes you insanely busted, but like you're gonna lose that first round.
I don't know if I
Bouncy,
agree with
gonna
you
have a chance.
saying you're gonna lose the first round. I've run a couple of rounds with just Combine.
Well, I just mean like okay, yeah, but if you miss your shots,
Yeah, well, just don't do
just
that.
hit your shot. Yeah. It's
harsher.
We always
I don't want to get too fond of Combine, but I do think it's a good card. I would have said like top of B. But
I
that's
think
just
I
me.
think it's an A tier card. Just
I-
because
yeah.
you're if you land your first shot, you don't have to worry about what your opponent is doing because you one shot
I mean,
them.
top of B is still a pretty like high tier place to be.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go nuts.
Did we say before the fire? Did we say that Chase was above Toxic Cloud? Because I'm looking at it and why does it feel weird to me that that's the case?
I mean, I think we agreed. I don't know if we really talked about it.
I think we said that Chase
We were
provides. No. I pushed a good argument. If I remember on Chase being really powerful for like the bobbing and weaving playstyle, which lets you overcome Toxic Cloud to an extent.
Yeah, that's right.
Depending on the map, of course.
No, I remember.
But
this
Chase,
now,
I
yeah,
feel
it's
fares
because
better
it
in
gives
more
the
maps
speed
than
to
Toxic
dodge
Cloud does.
bullets.
I think
Yeah.
the thing that pushed Chase above it is there's not a ton of like movement options in this game, and Chase is like a flat
one,
speed
yeah.
up. Yeah.
Yeah, essentially just if you
And
see
if you
your
do, like, a
opponent, you
shield
can
bounce
dodge
off the
bullets
wall-
and shit. Like yeah.
Yeah, she'll bounce off the wall into Chase. You can be on your opponent in seconds.
Yeah.
Not
You're
even
right.
less than a second.
Sorry, listen. The fire was really disorienting.
Yeah.
I just kind of lost my.
Oh
place
no,
a little
no
bit,
problem, no
but,
problem.
Okay, but I think
I did see
combine's
you
in a
like
good spot.
kind of.
I think this is a fine
Inhaling the
space
gas a
for Combine.
Well,
Alright,
listen.
okay.
I just
I'm not too mad about it.
I'm a
I'm not too mad
fumes
about it,
guy.
but
Fast forward.
Fast Forward is a very interesting and weird card. So, for the folks at home, doubles your projectile speed, so plus 100%, plus 30% reload speed, so your reload speed's also faster, and, however, bullets keep the default trajectory. So, it increases your bullet speed, but all the other cards that increase your bullet speed
They like
will
move.
make it in a straighter line, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
it's traveling with a faster, like,
yeah, it's like a
force.
velocity.
But
like
fast forward
they let you retain your momentum.
yeah. Whereas fast forward, you still have a bullet that just kind of flops down with weight, but
Yeah, it locks it
it's
into the
way
into,
faster.
into the same path.
Fast forward's a weird one.
Yeah.
Fast forward, I think, is really good. However,
Really?
its like default trajectory stat can be affected by cards like Wind Up or things that would have made the arc
Yeah,
Go
I guess
straighter?
we should
Because then
specify
fast forward will lock down that straight arc.
keeps the default trajectory does not mean that it is forced to use the starting trajectory. It just means that it's not going to change your trajectory. So if
It'll
you
just
change your
land where it was
trajectory
gonna
with
be faster.
wind up, yeah, fast forward will still move in that straight line.
I think fast
So
forward's right
fast
below,
forward
if
is a
not
good
above wind up.
card to combine with higher speed.
Yeah, this is a combined card for sure.
But the question is that is it better than careful planning?
Oops, didn't mean to grab that.
Ooh.
Is it better than careful
Because like we
planning?
have
Do you
That's
think
a
we
careful
were
good
a bit
one.
too harsh on careful planning?
I'm looking at it now. I am wondering if we were harsh on careful planning. Careful planning.
I'm starting to want to put careful planning in like lower B,
Yeah, now that we're thinking
or if
about
not
it,
top of C.
like careful planning is a lot of damage up. It's
it's-
again a sniper
It's good
shot.
damage.
It's double damage.
Because I found myself
minus
picking careful planning over
150%
combine every now and
cast
then.
speed. But you shoot like half and a half less than you would normally. Like your rate of fire is awful, and your reload
But then
time
compare
is
it to
awful.
combine where you only get one shot.
Yeah.
Careful planning and combine are like in a lot of ways like kind of the same card in that you have to
And
make your
imagine
shots
the
count.
comparison between tank and huge, but like for blitz. If that makes sense.
I think
Yeah.
Noah's right. I think careful planning we shouldn't have put it in C. I don't think it's better than combine because
I think it
combine
belongs
scales
higher.
better. But I think it probably goes in B tier.
So
Right.
here's my
maybe like
here's my
bottom of
question.
B, if not maybe right above burst.
Noah brought up a good point. Combine and careful planning do the exact same damage increase, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yet, careful planning just says you have to shoot slower. Combine says you only get one bullet.
And that shooting
On
slower can be
default, I mean.
mitigated heavily by most cards.
But that one bullet can also be mitigated by doing a spray or something like that.
Mhm.
So I'm just wondering if we compare them, which one do we think's better?
I do think combine is better. I think it
I'm not gonna
scales
lie.
better.
And also combine is a lower rarity and you get it way more often.
Yeah.
Yeah,
While
and
providing a honestly, if careful planning was on the same rarity of combine, I would have considered just swapping them.
yeah, I agree, because that's what I was kind of thinking. But you're right, getting combine's a more reliable get,
Mhm.
And it's not too much of a trade-off.
and as long as you get extra ammo,
Which is not that hard.
it's fine. But I guess the question is,
Jasmine.
how many cards fuck with your attack speed, and how many cards fuck with your ammo?
There are a lot of cards that like decrease attack speed, right? You got stuff like wind up and like like
Hold on, I can
fastball and
actually-
stuff.
I can check this.
Hey, can
hold
we
on.
pause this recording real quick? I'm getting like spammed by my friends. I think it's important.
I can edit this out. I'd rather not pause it.
Okay, yeah, here, edit this out. Give me like, I'll make it 30 seconds.
One Mississippi.
Okay, yeah, while he's doing that, let me see how many cards fuck with attack speed and shit. Okay, so wind up, decrease, spray, ricochet, decrease. Okay, so almost every card that is attack speed slows it, so you can't offset careful planning unless you have spray.
You mean combine?
No, careful planning, because combine is ammo. For careful planning, the only cards that increase your attack speed enough to counter it
Is
is
spray.
spray, which is 1,000%. Everything else decreases it. There's
Yeah.
one card that increases it by like 25%, but it's not going to be enough.
So it's easier to get around the downside of combine than it is for careful planning.
Well,
I
that's
feel.
what I'm seeing. What's the ammo looking like? So, barrage is +5 ammo. I don't count buckshot because no one grabs it. Burst
Yeah.
is
You made it sound so
+3.
important. They were just asking if I wanted to invite another one of our friends to Korean barbecue night. I told him, I'm like, dude, like I'm in the middle of recording something with my friends. He's like, sounds like me actually. All right,
What?
editor Mice Man, come back.
So we're thinking that
Yeah,
the downside
so-
of combine is easier to get around than the downside of careful planning.
Yeah, I just looked it up. So there are multiple cards that give you more ammo, which obviously makes combine not as bad because it counters its like major downside. Careful Planning reduces your attack speed, and the only card that you can grab to offset Careful Planning's dramatic decrease of attack speed is Spray. So if you don't have Spray Careful Planning, you are going to be attacking slower, and that's just how it is. With Combine, there are quite a few cards that fuck with your ammo that increase it so that you can offset Combine. So I think ultimately this is still right. Combine should be above Careful Planning, especially because it's less rare as well.
All right, I'm fine with that then.
I think that's fine.
Cool.
Speaking of, to finish off the last of the double damage cards, we got Glass Cannon.
So double damage, half HP, so it's minus 100% HP plus 100% damage, and an extra quarter-second reload time.
We've been talking a lot about Glass Cannon builds, and this is Glass Cannon card.
This is Glass Cannon, the card. But again, I think we have to take a look at Combine and Careful Planning and compare Glass Cannon to those.
Yeah, these are the
Glass
three.
Glass Cannon is a doubling, which is huge on any extra damage that you could have. It's
you
insane.
combine it with Combine or Careful Planning, and then suddenly
You're
like
basically
quadruple.
always going to one shot.
And the way that damage works on your bullets is that if you have a gun that is extremely powerful, your bullet size will actually increase, and they become almost like mortar shells, where they will shake the ground.
Yeah, that is
They
something
become
we
way
haven't
larger.
mentioned. That the more damage bullets do, they affect the environment more. They cause things to shake more. The screen itself will
Size
shake.
Increases.
The other thing that we should mention as well, when we were talking about cards like Tank and stuff like that, the more health you have, the bigger you are.
Mm-hmm.
So that is also a thing as well, where you grow, which means that you are ever so slightly less likely to dodge bullets successfully. But
I don't think it's as big of a downside as getting bigger bullets
it's not.
is an upside.
It's not. I just wanted to mention it for the folks at home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the folks at home.
I appreciate it.
Sure.
I think Glass Cannon is better than Careful Planning, but not as good as Combine. I think
Maybe I would put it below Careful Planning. I think its trade-off is pretty harsh. It's fun, don't get me wrong.
I think
but
it's
you can do rather well. with
similar
just
to
the others.
Careful Planning.
So here's, if we're going based off of what we did with Combining Careful Planning, which is cards that allow you to reverse its downside. Careful Planning, again, has no cards other than Spray. There are a lot of cards that can increase your health. So if you get like Glass Cannon and Tank, you essentially have the double damage with no real downside.
Yeah, with
except
just a
for what I
reload
guess Tank
time
has.
slowdown. I'm getting a call from Noah. Yeah, Noah?
Oh, sorry. I was trying to call my date. It was the wrong person. Sorry.
You're what? Okay. Please don't make any phone calls while we're doing this very important discussion. I think Glass Cannon, I think I have to agree with Jag on that. Glass Cannon's downside is easier to counteract than Careful Planning's downside. But not as easy to counteract as Combine is. Maybe... No, I think I'm going to stick with this. What do you think, Noah?
I'd put it below Careful Planning, but that's fine.
I think this is where I'd put it. Because again, I think that when you have such hefty downsides, I think the biggest thing to focus on is how can you offset those downsides.
Mm-hmm.
And again, Glass Cannon is so much easier than...
Even just
Planning
like, minus half your HP is not something to scoff at. But it is counterable.
Like one huge can mitigate it.
One huge, like a decay,
yeah.
obviously, but I don't know if we
Also,
should really
keep in
bring
mind,
decay
Glass
into this.
Cannon is a quarter-second reload time. Careful Planning is a half-second extra reload
Yeah,
time.
that is something you got to take into account.
Okay, all right then, all right.
Okay, I think we're all okay with Glass Cannon and where it is.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's important that for this next card, we all remain cordial with each other. All right, I know emotions run high with this card. This is a card that a lot of people have opinions on. You know what, Dragon, why don't you tell us what EMP does?
You're right. So Healing Field is a card
Go for the bit.
that...
I did move it back a couple of times, but the anxiety is getting to me. We got to talk about it. We got to get it out of the way.
So Yeah, again, I think cordiality is important. EMP is a card
Fuck you!
that Mice Man's fucking incorrect about. He's a fucking liar and a
I'm gonna kill you!
Okay, no, actually though. So EMP is a card that gives you plus 30% HP and that quarter-second block cooldown. You know, the classic block thing.
Classic block.
Blocking.
Go on.
Blocking spawns a ring of slowing and damaging projectiles.
Okay, I think we should also mention that the projectiles don't deal a really high amount of damage, and they do keep
very little damage.
they do a very little damage, and they do keep going until they hit a wall, similar to the other
Yes.
bullets.
So unlike other block things that have a kind of radius, EMPs will just travel.
Keep going. They're pretty slow too. They start off fast
Also,
around you, and they slow down to a pretty
I
slow
think it
speed.
is important, since we discussed damage, to keep in mind that the damage is small per thing, but they
But there's a
do
lot of 'em.
have very little gap in between them until they get really far out. So most likely you will be hit by at least a couple. And
It's a
if
wall.
you
You have to
are,
take
if
cover.
someone is on you and you block on them, all of those will hit them, which usually results in a kill.
I wouldn't say
if we're
I'm just gonna go into
usually.
this. I'm gonna go into this.
Let him
Guys,
spit.
I feel like I have a right to.
Okay,
Let him spit.
go ahead, Noah.
So EMP. Now, if we have any Smash players watching this, you might be aware with the character Jigglypuff, right? And
That's
that
the
rest ability.
that's the
All you
rat
have to do-
that has electricity, right?
Okay, so all you have to do is be on top of your opponent, land that move, and it is a instant kill.
You're talking about sleep.
Yeah,
EMP
Jigglypuff has the sleep
can
as
function
well as
in
EMP.
this way. EMP, while the slowing is good, it's a great defensive option. Don't get me wrong. It is like a it is like a weaker frost slam, but with good range. Unless you're close with them, in that case, it's just better.
Yep.
But here's the thing with EMP. Getting on top of someone and getting that easy instant kill, and if it doesn't kill, a guaranteed lockdown, is so extraordinarily powerful. It combos well with any other block card, especially in power, Echo Shield Charge. You become such a force that can lock your opponent down at any distance. And it is so incredibly
Yep.
powerful. It
I was gonna
forces
say,
it.
Any
in
distance,
power-
any distance. Okay, okay.
Well, I was gonna say,
And if
'cause
you can get
within
2
power-
EMPs, which isn't impossible, then that EMP, the slow increases, the strength increases, and you get twice as many projectiles. It becomes an impenetrable wall.
Okay.
You are a
Weissman, I do-
moving, unstoppable force.
Miceman, I do want to give you your counter argument because I want to be fair about this.
Thank
but I
you.
do want to mention as well. I can't stress enough how much Empower, because Noah kind of glossed over Empower a little bit. Again, when we said you get the Jigglypuff sleep,
You really do with
if
Empower.
you throw Empower on and you shoot your opponent, they will die. It doesn't matter how
Every
much
single projectile
bullet damage your
will
does
hit them.
because you will throw out an EMP, so they have to be away from you. Then you will shoot them, and the moment you shoot them, it will trigger that EMP again, and all of those projectiles will hit them. So Empower EMP is effectively an instant kill build in 2 cards.
In the safest way possible, too, because you're using a defensive option to do so.
Okay.
Yeah, you have no
okay.
downsides like you do with the other stuff.
If I
And
may,
it's so
Yes.
extraordinarily good.
if I
Give us
may.
a counter argument.
So I feel like the
Shut up! Shut up! No.
Bad at the
No, go
game.
for it.
Skill issue, dude.
Go for it,
I don't
go
want to
for
hear it.
I feel like the bit's gotten a
Dragon
little
crushes balls.
out of control here. EMP is not the worst card. It's not a buckshot. It's not a ricochet. It's not a vis cooldown. And I played against Dragon the other day, and he did have Empower EMP, and I did appreciate the one-shot potential of it. But I feel like you guys are like taking how good EMP is like way too far. I think there are better block cards by like a fair margin. I would rather take something like maybe even I think Frost Slam is like a
Wow.
better one, or like Overpower is like
Dude,
a
I'm bombing your
better
house.
EMP. not like when you're trying to do damage with excluding with Empower. I think it is quite good with
Miceman,
Empower.
All I'm saying is
But I don't think
every
it's an
time
S tier.
I
You
see-
guys think it's an S tier card, and I do not think it's an S tier
Every
card.
time I see EMP show up, dude, I go.
Dude, I mean, I have been running the EMP. Like, EMP has been my bread and butter for so long. And I feel every time that I get EMP going, especially with another block card, I win the majority
There are
of those games,
way
dude.
like you have to hit the projectiles with EMP to get the slowdown, to get the damage. And if your opponent is
It's
running
not hard to land.
if your opponent is running anything that stops you from getting close to them, like cold bullets or frost slam or thrusters or even like killing presence, like you just can't get close and you can't do the EMP
Okay,
slam with it.
Here's my counter argument to that.
Even
though.
toxic cloud,
Well, here's
EMP
my,
is a
again, here's
moving
my,
wall.
Here's my counter
a
argument.
wall that moves at like half a mile an hour.
You said
all you
that
need.
you'd rather frost slam than EMP, right? So let's say you're in the exact same predicament where you can't get near your opponent. Frost slam does nothing, whereas EMP at least still shoots the projectiles out far that it can still hit. So actually, EMP is the only block card currently, like block effect card, that gets around the fact that they can keep you
No,
at bay
except the
by
thing
having
is,
long-moving projectiles.
you guys are going on and on about the long moving projectiles, except the projectiles move so slowly. You can basically
I don't
ignore
think
them, and
that's the
also
point of them.
they get further and further apart to the point where if someone's keeping you at a distance, they can just jump through them.
True, but
To be
while
able to hold
they
a
are
cross
having...
map vantage point, I mean, if you're doing that, I think you earned it.
Well,
But
yeah.
I feel like you're taking it like we're saying that EMP projectiles are like an attack. They're more so a defensive wall that allows you to push up.
It's a
Yeah.
it's
And
a bad
eventually
wall.
That's going to be a kill.
It's a
not
slow.
bad
It is
wall.
a
If you're
slow
tapped by
wall.
One or two EMP projectiles, you are slowed down enough.
You're
that it
slowed for
forces you to gain
like
ground.
half a second, like half of a
Well,
second.
in a game like rounds, it's not hard to make
But
up that distance.
I
gonna say,
know,
but also
I
in
know
that
we
context
go on
as
about
well-
how good the slowdown is in this game, except you'll notice we've got like all the slowdown cards in like C tier. Like
Dude,
having that
EMP
kind of
it's the best slowdown card.
okay,
Yeah,
wow, it's at
Iceman,
the
the
top of
reason-
C tier. Incredible.
Weisman, the reason the slow cards
Whoa.
are down there is because EMP does their job, but better.
It doesn't do it better.
10
It
times
doesn't.
better. It does.
I would rather have cold
Frost
bullets
Slam
than
can't instant
EMP.
kill. Cold bullets can't instant kill.
Okay,
Chilling
so
presence can't
Meisman, when
instant
you're-
kill.
Yeah,
opponent
they can
has a
insta
cross
kill.
map.
They can insta kill if you have Empower, but Empower is an S tier card. A card should not rely on an S tier card to be good.
AMP doesn't need to rely on Empower. EMP can do the same thing with anything like Echo, Shield Charge, Teleport.
No, I'm just not gonna let you get
Defender.
close to me. We're gonna end up
Weisman,
playing a
okay,
game
but
of
Weisman-
keep
Hard to
away.
get close to you.
It
Weisman,
Especially
is.
if you're already specking into
If
the
your
block build.
opponent is actively trying to stay away from you, then you're going to want something like Shield Charge to get close. And if you're using Shield Charge, I'd rather use Frost Slam because you're already
but
there.
Weisman-
Absolutely not. Frost
No, but-
Slam cannot
Weisman,
do what
if
EMP
you-
can do.
If your opponent has a cross map advantage on you, like you said, Frost Slam is not going to let you get in there. EMP, at the very least, even if those bullets aren't being like your weapon, it's just enough to potentially even get your opponent to panic because they see things
No,
coming towards
you guys
It
are
forces
thinking
cover.
about it.
It
You
forces
guys
cover.
are
You're not
thinking
gonna
about
walk
it
through an
in the
EMP wall.
idea. Yes, you can because it deals like one
Okay, but
damage.
Weisman, if you,
It's not
if
about
you,
the damage. It's about the control.
If you guys are thinking about this as like an open map, but an open map is very rare in this game. A lot of these maps are like tight corridors or a lot of walls in
Okay.
between you. And so if you activate EMP as like a defensive wall, like you guys keep talking about, like you can just use like I picked up like bouncy like 3 turns ago and I'm going to use it to get the angles on you that EMP can't get.
yeah, so does Frost Slam do better?
With Frost Slam, you're trying to get as close as possible.
Okay,
which,
you're
if you're
right,
as
the same thing
if,
with EMP.
no, but
Frost Slam will just freeze them when you get close, and EMP, will
EMP
kill them when you
allows
Frost Slam,
freedom of movement.
Frost Slam keeps them
And Frost
from
Slam
running
can't
away.
one-tap anything in the room.
No,
Yes,
it
he
can't.
can.
You know what else can one tap? Glass cannon. Careful planning.
what?
Combine.
Okay.
Grow. Wind up. Explosive
But
bullets.
But Miceman, if they have glass cannon, that doesn't change the fact that if your opponent has a cross map advantage on you, you're just gonna die anyway. Like, you keep saying that you'd rather do Frost
I'm
Slam.
opening MS Paint!
If Frost Slam, if you have to get close to your opponent with Frost Slam, and let's say you pull off Frost Slam successfully, you freeze them.
Yeah,
which
they
prevents them
can't
from
run
getting
away
right?
now.
Correct. It freezes them, which prevents them from getting away.
I know what you're gonna say. You're gonna say EMP does the same thing, but it does not.
No,
The
that's
Frost.
not what I'm gonna say. I need you to just acknowledge my point here. When you get close to your opponent and you Frost Slam them, it will freeze them in place, which allows you to do other things to kill them, correct?
Yeah.
EMP, if you get close to them and you would like you do Frost Slam and you use EMP, you don't need to freeze them because it kills them.
It doesn't kill them. You guys have this idea that you're like right up in their face, but you have to be kissing them basically to get any sort of damage from EMP to like actually matter. And at that point, I'd rather just use
close enough to Frost Slam you. I can just wait extra quarter of a second.
I'd rather use Frost Slam for the slowdown. I'd rather use Bombs Away for the damage. I'd rather, like, you see what I'm saying here? Like,
Here, I want you to pull
EMP...
this up onto the screen.
I don't know how to pull up your MS Paint onto the screen.
Pull up that image. Find a way.
What is this?
I'm gonna make a point. I'm making a point.
Oh, God. All right, hold on. Hold on. Give me a second here.
I want the floor. I'm the black guy.
Hold on, I'm saving it to my... I'll save this to my art folder.
I'm the guy who blocks.
Yeah, I'll send it to my... I'll save it to my pictures folder.
You know, just
I'll name it
right
Noah EMP.
Editor Mice Man, just for the record. The reason I called you was because I was gonna ask if you were gonna do the bid or not.
Hold on, let me switch back over so I can open up folders here. I don't want to even... I switched it over to my BRB screen.
Are you just gonna edit out the BRB in the video?
No, people can look at my cute little BRB. Okay, there we go. I'm showing your thing on screen, Noah. I don't think you can see it, but I promise it is being recorded
all right, audience.
now.
If you look at this, those little blue projectiles in front of the orange man are the projectiles of EMP moving forward. Frost Slam cannot slowly move forward. If those EMP
hold on. You're saying
I'm talking. If blue gets touched by those EMP projectiles, he is slowed. No, not by a crazy amount.
No,
but
by
it is
like
a big
nothing.
deal
Like
for someone
nothing.
Running a block build. They do their job. It is an encroaching wall. It provides space. I can duck, I can bob and weave, I can use EMP as a way to push forward.
I think
and have a gun as well.
people, you guys are acting like EMP is some like mega thing rushing at you. It moves at like 0.2 feet a second.
It is just a presence that you need to acknowledge.
I don't need to acknowledge.
Never let EMP touch you.
I'm looking at your photo right here. You know what I would do in this scenario? You know what I would do if I'm in this exact scenario? I would very leisurely go down to the bottom platform.
And now look at the site. You know, perfect. Thank God. I wanted you to say that. Now look, everyone, point at the spool. Blue goes down. Blue goes down to take cover. Blue goes down to set up for something. I will just keep traversing the now free top zone. And now, look at that. I can drop down on you.
Oh my goodness. If I see you doing that, I'm just going to go around to the other side. You know what would stop me from doing that?
And I'll block bounce through these walls.
Because EMP is not threatening.
Okay, but Mice Man, hold on. I have a counter argument to what you just said. So you said, if I see you doing that, I'm just going to go around the bottom to go to the other side,
Or
right?
even, you know what, fine.
Hold
Okay,
on.
go ahead.
But here's the thing. Now you're out of position. You're no longer in the safe spot that you had. If you're going across the bottom and I'm going across the top, that means I am now closer to you than I was, and I have a safer time because there's an entire area between us. I have a safer time getting to you than I would if you were in your little safe spot. That's what we're trying to say.
Again, even if I didn't... Okay, fine. Oh no, I'm at the low ground now. There's no way for me to get back up top. Unless I use like Bombs Away, which gives me a movement option, which is a better block card, by the way.
I can't believe you just said that.
In this wall, this quote-unquote wall that he is projecting towards me at like a snail's pace, I could, one, just ignore it because it's going to take 20 years for it to get over to me. I could, two, simply jump when it's at my position, and then, oh no, now your amazing impenetrable wall is now behind me. Or 3, I could just tank the one projectile that does like half of a point of health, and it literally did nothing.
It's
But
not
here's the
about the
thing.
distance damage. It's about the effect and the slow.
There is
One
no
shot's
slow.
not close.
It
The
applies
damage from EMP
like
comes from literally up close.
0.2 seconds.
Okay,
of
but
slow.
Miceman,
Okay, you're really diminishing the slow here. It is noticeable.
No,
If
hold
it's
on,
on
hold
you,
on,
yeah,
hold on.
not at a distance, but if it's on
on.
me, you know what I
Especially
want
if
to
you hit, like,
slow them?
even
Frost
EMP
slam!
projectiles are like a frost slam.
Miceman, you don't understand the point that I don't think you understand the point that you're making, because in your scenario where you're saying that EMP is
God!
bad,
It's
Hold on,
Noah's
listen,
scenario.
Wait. In your scenario where you're saying EMP is bad because of the fact
Most scenarios,
that
yeah.
you can just avoid it from long distance, right?
Yeah, easily.
Okay. That means that you're saying that every block card should suck because none of them can get close enough to hit you.
No, because the whole thing about EMP, right, is that the projectiles keep going, but they go forward
No.
so slow. If you're running a block build, you want to be in your opponent's face, right? Here,
Correct.
listen, hear me out.
Correct.
If you're running a block build, you want to be in your opponent's face. You want to be right up on them.
Yes.
When you're right up on them, EMP is okay because it deals damage and it slows.
Insta-kill.
It doesn't.
If you're right up
insta-kill.
on them, it
I
insta-kills.
admit that it does take a bit of skill, a bit of work.
No,
sometimes
that
a bit
is
of
not.
luck
It is
to
not
get
a
that
skill
instant kill.
issue.
But even if you mess it up, you're getting good
No,
damage.
it is an insta-kill.
Then you can still use that extreme slow and then kill them again.
It
with
is not an.
whatever else you
It
have
is
in your
not an
build.
insta kill when you do the block version. It is an insta kill if you use empower and you hit the shot perfectly.
No.
Empower
And
doesn't
I
use the instant kill,
acknowledge
but you
that
can
it
get
with
the instant kill
empower
off
is
of a
good.
block.
I don't
No,
believe.
you
I don't
can
think
do
you're
the
right.
insta-kill without empower. Noah's done it on
It's
me
harder,
a million
but you can
times.
do it. I've done it. Yeah, I've done it plenty of times. No, I do it to you.
Why would I want? Okay. Let's say I'm not sure. I guess I'll take your word for it. I don't remember the last time
So,
I've
Mike,
seen it.
essentially, if you are overlapping the other person, right, and you use your EMP, all of the projectiles come from within you, meaning all of them will hit the other
You're
person
not
and kill them. That's what
inside.
empower
You
does.
are not inside the other person. They're always going to be like a side exposed that the MP bullets aren't hitting. Am I crazy?
Okay, but our point is that even if you miss the insta-kill,
I'm switching back to the tier list.
most of the bullets, if you're that close, even if you're not close enough to insta-kill like you're saying, most of the bullets will still hit them, and that overlapping freeze, the projectiles, overlapping freeze will outperform a frost slam natively. And
No,
it
but
is the
a frost
only
slam,
card-
you have to be right up on them to do that. In a frost slam, you have a bit of leeway.
No, you don't.
Yes,
No,
you
Are
do.
you kidding? You can be a good distance away, and the EMP can outperform Frost.
The
Slam.
EMP is so slow. You don't have time to
Okay,
react.
Iceman.
You do not have
That
time
slow.
to
Even if
react
you- even if
to
you
a
are,
frost
like,
slam.
15 feet
You
away,
have
the EMP
time
is about the
to
coverage.
react to an
Hold on.
EMP.
Coverage and the area control.
Hold on. We keep rehashing the same points, but Meisman, I'm trying to tell you that it doesn't matter how slow they go because the point of a block build is to be near the person. We're saying that EMP is the only card that has effects that are far away.
It's
in a block.
negligible.
But
It's
hold on,
negligible.
but that's not our main point. That's just a casual point in its favor against every other block card. The
I get
point
what
that
you're
I'm
saying,
trying to
but
make.
You're looking at EMP at such a face value. EMP has a tech to it. It has a trick to it. And when you abuse that, EMP becomes one of the best cards in the game, dude.
All right,
don't
but
know
my
what to tell
point,
you.
my point is that far away thing. Yes, it's easy to dodge. Yes, it doesn't do a lot of damage when you only get hit with one projectile. That's not its point. That's just a passive benefit that you casually get. The point of EMP, thank you. The point of EMP is that if you're using it like a block card, which you should because it's a block card,
Yeah,
you're
it
gonna
is.
be near them.
I'm not
means-
saying. I'm not saying that EMP is an F tier card. It is a fine block card, but I don't think it's like this God-given descent from the heaven decay. I don't.
Among every block effect card, I easily believe that EMP is the best one.
No, I don't think I agree with you.
There are block cards that kill easier and more effectively than EMP. But the fact that EMP can do that as well with the multitude of other buffs that it gives you and tools that it gives you makes it better than them.
Listen,
And it has
EMP
way higher
is a
combo
card.
potential.
EMP is a card that essentially does every other block card just slightly worse
Yeah,
than
just
that block card.
it's worse. It's worse.
Yes, yes,
I would
but-
rather have Frost
but-
Slam for slow. I would rather have Overpower for damage.
No, you would not.
Okay, hold on.
Why are you comparing Frost
Hold
Slam
on.
and EMP?
Hold on.
Because they both
I
slow.
want to address this. You're right. If you're looking specifically for slow, Frost Slam, specifically for damage, Overpower, right? So why is it that it's worse that it does all of those things?
Because
does
you're
everything.
not taking into account the unique projectiles which travel extremely slowly.
Weissman, you're
Oh
talking
my
about the
God.
projectials.
Oh my
I don't
God.
care about the projectiles.
The
I'm
whole
telling you-
thing about EMP is
projectiles-
its projectiles.
The slowness of those projectiles does not come into play unless you're
It
playing
does.
EMP
You can
at a
outrun
very
them
far
easily.
distance.
You cannot outrun a Frost Slam.
If
You
I
can
am
outrun an
like
EMP.
10 paces, if I am even in like a decent distance to you,
EMP has
still get me.
travel time.
It comes
None
out-
of the other block
It
cards
gets
has
slower.
travel
It
time.
takes a while to get to a farther distance, but when you put EMP down, it can cross like 2 rooms at a decent
You
enough
are
pace that
nuts.
makes
It does
way
not
better
travel that
than
far.
most other block cards.
No.
It travels far and it travels at a decent pace up to a certain point.
Listen, what I'm trying to say is that EMP does the job of almost every other block card. Yes, the projectiles are slow, but your whole point is that you're trying to be close enough to them that it doesn't matter. That's the point of a block build. Also, the fact that, yes, those bullets, those projectiles, move slowly and you can outrun them, but, again, when you're doing that, you are forced out of the position that you had, which is what block builds want to do anyway. They want you to be out of position so that they can run up to you. Again, if you're running in a straight line to outrun the EMP, plus if I have chase, now I'm catching up to you because you're running in a straight line. If you don't run in a straight line, the EMP
Yeah, I can
might
just
still
jump.
hit you.
No, I would just put a wall between the me and EMP, and it
Okay,
also
but now
stops
there's
chase.
A wall,
Now
but
you
now,
can't
hold on, but
attack
now
me
there's a
'cause I
yeah,
And
have-
that's when
Sorry.
Grill comes in.
yeah,
And that's
okay,
why
but
Grill
Miceman,
should be an
hold on.
S tier card.
But Miceman, there's a wall between you, so now you are out
God,
of
I
position
can't
and you
stand
can't
you.
shoot me. So I, as the block guy who wants to get as close as possible,
Except
to
here's
you,
the thing.
can now get around that
Map
wall without you
control.
shooting.
Except
me.
here's the
Which is
thing.
what a card
I
like
took.
Toxic Cloud does,
Except
but EMP does it better.
here's the thing. I took target bounce 3 turns ago, and now I can counter EMP easily, and you can't do anything about it because target
Also
bounce
forget
gives
that
you the
it's-
1
It's
bounce.
still a block. I can block your bullets. Target bounce.
That you can
is
do that
very
at
easy to
base.
block.
EMP doesn't change that.
Yeah, Miceman, you
Oh
have
my
a.
God, but EMP makes it 100 times better.
Okay, but Miceman, here's our point. Our point is that all of the area control cards, Thruster, Toxic Cloud, those kind of cards that are specifically for the denial of area, are some of the best cards in the game. As you can see, they're on our list. Toxic Clouds, you have to waste a bullet in order to shoot the ground so that it creates a gas cloud that your opponent can just jump over, like you said with EMP.
No, but the thing with it
Thruster,
is,
you have to hit your opponent with your bullet in order to move them out of position, and if there's a wall, it might not do it, and yet that's still an S tier. EMP, all you have to do is block, meaning it puts out this projectile that can area deny, and you still have all of your ammo because you are not wasting any bullets on it, so that you can still, when they get out of position, you can shoot them.
the difference between
And if your
Thruster.
opponent screws up their positioning, you can go for the tech where you can one-tap them. What other block
Correct.
card gives
The-
you that many options?
The difference between Thruster and Toxic Cloud and EMP is that they can work from range. EMP does not work from range. I know you guys said that it has infinite travel time, and it does, but the damage and slow it does on a single projectile hit is so negligible that I don't think it's worth taking into account. I
Okay,
think
fine then. If you're gonna make that point, then I want to respond with this. When you're running a block build, you are not necessarily scared of that, and you're not necessarily worried about the distance, because someone who has good movement and who is already speccing into block, you can get through that fairly easily. The movement in rounds is good enough to do that. You can bob and weave fairly easily in this game. EMP,
Yeah, Maestro, I was
however,
gonna say-
still gives you the option of ranged combat, not in the not necessarily offensive, but just an opening up space.
It
which
is-
something that
if-
block cards don't do.
If we are talking about range, why would I take a block card for ranged combat? If I wanted to
No,
do
'cause
damage
you're
from
not
range,
going into a
I would
block
take
build.
any other card.
Iceman, you misunderstood what he meant. He meant range. It's the only ranged option for block cards.
You
like,
still
if you're
have
doing
a
block
gun if you're doing
No,
a
okay,
block
but if you're
build.
doing a
fine,
block
fine.
build.
Here, how's this then? Instead of taking EMP, because I need to reach you, right? I need to get some damage farther from me to get to you. So I'll take, I don't know, I'll take Combine, or I'll take Explosive, I'll take Wind, I'll take anything. That's all they're gonna do is improve my gun. EMP will continue to compound with my build, and if I get any block card that gives me 2, that lets me dash, that gives me anything like that, it's almost a guaranteed win now.
It is not
Yeah, I was
almost
gonna
a
say,
guaranteed
Miceman,
win.
also keep in mind that we said that there's a lot of precision needed to get the insta kill with EMP, right? However, every time you get an additional block, that skill requirement goes down significantly, because instead of needing to hit with all of the bullets in a circle, if you get 2 blocks, now you only need to hit with all of the bullets in a half circle. You get an extra block, all of the bullets in a quarter circle. Like, that window of bullet hit the requirement goes down as you get more blocks, which is what block builds do, is get more and more blocks. So if you had, like, for example, Echo, EMP, and Shield Rush, all you do is get close enough to your opponent that you could Frost Slam them, you block, you get 3 blocks, all of those bullets hit the opponent and they die. You don't need to be...
You can do
in
the
sleeper
same
mode.
thing with Bombs Away. You can do the same thing
You
with
can't.
Overpower.
No, if
You
I
can't,
have a
because
shield charge
bombs
echo
away.
and I
You can do it with
EMP anywhere
Shockwave.
in the map, I really do have that slow moving, impenetrable wall that you need.
It is not impenetrable.
It is. It's if you have a double block, that double EMP you cannot dodge.
Okay, but
if you're gonna,
Miceman,
try and, jump
bombs
through it,
away...
you have to take cover.
Bombs Away, you're right. Again, Bombs Away can do what EMP can do. And Frost Slam can do what EMP can do. And Overpower can do what EMP can do. But again, EMP can do all of those things. That's what you're not seeming to get.
No,
is that
I get
EMP
that. It's
is
a-
a universal block card that does what almost every
It's
good block
it's
card
a
does.
jack of all
And
trades.
the fact
If
that it can one top is just like the X factor that pushes it even further.
if
through a
if EMP, instead of being a ring of projectiles, was instead the exact same effects but a radius effect, like how all the other block cards work, I think it would be probably the best block card. But the ring of projectiles moves so slowly that I think
there
it's
you
too
go again.
easy to dodge.
That's not enough to weaken the card.
It is.
movement
The
of
whole point of
projectile.
block
It's not.
builds is to get in their face and have unavoidable damage. And EMP is avoidable
If I'm
damage.
even remotely close to you, you cannot dodge those projectiles. They are too close for you.
They
to
are
Yeah,
too
Miceman,
slow.
Miceman, you're saying
speed.
You're saying unavoidable damage. Correct. If I'm close to you, you can't avoid them. If I'm across the map from you, then you can avoid
They'll
them.
still do
But that means
something.
that I suck as a block player if I'm across the map from you.
Exactly.
Like
Just
you're
shield
playing
bounce off the wall.
You're
There's
saying
so
that
many
because it's a
options a block player
projectile.
has.
You're saying that because it's a projectile, you're playing it like it's a gun upgrade. It's a block
No, I'm not
upgrade.
saying
no one
that.
plays block from that far away.
I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying even at close. Okay, what do you guys think the tier is for EMP?
Below Empower.
S
Overwhelm
tier?
power.
I
No.
agree.
Yes.
EMP is at best
If you're
low
gonna
B.
fight this hard, you could. Wow. I was gonna say, if you really put your foot down, I could compromise for
Top of A.
tippity top of A.
I
me and
cannot
Dragon
accept
both
a,
saying
I,
bottom of
I
S.
cannot accept a world where remote is an A tier and
Miceman,
EMP
I think
is an S
Remote is a
tier.
B tier card, and yet it's an A.
I think remote is way lower than what it is right now, and I feel like you know what? I think me and Dragon definitely have the right to do
Our
an
veto.
executive order here. Or,
Because-
I'm pulling out a veto on this one. EMP belongs in bottom of S. Dragon, do you agree?
If
Here's
we're
my
allowed to
thing.
veto, then I want remote in S too.
Here's my thing. I think that it's insane that you put Remote above Trickster, Mayhem, Echo. Like, how? How is that
Because
a world where
okay,
that's
we're not
possible?
talking
And you
about
can't
remote.
veto a 1v2.
No, but what I'm
You cannot
saying is
veto a 1v2.
hold on. But what I'm saying is is that, and yet, even though me and Noah both believe that remote is so low, it is in A. So why is it that me and Noah both believe that EMP is an S tier card and that you feel like it needs to be lower and that it's going to go lower? No, we have the block guy and another person outvoting you. It's an S tier card.
I think that's true. This is a 2v1. I don't think you're winning this one. You're going to have to be mad about this one.
I can't bring myself
Mice Man,
to
you know
drag
what?
EMP
Mice
to
Man,
Put it at
S.
the bottom of S.
Hold on. No, I'll make a deal with you, Mice Man. You can put EMP wherever you want, but me and Noah get to put remote wherever we want.
That gives him too much power. This is a 2v1. Don't give him that authority.
No, I'm giving him that authority because I believe wholeheartedly that remote sucks ass. So the fact that
I
it is
cannot
an
believe
A
you're saying that.
is
Look,
I would have put
bewildering
remote
to me.
I would have put remote above target bounce.
I'll put-
above explosive bullet.
I
Honestly,
can't-
I think explosive bullet needs to go lower.
I can't believe I'm putting EMP in S, but we gotta keep moving. We've been talking about this for like half an
There we go.
hour.
Also, yeah, I think to
God.
be fair, explosive bullet and target bounce.
Here, hold on.
I think explosive bullet needs to go below target. I mean, bombs away. I mean, honest.
You're making an EMP zone.
Here we go.
We're not doing that. Put it up in S. Put it up in S. That's cheap.
I want you to know that if I had my way, EMP would be in low B. But I have
had
been
my way,
I've been
zero ammo would
outvoted.
be in
Look, I put it in S, didn't I? I put it in goddamn S.
Oh, big and tough. But me and
No,
Dragon
hey,
have compromised
hey.
for you too much.
You have
Hey.
no idea what this is for me. EMP is
I think
it
the
is
is for me.
S.
It's my bread and butter. Kiss me, come here. I'm sorry.
We have
Hey,
to.
what I was gonna say is thank you for doing that, and I appreciate you saying for the record where it would be. So I wanted to clarify as well, and I know I said this before, but for the record, that's where remote would be if I had my way. So I feel
And
that
for
it is
my
fair.
record, drill ammo would also be in high B.
Drill?
So I feel that it is
Yes.
fair that since Mice Man is a huge drill and remote guy, and it is the top of A, which me and Noah don't agree on, I think it is only fair that EMP falls where it does.
We've all made our feelings
Definitely not as
clear.
good as Empower, but it's definitely one
No.
of the
No.
best
Listen, Empower
cards.
is just bewildering.
We've all made our opinions clear. I think we just have to move on.
Honestly,
Okay.
I'm putting Power past Thruster.
I don't think I agree with that. I think Thruster's control is just too
that's-
much.
I can see why you wouldn't. but I would.
Here, how about we save this kind of discussion for the end?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
The one thing I want to say on that, though, since we just mentioned it, I think the problem is that Thruster is a card that is just amazing by itself, and Empower is good by itself, but you need a build around it, whereas you could just slap
I don't
Thruster
think
onto
so.
your gun and it's just good.
The Empower bullet is actually fairly hard to dodge and comparable to Wind Up.
No,
is-
that's
is all
hey,
I'm saying.
I
I know
am
it-
not doubting Empower in any way, shape, or form. I'm just saying that Thruster is a card where you shoot a guy, and you just say sayonara as they fly off the map and potentially insta-kill, whereas Empower is a card that is good by itself. Like, again, Empower is a card that just by itself is an S tier
It
card,
can get you to like.
but
third
its
or fourth round
combos also make it an S tier
by
card.
itself.
But yeah.
Okay. Healing Field. I think we can all agree this is not a great card.
No. I mean,
Uh,
there's like situations map wise where it can be extremely powerful. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, Dragon, why don't you tell us what EMP or
Oh,
Healing
yeah,
Field
yeah, for
is? Healing Field, not EMP. We know what that does.
Yeah,
You're right,
listen,
Westman.
listen.
I didn't mean to yell at you earlier.
You did, and I meant to yell at you too, and it's okay. because we
No,
worked
listen.
through
You're right.
it.
You know what? I did.
The yelling was okay, but I know it's gonna be edited out. But Miceman, when you said EMP players are
I did not
that,
say
that was rough.
know, I-
That was rough.
You know, Dragon, I'm really glad that you mentioned that because honestly, like, I have
Taking
confronted
it.
you guys.
You're right. I took it too far.
Struggled as an immigrant to this country, and him saying that is really out of line.
And listen, this
don't know why you're
also
laughing.
might get
An
edited
immigrant
out.
of what? Femboy Nation?
What? Censor
Healing field, go off the stats.
Censor
Go
that.
off-
Censor that. Censor that.
Healing Field. Dragon,
no, Healing
please
Field.
tell us what it does.
Plus 30% HP, quarter-second extra block cooldown, the usual block stuff. And blocking creates a healing field. So what happens is when you block, there is a small timer that ticks up, and the moment it hits, it will heal everything in that radius.
So you and your opponent.
So this is a card that I will say is kind of weird because it's a block card that should probably not be used in block builds.
It encourages a playstyle that is very contrary to what block players should be trying to do.
If you
Yeah.
take
Therefore, it
healing,
gets you killed more than it helps.
if you take healing field, you're gonna be actively not going for a block build, which is very strange.
Yeah, it's
I think it's
the healing
okay to
field.
have like by itself.
Well, yeah, the
but-
problem with healing field is that it doesn't necessarily fit anywhere. Like, if you're doing a sniper build where you're doing a one-shot snipe from across the map, you don't need healing field because your opponent's most likely not hitting you that much. If you're doing a block build, you don't need healing field because you're going to be right up on their ass and they're going to get healed too. You don't want to use it with Empower, especially because
It's got
then you shoot them and
anti-synergy,
then it
yeah.
heals
And then they
them.
just heal them. Yeah.
I guess if you're doing like a spray where you run and you try
yeah,
to spray
maybe,
them
and then get like a
bouncy
hit
players
and
get
run.
use off of that.
Yeah, bouncy, it's okay. But I think healing field also has the same issue that Abyss cooldown has, where it just leaves you
Yeah.
susceptible to getting rushed down.
because
And
the moment you plop
Now,
your
I
heal
think it's
down, they know
definitely
where you're
decent.
gonna be for
Don't
the
get me
next
wrong.
X amount of seconds.
and they can steal it from you, which is
Yeah.
crazy.
And that's the worst part. Like I've had a decent amount of times where I'll have strong block cards like Defender or Echo and whatnot, and I'm able to spam my healing field in my little corner. But honestly, it's still kind of suboptimal
Yeah.
and not worth what I could have had. So I think it belongs in like bottom of C.
I
Because,
was gonna
I
say
mean,
it's an F tier
a heal is a
card.
heal.
I was gonna say it's an
I-
F
If
tier
you're-
card.
okay, you know what? If you're gonna make it an F tier card, then I want to put Abyssal Countdown in F because I don't want to.
I
No,
I
no,
wanted to
hold
put
on.
Abyssal Countdown
I
in
was
F to
gonna
begin
put-
with.
I was gonna put healing field top of D
No, I think Parasite is better than
because
healing
I think.
field.
Well, hold on, because here's my thing.
I think
I
Parasite
think-
is so negligible. that-
I think healing because D is cards that are detrimental, right? But F tier cards are cards that you should never pick. I don't think healing field is a card you should never pick. I think it has detriments, but you, like Noah said, you can't say that you've never got a heal off and it's not helped.
I mean,
you.
but
You know
the
what I mean? Like,
issue-
it's one of those cards.
The issue with Healing Field is that it's like the only card in the game where you can help your opponent other than hitting yourself. Like that, like your opponent can steal the healing field from you. It is actively detrimental in that way.
The timer is short
Correct.
enough to where I don't.
If
think
if
that
you're
will come
far
into
enough
effect
away,
as many
you can
times,
just heal and they
'cause if
won't
the
steal
opponent
it.
is actively stealing your healing field, they're probably running either a chase or a block build themselves, and in that case, you just got a bad draw.
No,
So
because-
I would probably agree and put it on top of D.
If you have healing field right, your opponent knows you have healing field, and they know you're going to be trying to get value out of it, so they're going to try to stay close. And the moment they see you activate it, they're going to rush
Okay,
in.
So, but here's the thing though:
I feel
if
like a
you're
sniper
using
player
a
wouldn't do
build
that.
that benefits from your opponent being close, having healing field is literally just a card that says you can't get too far away from me. Because I could pull it
I
off.
don't know. Like healing
It's a
field,
card that's
like
almost like a
if
fake
if you're
out.
running like a sniper build, you don't care about healing field. If you're running like a rushdown build, you don't
Correct.
care about healing field. I don't know. I would say it's
I
an F
guess,
tier card.
and that would draw the game out to like a long standstill of the sniper just waiting for the guy to heal and come out to be one tapped. But
Well, he
I
doesn't
don't-
even
I
need the
think
heal,
that
right?
it
It's doing
being a
nothing.
heal- it being a heal and one of the only things that heals you like that puts it in D.
Listen, I was
Not
this
F. It's
close
not
to
an F
throwing
tier
it
card.
F only because I don't like the playstyle that it
Yeah, it
promotes.
also encourages
But-
a really lame play style.
But if we're talking about it sheerly on the fact, because we're not including fun in anything else, if we're sheerly on the fact of what it does and what it gives you, I mean, it can't be F because one, it just passively gives you plus 30% HP.
I guess that's true.
Two, if you are far enough away, which is something you can relatively easily do, you can just use it.
Yeah, but
I
how
think I put it above
often
Abyssal Countdown.
Abyssal Countdown can be a dead card a lot of the times. Healing Field can be not only a dead card, an actively detrimental card. I think you guys are really undervaluing how easy it is
Okay.
to steal a heal
I'm
from Healing
willing
Field.
to-
That long, you can get a heal off.
It's like what, like 7 seconds, something like that?
It's not.
No,
No,
it's-
it's not. quite
5
that
seconds,
long.
maybe?
I want to say 4.
I wonder if anyone's documented this.
Hold on, here we go.
You You better
It's,
get that back up there right now.
Mice Man just wants to fight. Mice Man wants another excuse to say.
I didn't say anything like that. Now I gotta edit that out.
Like
Yeah,
my
but
mom
you gotta
was
believe
already
that.
a citizen when she gave birth to me, dude.
We can't dwell on this. Mice Man's gonna cut out half the video if we keep
Yeah.
talking about him saying.
I gotta edit that out too, please.
Sorry. Anyway, what I was gonna say is I think it heals. According to what people are saying,
You should have documented this.
yeah, it's hard because there's not a lot of people. Like literally, the rounds wiki that I have all of this information on, most of the cards aren't even in here. There is one list that has every card, but you can't click into the cards to get any more info.
Ugh.
Like no one has this documented. But I think Healing Field is only. I would say it's 5 seconds. That seems right to me.
I think
And
5
there's some
seconds
other
seems
things
fair.
that have a 5-second timer that's specified here. So I think it's probably 5 seconds. And it's one of those things where you can be across the map and want your opponent to be close. So instead of dangerously traversing the map to get to your opponent, you pop Healing Field. Your opponent is going to try to B-rush to you. And then that's just a safety. You know what I mean? Like you're just like, oh, cool. Well, now I'm close to you. I think that it's good where it is, but I'd put it above Ricochet at the very least.
Okay, fine. I'm okay with it being above
'Cause
Ricochet.
Okay.
I'm honestly
okay with
even like Ricochet might be a card that we move down to F at the end because I just keep every time we add a D tier card, I put
It's
it
like
above
it's better
Ricochet
than
and just go,
Ricochet,
"Man,
yeah.
Ricochet just is not.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm looking more at Parasite, guys. I'm having more and more trouble justifying it being at the top right now.
I think Parasite is better than these 3 cards.
Okay,
Let me see Ricochet again real quick, just because what does it do? Okay, yeah. To be fair,
Down to speed.
okay, we'll keep Ricochet at D only because it gives you plus 25% attack speed,
Mm-hmm.
so you can shoot 1/4% faster.
Okay.
So okay, it'll say there. But hold on, what was the downsides to Parasite again?
Parasite is your opponent takes damage over the course of 3 seconds.
Yeah, what 5 seconds?
Oh, is it 5 seconds?
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Yeah, it's like bad. It's like
But you get
Bizarro
25%
World
HP, plus 25% damage, and plus 50% lifesteal. So, but again, the lifesteal is also not instant. It goes over 5 seconds as you deal damage.
Mhm.
I don't know. I mean, that's really rough. There's not a single build that I think that benefits.
I mean, I guess like a huge spray and pray type build, you get like a huge swarm of bullets, you like tick some damage down, but
I guess okay, here's the thing. I think it's fine for one reason only. I think it's fine where it is for only one reason. If this wasn't the reason, I think it would be an F tier card. The reason it's fine, it's the only card in the game that actively counters decay, which is an S tier card.
that's true.
Other cards
That's
counter
true.
decay. Like you can do extra damage so that like over the 4 seconds the other person will die, right? So that counters decay. This is the only card that actively counters decay. It is literally anti-decay card. If your opponent runs decay and you find Parasite, you go, they're already taking damage
Might
over
as
time
well,
anyway,
yeah.
so I might as well get the extra health, life steal, and damage.
Right, there's
That
base.
kinda
If
thing.
they already have decay, it doesn't have a downside really.
Yeah. So I think that's the only reason that I think it's fine where it is, because it is a card where if your opponent is running an S tier card, it actually makes this card better in some way.
You know, Decay Healing Field is also pretty good because it delays your death, and Healing Field can take you out of
I
like,
guess.
damage
What a
threshold
what
to
a
bring you back.
play style though.
very,
again-
very. I think I've only done that once
Again, I think Healing Field
in
could
like the 80 hours I
potentially
played.
be higher, but I still think it loses points for all of the play. Like it promotes only bad play styles, like only frustrating play styles. So it loses points for that for me. I think this is a good spot for it.
It's just it's suboptimal.
Yep.
Okay, homing. Does what it says on the
Homing.
tin.
Yep. So minus 25% damage, so you are dealing less damage. Minus 50% attack speed, plus that 1/4 second reload time. But bullets home towards visible targets. So if your bullet is in the air, and it has a little cone that it follows, that is in front of it, like it has line of sight essentially. And if it sees a player,
You are your
it will-
opponent.
it will just start moving towards it. It's literally target bounce, but without the bounce.
I think homing's really
Pretty
good.
Solid card.
Yeah, I like
I don't
homing
think
a
it's as
lot.
good
I
as
think it's got
remote,
a lot of good
but I think
synergies.
it's pretty good.
I think it's probably a low A tier card. A lot of builds can really benefit
I
from
would have said
homing.
high B.
Yeah, listen, I'm not trying to throw shade at Miceman. Personally, I think it's better than homing or better than remote
I don't know.
because
if
you
I-
don't
The thing-
because you don't have to focus on it. You
The-
can just shoot it and it'll do the job.
Well, you do have to be careful because it
good.
will home in on you as well.
Yeah, and that's the downside.
so it's got
but
like
that kind of thing.
anti-bounce synergy kind of. You got to be careful.
Yeah.
A lot of builds like you take homing and the build like revolves around homing, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And it does come with a lot of downsides, but it's very powerful. It lets you hit your shots consistently, like a lot more consistently.
Yeah, at the bare minimum, I will say that at least my requirement, you guys probably agree with me, it needs to be higher than target bounce.
Yeah, I agree with
Yes,
that.
for
It's a
sure.
better target
That's why
bounce.
I say it should be top of B right now.
I think it's a low A tier card. What do you think?
I don't want to put it on the
Shotgun?
same tier of like Grow
I-
or Toxic Cloud.
I don't know. I think I'm with Miceman on this actually, because again, all you have to do is just arc a shot over some boxes, and that shot that totally wouldn't hit now has a chance to
It's
hit.
got a chance to hit, yeah.
Okay, all right, bottom of A, not above Toxic Cloud.
Like
though.
it's
Do we
Toxic
think it's
Cloud is
better
a
than
better area.
Chase?
no, Chase is
again,
too good
Chase
of a card.
Chase Noah sold me on the
I'm-
being able to dodge bullets. Like Chase is pretty high. up
I'm
there for me.
honestly tempted to move Chase higher up later whenever this is like getting finalized.
We'll
I
see
think
on
Chase
that,
is,
but
is like
I think
really
the
good.
thing is that Toxic Cloud is still a better area denial, right? But
Mhm.
homing again is not a bad area denial if you're just lobbing shit over and keeping your opponent kind of suppressed because those bullets might hit. It
Very
forces
annoying.
your
That is
opponents
very
to move.
annoying.
Forces your
It
opponents
is
to
very
move.
annoying, yeah. They gotta respect line of sight a lot more.
Yeah, it's another one of those cards that just gets people out of position. If they're bunkered down and they're doing something crazy, you can just lob something in there and it forces them to have to
Actually,
get out of
there
there.
is a card that I feel breaks the bunker better than homing. I don't think it's better than homing overall, but there's a card that breaks it better, and I don't think we've gotten to it yet.
I was gonna say I don't know if we've gotten to it yet. If I think you're talking about what I
No,
think you're talking about, but we'll see.
Yeah,
Okay.
But yeah, I think that's a great spot.
fun one coming up.
Yeah, huge.
Huge.
Get big, get mad.
Solid.
Plus 80% HP,
Health
no
also
tank
scales.
downsides.
No tank downsides. Also, the more health you have in this game, the bigger your hitbox
You do
becomes.
you do get
fat.
huge. You get
Yep,
fat.
that's what I. That's
But
what I
you
was
also
saying
get more
before, yeah.
strength, which means that you can move your environment more.
like boxes
Like
and
if
stuff.
you are at standard health or at lower than average health, you can't move a box. You can't move certain like platforms that have fallen on top of you. If you're larger, you can actually push them. Which
To be fair,
comes
you
into play
can
more
push
than you would
boxes
think.
at standard health.
Yeah, but he means like
Yeah, no, boxes
faster
at
and
standard
like
health.
heavy stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like you can
yeah.
you just have to keep running into it and it'll slowly nudge. But like yeah, if you're huge, you just walk into it and it'll just get out of your way.
I think this is a top of the
I
B
think you're
tier.
just solid. I think
Well,
yeah, I would
yeah.
say bottom, top of B, top of B.
Yeah, huge is just a card that again, no matter what build you're doing, huge is why not get it. It's plus 80% HP. There's literally not a single
No
downside to it.
I guess the downside is you could have taken a better card, but in terms of like better cards, yeah, there's a couple, but sometimes these cards like have anti-synergy or they don't do a lot for
Yeah.
you, and huge never doesn't do anything for
Well, the
you.
other thing too is
It's
every
just a
better
good
card,
thing to have.
every better card, and honestly, almost every worse card has a detriment
Mm-hmm.
to it. It does something good for you, but it has downsides. Huge is only upsides. I guess the only downside Huge technically has is that you have a slightly bigger hitbox.
Yeah, that's nothing really.
Or way bigger if you've gotten more health prior.
Well, yeah,
but,
if you've
and
gotten
also
tank and then
Huge
you do huge
really
or whatever. But like,
compensates for like glass cannon or its strength.
yeah, if your opponent's doing those one-shot builds, getting cards like Huge is literally the counter to it. Same thing with block builds. Your opponent runs up on you and blocks to try to like fuck you up, and you just tank it, and now they're face to face with your bullets. Like, I don't know, Huge is just
or
good, man.
the block player has Huge themselves, and now you
That's
just
well,
can't
that's
kill
also
them.
You can't
true,
kill
yeah.
him, yeah.
You run glass cannon, you get that extreme damage. Run Huge, suddenly glass cannon's cons are gone.
Well, mostly gone. You still have
Yeah, I
minus
think-
Well,
20%.
actually, glass
Top of
cannon's
B
a
is
minus
best.
50%, right?
It's
Huge is
minus. Oh, is it minus 50?
Glass Cannon is minus 100%.
Yeah, so it's
never
half.
mind then. Huge kind. Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, Huge kind of counters Glass Cannon. I think Huge is a good card. I think it is a solid card.
No, I don't think it goes A, but I think it is top of B.
Okay. Implode.
Implode. Plus 50% HP, so it's a better health than most other block cards. Plus 25, plus quarter second block cooldown. Again, the usual.
Mm-hmm.
Blocking pulls enemies towards you. Now, again, this is a radius, so enemies in a radius get sucked into you, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I'm not trying to rehash
I don't
old
think
wounds. Combos with EMP
It
very
does combo
well.
with EMP. It's true. I think Implode
Actually,
is.
I don't know if it does, because when you block, EMP unleashes the projectiles instantly. Implode takes a second, and then it pulls them in.
Yeah, but it
That's
pulls them
crazy.
into the bullets. It's not the insta-kill. I'm just saying, like, if they try to avoid the bullets if you're not close enough,
Iceman,
Implode will
if
suck
I'm
them
20 feet
in.
away, EMP
Okay, we're not talking about EMP. Implode.
Okay, well, you wanted to say something, so I'm gonna.
No, hey.
No need to
Alright,
bring up
damn.
that kind of language, Dragon. Jeez.
Sorry, listen, I just
Not
EMP,
his fault.
I got
He was
excited.
born,
I got
dude.
excited.
EMP's weird, right? Sometimes it's got like,
Implode
or yeah, sorry, implode.
every time.
Implode is kind of weird, right? Like it's kind of got, like sometimes it's actively detrimental to you if they're running a block build because you want them to get away
I
from
mean,
you.
you wouldn't grab it if they were running a block build. But
So
yeah.
in that
I'm
scenario,
not
it's
gonna
like
lie, I don't think there's. Go on.
What?
well, I was just gonna say, there are
Sir, there's some smoke in the air still. I've been trying to stay low. But
there are
You
scenarios
really got a lot of gas in your hair.
in where Implode, like, Jasmine, can I help you?
Jasmine.
You hear like thump in the ground here.
Speaking of Jasmine, I'm kind of hungry.
I don't know. I think Implode
Speaking of Jasmine.
it is a synergy card, right? Like
Yeah,
Implode
no, it's
by
a card
itself
that
is not
doesn't
much.
do anything except when you have other shit to combo with.
Like it helps you get off
be honest.
overpower. It helps you get off EMP.
I've had Implode come up a lot in draw, and I've picked it plenty of times. But Implode might be one of the block cards that I've gotten the least amount of value off of, and I think it belongs below Chilling Presence.
Yeah, I think it's a C tier card.
Oh yeah, I was gonna throw it.
I think
You know,
Barrage is
honestly,
better
less than
actually.
Tank. I've gotten way more value off of Tank than I have of
No,
Implode.
I was gonna say bottom of C. The other thing with Implode that
You could
is
even argue
fun,
top
though-
of D.
No, I don't think it's quite a D tier card.
No, it's not D.
You know what? You're right. It is not a detriment. It's just it does the least of any block card.
There is
and I'd
one
rather have
thing
anything
that
else.
happens that's very fun though, is because it sucks in people around you and it is radius
Sucks.
based. If you're beneath them on like a floor, like if there's a wall between you and them, it will still suck them into that wall, which doesn't do much, but it can lock someone in place for just a quarter of a second longer than, you know what I mean? Like there's fun little things, silly things you can do with it, but like, yeah, like you guys have been saying, Implode is a card that is you're running like a build that like a block build or a shotgun build or something, and you just get a draw that doesn't have anything else, but it has Implode. And you go, okay, I guess that'll help me more than some other
Yeah,
things
I guess
will.
like whatever. Like in
Or
terms
I've
of
honestly
like
gotten Implode for the health bonus more than I have. the
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna
actual
say,
Implode.
but that plus 50% HP should not be slept on. I will
yeah,
say.
Right.
it
And
just-
that's what I think makes all of these block cards viable, except for Healing Field, is that the fact that they give you more health, and that's huge for a block player.
it just in terms of controlling your opponent's movement, Implode is like one of the, if not the worst card
No,
to
yeah,
do it.
it really
Right.
is. It really is.
Okay, Leech.
We got Leech here.
This one's pretty self-explanatory. Plus 30% HP, so it has the same HP gain as a block card, which is cool, and plus 75% lifesteal. And again, it's not like Parasite where it's over time. You shoot someone, you hit them, 75% of that damage gets chunked onto your health.
Leech, in my opinion, is probably like the best lifesteal card. It's in the name.
Yeah.
But I still think that the lifesteal build is not that great, so I wouldn't put it too high.
I think Leech is good. I think it's better than I think Noah's letting on. I would put
Countered
it.
by it a good few times.
I would put it at the bottom of A, top of B. I think.
I would have said bottom of like I would have put it maybe above
It is.
careful planning.
It's a card that has no downsides. Again,
Mhm.
That's true.
the lifesteal, it really can save your ass, especially if your opponent, like, it combos really nicely with decay. Like, leech plus decay means you're basically unkillable if you're hitting your shots.
Which is still, to be fair, mostly decay, but yeah,
Still,
I get you.
It-
That's
it-
why decay's an S tier.
yeah, it combos
It's
really well.
also able to bring you back from death if you were like guaranteed death because the case slowed it down.
Yep.
Yeah, it combos really well with like cards that you hit a lot with them. You know what I'm saying?
Get good value off of leech.
The only build I would say it really doesn't combo well with is like block builds. Maybe not even block builds. Does it work with like damage done through block
Radar shot.
cards?
No,
Yeah.
it has to be bullets.
It's just
Oh, it
most
has to be
skills only
bullets.
bullets.
Yeah, so it doesn't work well with block builds, and it doesn't work well with sniper builds because you're trying to one shot anyway, so you're hopefully not losing much HP, and if you are, you're just gonna hit them anyway.
Yeah.
But I think it works well with most builds. I think it's probably a bottom of A card.
I was
I want to say top of B. I don't want to put it on the same field as A. That's just me.
that's
Excuse
tough.
me.
So, because here's my thing. I would probably put it right after huge, because lifesteal is very good,
After huge.
but that just plus 80%. Like, yeah, the lifesteal keeps you alive, but so does 80% more health with no downsides. Like,
I'd say it's very
you have
similar
to keep
huge.
landing your shot to get more huge
Real quick,
with leech.
what
but
was the
huge
health
is
boost
just
of
passive.
defender?
Oh god. It was 30%.
Oh, just
So
30.
same as leech.
Never mind. Then.
I'd say leech is very similar to huge in defender.
That's why I think it should be between them, because I think
Now I want to put it above
between the
wind
three
up or
cards.
above
Yeah.
defender.
like
I think right
Like
after huge is
here.
a great
Maybe even
spot
below
for it.
defender because I feel like getting blocks back faster is more of a buff than getting health off of a shot.
I think leech works fine
But
on
that's
its
just 'cause I'm a
own.
block player.
Yeah, I think leech works better on its own than defender does on its
I
own.
was gonna say the same thing. I think that's the only reason it's above defender for me.
Okay,
Leech,
fair enough.
Defender synergizes better, but I think even if you have a block build, being able to just like, you still, like Mike's man said earlier, you still have a gun. So if you're blocking and you're low on health and you're like, I can't risk running in and getting killed, you lob a shot. If it hits, you just get 75% of that life steal back. Then you run in with your finisher with the defend.
I
Whereas,
have actually ran
kinda
leech
thing.
plenty of. You know what? No, you're right because I've run leech a lot of times with like chase down builds.
Yep.
Where say I get like an EMP or like a frost slam or something that's like locking them down, making them very easy to shoot. You can almost become unkillable thanks to leech.
Yep, again, Chase and Leech synergize incredibly well. You speed at them, you're dodging bullets left and right. If they do hit you, you're probably hitting them back to heal it back. Like, it's a really good card. I can see why Meisman wants to put it in A, and I'm almost there. But again, I feel like for the same benefit, Leech needs more to get it going, whereas Huge is just basically the same thing, but for free.
Okay, I think we're all okay with where leech is.
Yep.
Life stealer.
Life Stealer plus 25% HP, steals HP from your opponent when nearby. So there's a radius around you that just slowly life steals over time while your opponent is near it.
It's okay. The radius is not very big. It's pretty small. One of the smaller radiuses, even. Or
It's
wait.
one of those things where it's like a... Wait, go for it.
Well, I was just gonna say it's just really slow. It's really slow, and the lifesteal is not that incredible.
Yep.
I don't know.
I want to put it
it's
in
a-
like top of D. It's
it's a-
kind of
Top of
negligible.
D,
Whoa,
I
whoa,
would
don't think it's
say
that
I think
bad.
it's like a top of C card. It is again.
I've
It's
rarely gotten value off of
it
Life
has no downside. It's just its upside is not that great.
Stealer. Rather
Well-
have picked anything else.
Here's my thing. Life Stealer is great on, like, Russian things. Obviously, you prefer Leech. It's a worse Leech. I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah.
But, like, if you're rushing in and getting in their face, that passive healing over time could be the difference between death and life. But the other thing that it has specifically, too, is it's kind of that mind gaming thing. It's the native fear of getting close. So if your
Mhm.
opponent's running a Russian build, yes, obviously it's not going to prevent them from using their kit, but they're going to have to think twice about getting close enough to you if you have leech and something else that might ruin their day. Again, if you're doing a casual player that's not doing a Russian build, that might try to get close to you to get their shots a little easier, grabbing Lifestealer is just an easy way to tell them, hey, just don't come near me. Like, you're going to stay far
slow
away
it down
from
a
me. And if you're
little.
better at the long game than them, Lifestealer is going to just be a card that prevents them from trying to get close.
Well, I feel like it's a little too slow
I
to
don't know if it
fully
would prevent
stop.
them,
Yeah, it's a
because if
little
you're running a close-up build, you
too
can kill them with what
slow.
Lifesteal can do in
Exactly.
yeah,
exactly.
I'm just saying it puts the doubt in the head.
I
I don't
think-
think it's like
Slam is a card that stops people from getting close.
I feel like it's
Yeah,
right
no, I was
there.
gonna say-
But Lifesteal close to
maybe
Frost Slam.
even like.
Not even Chilling Presence has a way better effect than Lifesteal.
You think so?
If you're gonna put it on C, I want
was
to put it
gonna-
at the bottom of C.
oh, I was going to put it right where it is. Like right after
Do we really
Chilling
think
Presence, 'cause I it has
Lifestealer
the
is
same...
better than
Barrage is better than
Barrage?
Lifestealer.
Yeah.
And Tank is better than Lifestealer.
I don't know if I agree with that. Tank has a
I
downside. Lifestealer doesn't have a
100%
downside.
agree.
Yeah, you might be right
I'll
with
let Dragon
Barrage,
decide.
but
Do you think
I'm...
Tank is better or worse than Lifestealer?
Let me look at Tank's things again.
Tank gives you double HP, but it has a couple downsides
Yeah,
to it.
it's a half-second reload time and minus 25% attack speed.
Tank's downsides are pretty nasty.
Yeah, but whereas Lifestealer is like, you do have to be near your opponent to get benefit. Tank is just a benefit to everything, and it's, even though Huge is better, Tank is just a counter to one-shot build. Like, your opponent's doing a one-shot build, you just grab Tank, and suddenly they don't anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I think, yeah,
I'd
swap
rather-
Tank and Lifestealer. I think that's the way
No,
to do it.
no, because Huge is better than
I
Tank.
also agree.
Well, yeah, and that's why
I'm
Huge
outvoted
is in
here.
B and Tank is in C.
I guess I'm outvoted.
But yeah, I don't know. I think if both of them popped up and I wasn't trying to spec into either of them, like, I think about it this way. If I got a pop-up and it was just these two cards and I had to pick one of these two cards and I wasn't specking into either of their builds, I'd pick Tank over Lifestealer.
I guess you're right, yeah.
Even though there's downsides, I think I'd pick Tank over Lifestealer.
We have a good one coming up here.
Alright, yeah.
Overpower.
Overpower, yes.
So,
Funny
plus
art.
30% HP, plus quarter-second block cooldown. Again, the usuals. Deal 15% of your max HP to enemies around you whenever you block. Great with block builds, great with health builds.
Oh, yeah,
for sure.
It
Oh my
scales
gosh,
with
if you have
health.
huge Tank. If you have like a number of block cards and you're huge, dude, Overpower can become such a menace.
Yeah, well,
If
when
you
I
think
However-
about it.
Mhm.
Oh, go for it.
Well, I was just
when you
gonna
think
say-
about it. Shit. Go. You go. I'll go.
Okay. Overpower is, if I have Overpower, that's one of the few times I'd be like, I want to take Tank. I want to see Tank, right? Because then you're not too worried about the other downsides, because you're obviously
Yep.
going for a full-on block build at this point.
Yep, I agree. I was gonna say, if you have Tank Overpower, it's effectively the same thing as Overpower dealing 30% of your max.
And this is,
know
as
what I
long as you're close to them, this is unavoidable damage. You combine it with like a Echo or a
Overpower
like a,
actually
something
has a
like
bit of a
that.
delay, similar to Implode.
Still, it's near impossible to avoid.
I don't know. I'm the block guy. I run a lot of Overpower. I run a lot of the block cards. But as much as I love Overpower and as much value as I've gotten from it, it's a card that struggles, in my opinion, a lot to get real value from until late game. And at that point, that can be kind of RNG dependent unless you've gotten multiple other blocks or health cards. Because 15% of your max health off rip is, I mean, a bullet would do more, honestly.
Okay, but keep in
Um,
mind as well, every block card you get's plus 30% HP,
Mhm.
which is gonna slowly make Overpower better and better.
I'm aware of that. I know that it snowballs, as do most of the other block cards. except
Yeah.
for Healing Field. But I think it's one of the better ones. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think it's that correct. Bombs Away eclipses Overpower, in my opinion.
Also, just for
of
the
course,
sake of
Empower
saying
makes
it-
anything.
Yeah, just for the sake of saying it, listeners at home, when we say block cards going forward, we're not including healing field. So
No,
we don't have to keep
healing
specifying.
field
When we
does
say
not
block cards,
count.
we do not say healing field. Healing field's not a block
yeah,
card.
that's good.
It's just
Yeah.
not a
I think
it's
overpower is good for
not-
what it is. I think that it is like a really good X factor, especially in late game block or health. But in my opinion, it takes way more to get off of its feet to
I
actually
just-
do that.
I
So would
just
you say
think
it's
if you're
like
doing
bottom of
here,
B,
maybe?
I would say it's like a,
bottom of B?
maybe not. No, I think it provides more than Frost Slam. I would put it more like lower B.
I was gonna say, I would definitely put it.
Okay, you
'Cause
guys
it's better than
discuss
Frost
this.
Slam.
I gotta go let my dog out, I guess. I'll be right back.
Okay, no, I guess the question I have for you is overpower better than fast forward? Like, if you saw both of them, would you grab fast forward or would you grab overpower?
That's dependent on the build. Because why would I grab fast
That's what I
forward if I'm
mean,
going for a
right?
block
Yeah.
build, or why would I go for?
I
overpower
guess
if I'm
I'm
gonna go
saying if
bullet build?
your first card, like you're like, all right, I can either spec into
first
speed or
card?
spec into.
Right,
like,
right. Your build
overpower.
depends on what you get on your starting hand.
Yep.
I would pick fast forward to be honest.
Just because you know it's going to work with your bullets. Just
Yes, I
like,
know it's going to give me immediate
overpower
results,
might
and I
not
know
work
that
unless
there's
you have
more
other shit.
gun. Yeah, and there's way more gun cards. So
But
I mean,
yeah, the
and
only
that's just,
thing
like,
is
the
that
thing with
there's
block
more
builds
gun
is that-
cards, but block builds cards are just better than
on average they're better,
yeah.
but I don't know. It takes a bit of work to get overpower to reach its potential, and I know that its potential is like massive, but in the scheme, in the grand scheme of block as a whole, not what I would consider a high tier card. I think it's good, and that's it.
Yeah, because I think B is the spot for it. I agree 100% with that. I'm just trying to figure out where. I definitely think it's going above Demonic Pact. Like, I'm 100% convinced it needs to be above
For sure,
Pact.
Demonic Pact is a. It's
To be fair, I'm also biased because I think Demonic Pact should be lower than it is, but you guys say it has more value. I don't really ever grab it, so I can't really attest to that. But I do know that
I view it
Overpower
like
should
the
be
glass
above it.
cannon card of the spray build. You know.
That's entirely fair, but as a spray build, do you want to be Glass Cannon?
Yes, just do not pick a bouncy card.
Well, that's also fair. But spray and bounce
And then
go
that
so well
slight
together.
explosion
that's the
damage can be
thing.
very annoying.
Like, I feel like if you're running Demonic Pact, it heavily limits your options.
The way
Like,
that I
Demonic
use
Pact is something you
Pact is I
have to
sort of,
go into.
yeah, you do have to go into it, but you don't necessarily need to unload and like ruin your health pool. You can kind of space it a little bit, or wait till you for sure have an opening before you unload your mag. And that's why I
Demonic
think
Pact
Demonic
healing
Pact.
field.
It's a skillful. Wow, a skillful player.
Wow.
You know what? I actually have run Demonic Pact and Healing Field, and that might be one of the only synergies with Healing Field.
No, literally, like,
Because
I've
Demonic
seen
Pact allows you
Demonic
to like
Pact
create a
healing
wall of
field.
bullets and then heal back.
Yep. It's rough. Yeah, I don't know,
But,
because that's the thing is, as I'm moving Overpower slowly up the ranks of B, like, Glass Cannon is it's build dependent. Because
It
if I'm
cannot get
running a
past
block
bombs
build,
away.
I would put it above all of those yellows in a row. But I'm not running a block build. I'd put it below fast forward. And I think
And you
that's.
keep in mind that block builds are harder to get going than gun build or
But
other
if
builds.
you have a maxed out gun build and a maxed out block build is leagues
The block
above.
build will win.
Yeah.
It doesn't beat bombs away. It beats Demonic Pact. It can beat fast forward.
Let me look at fast forward.
I would be
stats
fine putting it
again.
either in front of or behind fast forward.
That's where I'm
guess we
settling
could
on
let
because
Nice Man
burst is
pick.
better than it for sure.
Yeah, I guess we can let Nice
Plus
Man pick.
100% projectile speed. Okay. I say it goes below fast forward for one reason and one reason only, and I keep forgetting. Fast forward has plus 30% reload speed.
Oh, right! Yeah, no, reload speed is huge in this
I
game.
keep forgetting that is a thing because I'm like, yeah, it's the thing that speeds your bullets up. It like doubles your bullet speed, whatever. No, I keep forgetting
mean,
that you
there's a
reload 30% faster. Yeah,
That's
no, it
huge.
goes.
I mean,
it goes
there's
below
a
fast forward, for sure.
specific, most like extremely like vanilla,
Okay, I'm
simple
back.
card that might work its way into S.
What are we
because
talking
it's-
about?
Yeah. Okay. Here.
So we were saying that
Overpower.
where overpower should go. We definitely think it's above demonic pact, but we were arguing between it and fast forward. Ultimately, what we decided is because we remembered that fast forward has plus 30% reload speed off rip. Like overpowered just can't compete with that, and fast forward is a common card, whereas overpowered's rare.
Yeah, overpower.
Or uncommon, I mean.
It grows well, but it's just not very good at the start.
No, in my opinion, one of the weaker cards to start. Like Frost Slam has a better early game than Overpower.
Yeah, I
does.
think I would agree. All right, Dazzle.
All right, so that plus quarter-second
I don't have
reload
much of an
time,
opinion on this one.
and bullets stun the opponent multiple times. So this isn't a freeze. This is if you hit someone with your bullets, they're locked in place for a couple seconds.
Yeah, so it's interesting,
No,
right?
not
You
even. They kind of move.
you get like
between intervals of
stuttery.
stuns.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, you're not
Stutter.
directly in place, but you're basically in place.
And the thing is, you can act during your dazzle effect too. Like you're not immobile. You're not kind of like neutered. You're just annoying.
Yeah, it's not silenced. which we'll get
Yeah,
to.
it's weird, right? I don't know. Dazzle is like a weird
I don't think it's
cold
that good.
bullets.
Okay, my thing though is because you've talked about like how Frost Slam is really good to counter like people that are doing Russian builds. I think that Dazzle beats it for sure. If you can land a shot with Dazzle, there you just leave, and the other guy's just like, "Fuck! Well, now I gotta cross the map
But
to get to this guy."
isn't that the same thing
That's
with cold
true.
bullets?
Yeah, cold bullets just does that better.
Yeah, but cold bullets slows them, so they're still making progress. Dazzle, like, again, they can technically move, but it locks them in basic place. So like you can essentially just go a direction, and there's nothing they can do about it. They're slowed,
Well-
but they can still make.
it's
it's-
like, do you want to walk to your front door slowly, or do you want to sprint for half a second, stop, and then sprint for half a second, stop? Which one's faster?
I don't know. It's
Sprinting
it's
for half a
weird.
second.
Dazzle is like a bizarro version
So
of cold
therefore, I
bullets.
think Dazzle belongs below cold bullets and below Chilling Presence.
It's weird,
but I think
right?
Barrage is better than. I think Dazzle.
Well, I'm saying
Honestly,
sprinting for
I
half a
don't-
second is better for you. It's not faster than slow walking.
Honestly,
is
I
what I
think Dazzle belongs right by Implode.
By implode.
Whoa!
I just-
Well, hold on.
It's so.
I think if I saw
negligible.
Dazzle and Cold Bullets, I'd get Dazzle above.
You
Cold
think
Bullets.
so?
Yeah.
Really?
I think I'd rather take cold bullets.
Well, again, so what is the
Yeah,
purpose
I think
of
me and
Cold
Miceman
Bullets?
are.
No, hey, if
it-
I'm
it
outnumbered, I'm
slows your
outnumbered. I'm
opponent
just
down.
saying, like, what is if you're getting Cold Bullets, what's your goal?
to stop the opponent.
It locks your opponent down.
Okay, so Dazzle does that, but better.
No, I don't think it does it better. Dazzle.
No.
Dazzle is more annoying, but I think cold bullets is better at shutting down your opponent.
See, I don't.
Right, 'cause you
I don't
can
think
still
so.
act. You're not neutered with Dazzle. Cold bullets takes away some of your What's that word you like, Miceman? It takes away some of your
I don't know. What you're talking
agency.
about. Agency?
Dazzle
However,
completely takes away
Dazzle-
your agency.
No,
But only for like very short seconds.
and you can still
And
like
you can act in between them.
sometimes Dazzle is even
can
nice
shoot
because you
literally.
get like you can stay in the air, right? And so you can keep an angle.
Bullets are pretty.
The bullets do be pretty as well.
So you're saying that the difference is that like Cold Bullets, it doesn't stop your movement.
It stops your
But
controls.
It's well, no, Dazzle completely stops your controls. But what I'm saying is like Cold Bullets doesn't stop your movement, but because it slows your momentum, there are things such as like if you're falling, Dazzle will necessarily keep you in the air, whereas Cold Bullets you'll just fall and you won't necessarily be able to. jump
Yeah,
as
you
much.
fall like a stone. This can cause you, like, especially if you're hit over a section of the map where you'll fall into,
I was just
into
gonna
the
say
into
that.
the
Getting hit
death
by a
barrier.
cold bullet when you're in. Yeah,
You just
when
drop
you're
straight
in the
down.
death
While
zone.
Dazzle, you stay in the air, so you have time to get ready for
Okay.
like
Kind
a
of like
shield
another way
jump
to a wall.
or yeah, or
So
getting to a
here's my-
wall.
Here's my counter, though, to that. While that is also true, Dazzle does lock the person in place, meaning that you shoot them, they're not going anywhere. Like if you to get your second shot off with cold bullets, they're falling. You have to triangulate that momentum and hit them correctly. Dazzle, you shoot them, they're there. You just shoot in the exact same spot again, and you will hit them.
Not for long at all to do much with.
But if
my
you just
opinion.
shoot twice, just shoot 2 bullets. One will hit lock them in place so that they can't avoid the other one.
Just shoot him twice, forehead.
So I think that's the thing for me, especially if you have bullet speed. Like Dazzle, you shoot them, they're locked in place. You shoot again, they get
doesn't
hit with
hurt
the
to
second
have
bullet.
it.
Especially if you have, like, let's say you have spray and cold bullets. Sure, right? Yeah, it slows them down like a lot. You'll keep hitting them with your bullets, but like again,
Spray
if
and
they
cold
have
bullets is rather
momentum,
pretty good.
yeah. But spray and dazzle, where all of those bullets
No.
will pile on that stun lock. Cold. I don't know. I think
I don't know.
Dazzle's better
I don't
than
know.
cold
I think you're
bullets.
overhyping Dazzle. I think Dazzle belongs near Implode or Life.
You guys.
No,
you
I don't think
guys
it's that
say
low.
it's
I'd say
worse
it's
than
right around
cold
here.
bullets, so I will compromise that it should be.
I think
if
cold
it's
bullets
gonna
and
be
Frost Sam still
below
belong at the top
cold
of
bullets,
C, though.
Yeah, if it's gonna be below cold bullets, I think it should be right next to cold bullets because they're basically the same.
Yeah, they're
And it's
basically
just a
the
matter
same
of
card.
preference. Because my preference is dazzle. Your guys' preference is cold.
Okay, are we happy
Alright,
with this
whatever. I'm
arrangement
fine
right
with that.
here?
So you moved barrage up. I'm
I
just
did.
Curious.
I think Barrage
I
is
don't know
better
why
than
you did
Cold
that.
Bullets. Yeah. Well, we want them to be next to each other, right? I would
Yeah,
not
you
say
know what? Yeah,
Barrage
you know,
is
yeah,
worse than Dazzle. And if we're keeping Dazzle
sure.
next to Cold Bullets, then
Yeah.
do we all agree?
next
Yeah,
on
no, I
this?
agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that.
All right, an interesting
Oh!
one here.
S,
Phoenix.
S.
Okay, tell us
S.
what Phoenix does.
Suck that fucker right up to S. So Phoenix minus 35% HP. You know, not anything to scoff at. But,
One
you know.
block card and that's gone.
Yeah, one block card that's gone. You respawn once on death.
Full health.
There is a
Full
delay,
health.
and it is kind of easy to predict.
There's a delay.
However,
it has a little
something that
animation.
is
so you
not
stay in the same
listed.
space. You know.
Something that is not listed in Phoenix is that when you respawn, you actually block instantly upon the respawn. That's not listed
true.
on the card, but you do.
Yep.
And that, oh my god, is so...
Yeah, and by the way, that's
Game
not just
over, dude.
impenetrable to damage. That's you block. Any block effects you
I've gotten
have.
Phoenix Empower before. Oh my god, it's... Ugh. Or
Yeah,
Phoenix
no,
Shield
it's-
Charge, Phoenix anything.
Phoenix
It's
is really
kinda
good.
crazy.
I would say it goes about here, I think.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
I,
agree.
would put it right below Decay. Because,
just-
I mean, I don't know. Decay still lets you kill the person while
Oh
you're
no!
guaranteed
Listen,
death.
I
It's
don't.
like a
I
borrowed time thing.
genuinely think that Decay is either going to be first or second this entire time. Again, we
For
haven't
sure,
gotten to
for sure.
Poison, but I think Poison's going to be the only card that dethrones Decay.
Yeah, Phoenix is just nuts. Like the minus 30 HP is whatever. You can take one block card and it does that, and you get it like refills your ammo upon respawning,
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah.
It refills your block. You
Yeah,
get
so
a
if
block.
If you're really low on health, right, and you have no block, no ammo, you can just run in at your opponent to get some distance, die, and then just recharge all your shit, get full health again. Like, you know what I mean? Like
It's crazy, yeah.
it's
Not
pretty
only
good.
is it a guaranteed safety net / offensive option for block builds, but it's also a second chance for glass cannon builds.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
That's insane.
Right, if you're running
Because glass cannon, an endgame glass cannon build fires a nuke with every shot.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But the trade-off is that someone fart you, and then you're dead. Phoenix negates that.
Yeah, Phoenix turns you into a 2-shot instead of a 1-shot,
Yeah.
which is crazy.
Yeah. No. S. I think we
Easy.
all
S.
knew.
I don't think we need to
immediately.
say more.
All right, Pristine Perseverance.
Oh God, I forgot. It's the
fun
card I
one.
always forget is in the game.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
I like it a lot.
Plus 400% HP when you are above 90% HP.
Synergizes really well with Overpower at the beginning of the
It really
game.
does. So Pristine Perseverance, from the way that I've used it, basically makes it so that one-shot builds are negated extremely by it, because that
Mhm.
first shot will not kill you. However, once that goes through, you're going to be at normal health again. You're probably going to be really neutered unless you have more health cards. But if you do have more health cards, that 400% is going to stack with them. So you're
Yeah.
going to maintain that Pristine Perseverance for way longer. And if you can get a hit in any way, block or bullet, with Brawler on top of Perseverance,
You're like
you're
basically
going to make
unkillable.
you are unkillable.
I
And
have-
I've won a lot of games off of that health upgrade with
I've
like
s-
like
Pristine
starter pistol.
Perseverance Leech also should not be
Mhm.
scoffed at, because if you can heal back up to above 90%, you get all of that health back.
If they take enough,
Exactly.
if you take enough HP or they take enough HP, it can be so hard to even deal just 10%, especially if you're not going for like, especially if it's like early in the game and you don't have a ton of damage up cards. It can make it
It is
really
a snowball
difficult.
off rip.
Now listen, here's my thing though. As much as I do have a lot of praise for this card, you guys might freak out. It's below tank.
What?
What?
Now here's my reason for that.
I was gonna put it near huge.
Look at the rarity.
I was gonna put it right below Brawler.
It is a
Purple?
rare card.
Purple rarity, so it's the most rare appearing card in the game. But tank is the least rare appearing card in the game at common, and it just doubles your health.
It
yes,
has-
I know the exponential of 400%,
I
but
hear
like
what you're saying there.
it's
but
so much more
the thing is-
reliably tank.
This is a case where rarity I don't think plays into it. Because
I
if it,
agree
if
100%.
it had downsides, if it had things that could make you question taking it, and it was purple, that would make an effect. But if you are doing anything health related or steamroll related, and you see a pristine perseverance, there's never a case where you're gonna pick something else over it. You're never gonna pick a tank over
Listen,
pristine
listen.
perseverance.
I hate
It's a
to
purple
say
card that you want to show up.
I have been in this scenario, and I have taken tank over pristine perseverance.
Wow. I think
My
that was the wrong
reasoning
move.
I
is-
think you made a
My
I think you made a bad play.
my reasoning is that pristine perseverance is great, but like you said, the moment you're knocked out of pristine perseverance, you are left without a lot of options. Whereas with tank is just there. You just doubled your health, and that's it. You add more health cards
but
on top
the
of it.
No,
and you
I
just
think-
keep
It'd
doubling
be better
your
to
health.
compare this to huge.
Honestly, I think the amount of HP that Pristine Perseverance, quote unquote, gives you is like probably more valuable than Tank because it doesn't come with a downside, and it's similar to the amount of HP that your opponent has to chip
do
through.
we know how much HP you start with? Is there a number?
No,
Do we
I have
know?
no clue.
I would assume a standard 100%.
Right, like 100 makes sense to me. So okay, but even still, we can use that as just like a stand-in for whatever it is, because it's 100%. So
you're comparing it to tank, which has such extreme.
No, hold on.
downsides.
So
feel
I
like that
wanna do
argument
some
would be
math
Better
quick.
if you compared it to huge.
well, it's not at all comparable to huge. Huge is just significantly better. But
I don't think I agree with
Like-
that.
Perseverance snowballs
But-
way harder than huge does.
okay, but hold on. So let's do some math here. So if we start off with 100, right? Tank means that we have 200 health.
Mhm.
Huge means that we have 180. So, if we do 100 and it's times 4, that means we have 400 health
Mhm.
with this. So, 90% of 400 is 360, meaning 40 damage, right? So, you only have 400 health for the first 40 damage that you take.
Right, but it scales.
So,
Better.
yeah, I understand.
Scales. Any
it
block
scales
card,
better.
anything else you take is gonna make that go up exponentially.
It scales better for sure, but so does huge and tank. Maybe not as well.
No,
But what I'm
No, they
saying
don't-
is,
down and neuters your attack.
Huge doesn't. Huge is just a flat base increase. Pristine Perseverance
no,
gets better
it's
with every
80%.
right, but it doesn't affect anything past that. Like if you take
Yeah, it
Pristine,
does. If you have more health, it's every time you gain health, it's going to compound onto that.
is that how it works?
Dragon's right. It does compound.
Yeah, because it's
Yes,
percentage
it
based.
does,
So if
but-
you
but
grabbed like
Pristine
2 huge,
Perseverance
it would
is
be
at
plus
such a higher level.
160%. Actually, it would be more than that because it'd be plus
I just-
80%,
I don't
and then
know,
you get
dude.
another
Comparing
80%
it
off
to tank
that.
makes no sense. It's considering the extreme downsides of
Well,
tank. I
the
can
reason
understand
the
arguing its
reason I'm
closeness
comparing it to
huge.
tank is because this makes you incredibly, I'm gonna say tanky, but you know what I mean, incredibly tanky, but for a shorter amount of time. Tank
But
makes you less tanky for more of the match.
one
Any
Pristine.
health increase that you get and pristine perseverance destroys that
Yeah,
argument. even
one
though I think
Pristine
it does in the first
Perseverance
place.
plus a huge or a defender or even something like an echo, it scales and it scales really well.
way
Okay,
better than
so-
tank would. And
so
you're
let's-
way stronger.
So
than
here,
before.
let me do an example of that, because again, essentially, this gives you, on default, this gives you 40 extra health. Tank gives you 100 extra health. So give me another card
Huge.
that's not huge or tank.
Okay,
that
fine.
You would combo with this card.
Leech.
Uh,
Right? Leech
yeah,
makes
yeah,
sense. You take Pristine Perseverance, you want to keep above.
that or Brawler.
Yeah, or Brawler, but the Brawler gets complicated, so...
What's Brawler? Hold on.
That's
Brawler
the one where
is...
when you deal damage, you get extra health for a while.
Okay, yeah, no. I want just like a flat health upgrade.
Leech. Let's go with Leech.
So Leech is plus 30%, which is great because that's what most health increases are. So if you have Leech, right? So I think how it works is it's based in order. So like tank would double, so it'd be 200, and then Leech would be 30% of that, which would be 60. So it would be 260, meaning you get an extra 160 health, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if we do 400, and then you do the extra, so that would be 520, right? Because it would be 30 times 4. Yeah, so it'd be 520. 90% of that. 468. So 520 minus 468 is 52. So if you were running Leech with tank, you would get an extra 160 health. If you were running it with this card, you would get an extra 52 health.
I don't know if tank scales like Pristine Perseverance. I feel like we're looking at it wrong. I think it's just a base increase.
No, it's.
I've run Pristine Perseverance, and
No. It's tank doesn't
so
scale
much
based
more
off your
valuable
later
than
cards.
tank
It takes it off your first cards.
Right. So.
But then that 30% that.
Right, but Pristine Perseverance does scale off of your later cards, unlike tank and huge.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that it does, but only for that first 90%. Then it drops off. So if you take that 30%, right, that Pristine Perseverance has, and then you add the 30% into it, but then it's only the top 90% of that, that's only 52 extra health before you go back down to default health. Whereas with tank...
Something about this doesn't seem
double.
right.
No, I don't... I'm not... This is... If you're going into a health build, there's so many factors and cards that you can take to increase it. Pristine Perseverance never stops. Tank, it neuters you and it stops. That's all I'm saying. I don't like comparing it to tank.
Well, but my reasoning.
Okay, I gotta go let my dog in now. I'll be right back.
My problem with it is that tank is just better across the board in terms of keeping your health up for more of the game. Whereas
pointless if you can't attack.
True, but what I'm saying is that with Pristine Perseverance, yes, you have high health at the beginning, meaning cards like Overpower and stuff will help you early, but the moment you drop beneath 90% health, unless you can heal, you are you do not have a card slot anymore. Whereas
I think Pristine Perseverance
with tank,
gives you what you
just
need
get double
to
health.
get to. I think Pristine Perseverance gives you what you need to get to where you need to be to end the game, and anything that you take after or before is only going to make it stronger. Whereas tank, yeah, that flat health increase or doubling is nice, but the cons, dude, you're like,
all right,
it's all
okay.
that bad.
Let me look
Okay, here, well, let's just do this and move on, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right,
Listen,
fine. There we go.
I think it belongs. I still think it belongs in A or right above huge.
I think it goes right here.
It's okay. Listen, if we're gonna agree to middle out, it goes beneath huge.
Fine. I'll make that compromise. There you go.
Because just the plus 80% base is just so much better.
It combos so well with other health cards, unlike tank.
Okay, listen, I can agree with that. That I can agree with.
Tank is.
I can agree with that 100%.
I feel like you really are not valuing how awful that con of tank is.
It's
Tank's
pretty
con
bad
is minus
downside.
25% attack speed.
Like that's it. It also does.
Oh, and a half-second reload.
Yeah, the half-second reload time. It's a lot.
It's
but there are other cards that have worse effects than tank that give you a half-second extra reload.
Right, like, and they're low down on the tier list too.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that the main problem with tank, the half-second reload time is bad. I'm not saying it's not. The main problem with tank is that attack speed. You can attack essentially for every it's 25% less attack speed. That's the rough part. But you are doubling your health. And I think that's the reason I was trying to compare it before. But
I'm worn out for pristine perseverance. I think it should be an A, honestly. But here we got quick reload. You want to give me the number on that?
The quick reload is an S tier card. I think we can all agree
quick
on
reload
that.
minus 70% reload time.
That is all it does. And
Thank
S, probably the top
Easily.
of S.
Like-
There we go.
No.
Why would you-
I would put it
Below
right above
Phoenix.
Phoenix, maybe.
What, like here? You think Decay is
I
better?
would-
Weissman, you decide. Below or above Phoenix?
I think it's above Phoenix.
I say above.
If I had it my way, quick reload
Really?
would be at the top of S.
I think
There you go,
Decay is still better
done
than
deal.
it, but
Easy.
I can agree with that. It's Phoenix is hot. I think the reason the quick reload does go above Phoenix is that rarity difference, man.
Yeah, I think I
The
agree with
rarity
that.
difference and the fact that Phoenix.
This should be a legend.
No,
this should be a rare
no,
card.
right.
The fact that it's uncommon is crazy.
Yeah, no,
The
I
fact that
agree.
it has
Quick
no
reload's so
downside
unbelievably
is crazy.
powerful.
It's really good.
You're right. You're right. I was not taking into account the rarity difference when I said put it below Phoenix. The fact that you can, there's a good chance you will see
can
quick
reliably
reload
find a
in a
quick
match.
reload.
Yeah.
You can get
Whereas
2
Phoenix is a little
reloads.
harder. Yeah, you can get 2 reloads. and
I've
just
gotten 2 quick reloads before.
not have
It's
to reload
insane.
anymore.
You know,
Like-
a sniper build that's basically like a battle rifle.
Never a reason to not take quick reload, even if you're doing like a tank build.
Even if I'm running
No.
a block build, I might take a quick reload.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
All
it's
right.
just you might as well.
Easiest S tier of my life.
Radar
shot.
Plus 30% HP, plus quarter-second block cooldown.
Standard.
So again, the usual block stuff. Blocking scans the area for enemies, and you automatically shoot any enemy found. That does good to point out. That does not come out of your ammo. That's not like from your gun. It will just
It's from the
shoot
block.
for you.
I think.
It-
so
but
I
it
like-
does
I
have
I
the
like radar
effects
shot.
of your bullets.
It has the effects of your bullets, but it's
Yes,
not
it does.
one of the
it
bullets
is like
from
you
your
fired
gun.
a bullet.
Yes.
Now, radar shot I find to be a very interesting block card because I often don't pick it, not because of its viability, but because when I'm running a block build, I'm focusing on my block. Radar
Right.
shot is a fun one and kind of breaks the mold, like how Healing Field does, except it's actually good in my
Yeah,
opinion.
radar
because
shot
radar
is a card
shot is
where
something
if
that you can actually run with your bullet build and covers it like the weaknesses of, say, the glass cannon or the sniper. Because if you are running a sniper build and you're one tapping or you're like, you know, knocking them off the map with how fast your bullet's going, if they get close to you and you throw down a radar shot, and that's going to hit them unless they block it back
Yep.
to you or they somehow dodge it.
Mhm.
That's a free sniper shot on them, which
Yep.
will be way harder to land if you try to aim it yourself.
The other
Radar
thing
shot's
too,
a good one because it is like
radar
the best
shot-
of both worlds of block and gun.
while wait, what is it? Scroll up.
What are we looking at?
It is Empower. Sorry, Empower. While Empower is just natively good anyway, I feel like Radar Shot is also the card that bridges Empower into your bullet build.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Like if you're running a crazy bullet build and you get Empower,
You can-
it's good by itself because it
It's
makes
good.
the bullet better.
It's a
But-
fun upgrade.
If you see Empower and you have a bullet build and you grab it, you are like, please give me Radar Shot. I would give anything for
If you get a
Radar
radar
Shot.
shot, what that means is that when the Empower bullet lands down next to your opponent, then that area will be scanned and you will fire another shot automatically wherever that opponent was in the
It's
in,
almost
in,
like
in
a
the radius.
crazy
It's a double tap.
bounce almost. Yeah, it's really really good.
Yeah, I'd say
I think radar
it's
shot
an-
is good. However, I think I still often have trouble getting too much value from it because of it's kind of a middle ground that you have to kind of reach for.
Mhm.
So I'd put it in like
Yeah.
bottom A or high
Yeah,
B.
I was gonna say bottom of A.
Yeah,
agree
I think it's a
100%.
But the
bottom
value
A.
that you get from it, if you're
It-
gonna run radar shot, it's just
Yeah,
it's-
exactly. It's like you said. It like bridges.
weird.
It bridges the gap between block builds and like not block builds, basically.
You know what? Actually, hold on. Let me put it this way. Radar shot is not instant. It is a scan. And you know what? Actually, I think this is really going to lower it. It's very easy to block back. So, Empower Radar Shot is going to be hard to get already. If the opponent has a strong bullet build and they scan for Radar Shot, you can see when they're going to shoot if you're in the scanner. So you either get out of the scanner or you stay within, and the moment that that timer's up, you just block, and then you block it back. Radar shot's
I don't know.
rather easy to counter.
That's a lot of thinking
So
power.
now I kind of want to put it in mid B. And
That's a lot of thinking power going into it. When your opponent is right on you.
When it hits 0, you block.
Like your opponent is right on you, you got to worry about that. You're not really going to be worrying about the radar shot because they're rushing at you.
I think it's counterability in need for a bullet or in need for a strong bullet brings it down.
See, here's the thing: I don't think it needs a strong bullet. I just think it.
Like it's fine, yeah.
To be fair,
it's very easy to counter.
And it works well with, even if you're not doing a block build and you're doing like a sniper build, it works really well with sniper builds because it's basically a free shot. Instead of using your block as a block,
that you can see coming from it's like insanely
still when you're a sniper build, you want to try to keep people off of you, and a radar shot will keep people off of you.
It's amazing for sniper builds because, especially if if your opponent is a rush in, which counters sniper usually, if you can try to get in there before they can shoot you long distance, like you drop that, they can't come near you because if they do, that sniper bullet is going to hit them. So they have to back off, which gives you the opportunity.
If I see a radar shot, I have no problem being near or inside of it because I'll just block when the shot comes out.
I think you're overplaying how easy it is. I think you're overplaying how easy it is to block a radar shot.
No, as much as I hate to say this, I think that's more of a flex than a rule. Like, I think that shows that you are a skilled player that knows the timing to block. I don't believe that most people can successfully block that close distance shot.
I don't even think I'm doing that. Healing Field and Radar Shot use the same loop timer.
Do they? I don't take Radar Shot that often, do they?
Yeah, they do. The way that it works is that circle you're looking at, that line starts at the top, and then it goes clockwise, and then when it gets back to the top, it fires. It's insanely telegraphed.
Still, but that means you have to be thinking about it.
I thought how it worked is that it starts at the top, and then the arm swoops around, and then if the arm hits you, it will just shoot you. Because I thought it was a scan.
Yeah, I thought it was a scan, Noah.
So it's not the timer that it shoots. It's the scanning arm. I
sworn that it was a circle timer, and then it fires within the circle.
No. It's a scan. So once it detects you, it will shoot you. And also, like, it's one of those things where, like, technically you could say, oh, but you could avoid it, but you can't really because that arm still encompasses most of the circle. Like, it's not a timer. It's if the arm hits you. So it puts a radius up, and then it scans for you. And if it determines that you're there by touching you, it will then just shoot you.
I don't think Radar Shot is actually all that. I mean, I think it's fun. I think it's good, but I don't think it's.
I think I disagree. I think it encourages a lot of powerful play styles like sniper builds or block builds or something like that.
Yeah, I think that its versatility is what puts it an A for me.
I feel like if that was Shroud,
it will stay bottom of it.
More. But I've run Radar Shot more than you guys, and it's not.
Oh, here he goes, pulling rank again.
Well, to be fair, I know you're the block guy, but if I'm running a block build and Radar Shot comes up, I will almost always grab it.
Okay, let's move on.
Bad player.
Oh, my favorite.
Radiance.
My favorite little guy. I love Radiance so much, and it's not good, but I love Radiance so much.
Okay, I was gonna say.
So Radiance plus 30% HP, of course.
Mm-hmm.
While reloading, you spawn damaging sun waves. The rate increases during the reload sequence. So as you reload, it will just start shooting off little waves in a radius around you. Mm-hmm. And it's a very big radius.
It is a big radius.
It can cover a quarter of the map.
And it does require line of sight.
Does it get weaker on distance?
It doesn't get weaker in distance, no. Okay. But as the reload animation happens, it will get faster and faster, and more waves will shoot off, and each wave obviously hits.
Radiance can be surprisingly mean, especially if you like take it first and then you try to get your reload to be as long as possible. It can make it basically impossible to ever get close to you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because most cards make your reload slower, this is the card that is effectively saying, oh, I have all these cards that make my reload slower. Good, I can capitalize on that.
The thing with Radiance, though, is that I think it suffers from similar things like Parasite or Lifestealer, in that it just doesn't do enough. Even if it was going really fast, or if you were at the end of the reload when you're like hitting like a million waves a second, it's just it takes a lot to get off the ground, and the rewards that you reap from speccing heavily into the card not that great.
I don't
will
know.
say-
I think you're
Because-
underestimating how much damage
Yeah,
Radiance
listen,
does.
I will say, I think if you have a long cooldown, like averagely long, like you've gotten a couple cards to slow it, and your opponent, like you were just standing next to your opponent and you reloaded, you would kill your opponent if they just stood in it the whole time. And the reason I know that is because I remember a game where I had it and I had combine. So I had one bullet, and I wasn't using the bullet, ironically enough. I did it so I had no ammo. So I would run up to my opponent, I would shoot my gun only once, and it would immediately start reloading. So I could essentially trigger radius whenever I wanted, and because the radius is so large, your opponent cannot outrun you. Then I slapped chase onto that, and I was unstoppable.
Basically unstoppable. Exactly.
It's not bad. Here's
It's
here's
not
my
I'll
question.
tell you that. But
Is
like,
it better than Saw?
Oh, yeah, it's way better than Saw.
I think so.
Saw
I
does
think
more
it is.
damage.
You're
Saw does
kidding,
more damage
right?
in a much smaller radius.
Saw is like hot garbage. We're not at Saw yet.
I think Radiance
Okay,
belongs
I'll
in B. I
put it
think
at-
it is the epitome of a B
Okay,
tier
I'd put it
card.
above Demonic Pact. Maybe, no, Overpower does more. I'd put it below Demonic Pact. Or
Maybe like
after.
here.
That's not
Yeah,
what I
I'd
said,
put
but
it there.
yeah.
I'd put it there.
You
I
said
think
after Demonic Pact. Or in front of Demonic Pact, right?
I don't know if it beats Overpower.
I think it does.
I think it beats Overpower.
Because essentially, it's doing what Overpower does, but better, and you don't need to combo health cards with it.
Yeah, it's independent of your block as well.
Yeah. It's
Alright,
just
well,
a passive.
We have
so
one of
while-
the most goated cards known to man coming up next.
I was gonna say the other thing though is while let's say you have cards that you're doing like a bullet build, right? And while you're reloading, your opponent will try to get close to you because you're reloading. So they're like, I can run in and fuck this guy up. This effectively says you can't now.
You got to keep a distance. It makes it sniper builds
Hey,
way
real
better
quick,
as well.
I'm sorry, but I keep looking at Abyssal Countdown, and can you put an F? Just for now.
Dragon
No,
doesn't want it in
bother
F.
me.
I wanted to
I
put it
don't-
in F, and
I
Dragon
don't think
wouldn't
it
let
deserves to be. I don't think it deserves to be. I really don't.
All
I
right, so
think that
refresh.
you guys undervalue it.
me. Okay, yeah, let's talk about refresh. I think Dragon, why don't you tell us what refresh does?
Yeah, folks at home. You get block back whenever you deal damage.
S tier.
Any source.
S
Easily an
tier.
S tier block card. However,
S
is it being an
tier.
S tier block card worthy of it being S tier? Yeah.
Yep.
I would say
Yeah.
after Empower.
I was actually gonna put it below EMP, but that's just me.
No.
I think it's better than EMP.
No, no, no. EMP, in my opinion, is the worst of the cream of the crop.
No, no, no.
Okay, all right. That still
Oh,
means that it's
God.
98% of the cards.
No,
Um,
you're right. You're right. It goes
I
above
think-
EMP.
I think refresh is so good,
I
especially
think
if
it's better than Empower.
you
Yeah,
get
It's
put
better
it
than
above
Empower.
you
Empower.
get something like EMP or bombs away or overpower, and you can just like
No, put
If you
it
have,
above
like,
Empower.
a spray build, or like, yeah, if you have like a spray, I would even say put it above Thruster, just because any tick of
Yeah.
damage that you get is going to be giving you block every single
Yeah.
time.
So
you can
here's
become invincible, similar to Abyssal Countdown if you have a spray build plus.
Yeah, I was
Refresh,
gonna say here's the problem too.
but with none of the downsides.
Yeah, essentially you can just you can essentially put this on a block build, and as long as you just pop a shot in there while you're close by, which is not that hard to do, you just block again. Why not do it a couple times? Just keep blocking.
just
And-
blocking.
I feel like we can all agree because I've done this exact build so many times where I'll get Frost Slam and Refresh,
Yeah,
and then I just keep Frost Slamming over and over. And what can you do?
Nothing.
no,
you do
it's-
nothing.
it's so oppressive.
And if it's a silence Refresh, it's
Yeah,
over.
it's such an oppressive card. Yeah, I think that's the word for it.
I like.
It
There's a
is the
small part of me that
scavenger of the
almost
block
wants to
cards.
even swap it with Phoenix, but
Yeah, that's a tough one. I don't know what's
you
better,
could argue
refresh
that,
or
but I would
Phoenix.
save that for later.
yeah, we'll save that for
Okay,
later.
alright,
Well, for last.
All
last
right,
changes.
Saw.
Okay,
I think
so,
Saw is bad.
plus 30%
I think
HP,
it's okay.
plus quarter-second block cooldown, the usuals. Blocking spawns a saw around you for a short while.
The saw doesn't do that.
The
much
Saw,
damage.
it does not do a lot of damage. It's very small range. There are just better
Again,
block
I'd
cards.
probably put it top of C, bottom of B.
Saw
quickly,
is like
because it does
Implode.
encourage you to get in their face. But if you have other block cards, they can reward you better.
Saw is like implode. Go on, Dragon.
Yeah. So Saw is
Nothing
like
like
Implode. Implode is worse than Saw, but Saw is like Implode, where you need other cards to synergize with it for its use to, like, you don't just grab Saw by itself. Like, no one's doing that. You don't just grab Implode by itself. No one's doing that. But if you combo it with other cards of its kit, Saw becomes, because again, you're running in there, you're doing your block where you're just going crazy. Saw could just be that last little chip damage that might have been the difference between killing them and not killing them.
I don't know. I don't think
However,
it's
You know
very
what? I'm gonna
good.
be honest. Even though I might have been the biggest supporter of Saw, but I might even put it below Frostlam.
Oh, I think Saw
think it's
probably
definitely-
goes below Lifestealer.
Yeah, I think that's a good place for
Whoa.
it. I think Lifestealer is a better Saw.
Well, because here's the thing. Yeah, Lifesteal is a better Saw. It does slightly less damage, but you heal over time.
And it's
And-
bigger,
You know, good point actually. Yeah.
and it's on
And
all
it
the
gives
time.
you plus, I think it was more HP bonus than Saw does. I think it was, or maybe the same amount. I don't remember. But the other thing too that you have to keep in mind with Saw is a Saw around you in a circle. It is not the inside of the Saw. So if your opponent happens to be standing directly on your body, obviously you should just move. They don't get hit in there.
I don't know. I've never tried that.
However, with Lifestealer, as long as your opponent is within a radius of you, doesn't matter where they are, you are slowly draining them and healing. So it's a
I think
worse
this is good.
Lifestealer
I
for
think
me.
this is a quick one.
Like, it's a worse Lifestealer, and Lifestealer is not very good.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Scavenger.
Here's a really good one. Though.
Scavenger.
Yeah, if we're talking about oppressive, dealing damage reloads your weapon, but plus 5 a second reload time.
This
I put
is
it right next to.
0.5 seconds, sorry.
I put it right next to refresh.
You think it's an S tier card? I don't know if
Yeah,
it's.
I do.
Wait,
I would
I
put
think,
it.
Yes,
I think
because
it's
it is the gun equivalent to refresh.
I think it's the bottom of S tier, though.
I would agree.
You think so?
Like the bottom
Like if you get a
card,
spray scavenger can win a game because if any one of those sprays hits them, you have another spray.
Mm-hmm.
And that it's like you're like raining bullets for the entirety of the game. It's so hard to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of want to put it above refresh, even though I think refresh does.
I think
it strengthens your blocks, and blocks are inherently
so. Something that
stronger in this game.
Refresh
so many gun
doesn't
cards.
mention is that it also refreshes on self damage. So you can use it to like trigger bombs. Like bombs away will trigger it again because bombs away can deal self damage. Scavenger, yeah, like
Yeah.
but that can also hit your opponents. Unlike Scavenger, where if you hit yourself, you only get one bullet refunded, right? So you're not dealing any extra damage. I once had a game where I got refresh and bombs away and like defender, and it was just constantly spamming
You jump
bombs
over them and
away.
it rain bombs.
Yeah, and you rain hell, and there's nothing they can do about it. And you can't really do that with Scavenger. Like Scavenger makes
I could put
Scavenger,
Scavenger
like
on,
refresh
above drill.
refresh is insanely oppressive. Scavenger essentially just means that if you're being smart with your bullets, you'll never have to reload. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Or you can just run like a bounce or a spray build.
But I feel like if you're
Well, that too.
if
yeah.
you're playing it smart, you shouldn't be worrying about reloading all at once. Like you should know when to use your last bullet, so you can keep distance between you
'cause
and your
keep in
opponent.
mind, yeah, I was gonna say, good to keep in mind that
Scavenger
if you
negates that
have a
worry.
bullet and you just don't shoot for a long time, it will passively
Yeah,
reload your other
you don't
bullets
have to
anyway.
unload everything. I think
But Scavenger
Scavenger.
essentially
Alright.
just says if you
Okay.
hit your opponent,
so,
it will just
so
trigger
what
that
are we saying
natively.
here? What are
I
we saying
think
here? Are we saying bottom of
Scavenger
S?
should be like
top of
right
A?
here.
Maybe top of A. I think
I'd
it's.
put it above drill.
I would too.
Okay, I guess I
I
can live
think
with
Scavenger
that.
is
I don't think
the
it's
best cards in the game.
quite
However, it
S
does
tier.
require a little more to proc.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think you're right. I think that while refresh is S tier, I think Scavenger should just be right beneath it in A. I agree.
Okay.
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 Yeah,
Cool.
I'm fine with that.
All right.
Easy.
Shield
Oh!
charge.
No!
Here.
I
S
don't-
tier
S
card.
tier.
Is shield charge
No,
really
okay,
S
read it off,
tier?
read it
Let's
off.
be
Okay,
real
hold on,
here
I
for a
was just
second.
doing a bit of
I
control.
think shield
I just
charge
like
goes
saying
near
S tier.
Echo.
So
Well, here, read it off. Read it off.
Plus
No,
quarter
Echo,
second
honestly,
block cooldown.
I've been looking at Echo. I kind of want to move it down, and I'll explain why whenever we rank these two cards.
I might agree with you. Plus quarter second block cooldown. Blocking launches you forward, gives you a second automatic block upon ending the charge. So you essentially get almost like a dodge roll, if you will,
With a block
Basically,
at the end.
yeah.
with a block at the end. So all of your block effects
Now-
trigger twice, and you can dash forward with them. Keep in
This
mind as
makes
well,
any
this
other
is the
block
best card
almost-
that you can synergize with Abyssal cooldown.
So yeah.
Fuck off.
Shield charge, really good. Love it. I think it's really simple as to why it's one of the best because it gives you what Echo gives you, but with more movement, and it can turn any block card into almost a one tap or a guaranteed kill. I don't think there's a lot more to go off of here other than just it's one. I think it belongs in top of A, or maybe bottom of S, but top of A makes more sense to me.
Can I make an argument why it should be bottom of S?
I do not think Shield Charge goes in S. I think that's crazy. Shield Charge is great for block builds, like it's a great block build bar, but I'd say it's very equivalent to Echo in terms of what it does.
No, it's not.
Nope.
Not at
And
all.
here's
I think
why-
Echo needs to be put down.
Listen, here's why you're wrong.
Take it out back.
Here's-
Put it
here's why you're
down.
wrong. You could not stop singing the praises of Bombs Away's movement capabilities. Shield Charge is better than Bombs Away's movement
That's
capabilities.
why
Charge lets you
that's why I
go
have it a tier
everywhere.
up over Bombs Away.
But on top of that, you get 2 blocks, which means you can synergize so heavily with any other block card, especially
like
if
Echo.
you do Echo, where you get 4 blocks. But like anything that has a block card immediately becomes busted if you have Shield Charge. And if you don't run a block card, Shield Charge effectively just means that you get a dash in any direction you want whenever
That's true.
your thing.
Yeah.
That's
like
true.
it is.
Even
it's-
if you're running glass cannon or sniper builds, you now have a dash to get out of any sticky situation with 2
Yeah, your
blocks
opponent gets
covering
near
your
you, you
entrance
just
and exit.
double block. Yeah, and you're out of there. Like it's so good. It's so movement capability.
You know what? You're
it's so
right.
block
I say
synergy.
bottom of S.
No, that here. Okay, how about this? What if we do this?
We can't keep adding new tiers.
Don't worry about it.
S minus.
There you go.
Okay, how about
This
this?
feels
How,
silly.
how about this? Instead of doing this, delete the S minus for a second.
Okay.
Or I guess just move it up. Move it above S, because it'll be easier. Okay, or not. Make a thing above S. And just call it absolutely nasty.
Or just broken.
Yeah, schnasty.
So,
There you go. Because
go, Schnasty.
I see why you're doing this. It's because there are cards that are in S that just seem like you're comparing them to other
I
shit.
really don't think Decay and Shield Charge or like Quick Reload and Shield
Okay,
Charge
here.
are comparable.
So let's go ahead and reorganize now. Decay, I think that's schnasty.
I think Quick Reload is
I
nasty.
don't know if quick reload is schnasty.
No, I don't agree. I
But
don't agree. I think it's
I think
S.
quick reload is. I think it's S.
Okay, are we saying Phoenix is nasty? I think Refresh is nasty.
Maybe. I don't know.
I think
I think this is
Phoenix
fine,
is
actually.
schnasty.
You think Phoenix is? What about you, Mice Man? I'm willing to put it in.
I mean,
schnasty.
I think Decay and Quick Reload are nasty, and everything else is S tier.
I think quick reload is S only because while its effect is in fucking sane, it's not a card that like
You need to run. You don't
is
need to
yeah.
run quick
It's
reload.
one of those cards where there is 1 or 2 small scenarios where I might not pick quick reload. If I see Phoenix, why the fuck not? Extra life.
I would often pick shield charge or EMP over quick reload, but that's just because of my playstyle.
But again, yeah, it's playstyle dependent. Because if you're running block builds and stuff, like quick reload will never help you necessarily. Whereas Phoenix,
Unless you have
matter
a
what
card
you
called
do.
Shields
Like-
up.
Here, I think this is what I would do.
I personally
I think quick reload needs to go to S.
I'd put it in S. But otherwise, I agree with you.
I'm fine
Alright.
with Phoenix.
All right,
Quick
fine.
reload needs to be an S.
There you go. Here, let's just get rid of this. We're not putting anything in here. If we're
No,
gonna put
hey, leave it.
Hey,
Leave
no,
it.
no, no, keep it. We're gonna put something
Okay.
in there.
Listen, I already know what we're putting there. It's coming.
Now, with that being said, Echo is basically shield charge without the charge, and I think it needs to be put down. Oh, just a little.
It makes Schnasty purple.
Make it purple.
Ooh, yeah.
I don't know. I'm feeling it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Because it's sick.
Yeah.
Nasty.
So you want me to move? How far do you want me to move Echo down? Because I feel like Echo
Wait,
is
so
really
let me go
good.
to Echo again.
That's-
Echo is plus 30% HP, quarter second block cooldown. Blocking triggers another delayed block.
Like, I feel like Shield Charge is a better Echo, yes, but I feel like Echo is really good.
Okay, you know what? You're right. I'm being too harsh because I'm just excited for this next card coming up. Can you read it?
It is Shields Up.
Okay, here's the question. Actually, I'm having a thought. Noah, you triggered a thought.
Mm-hmm.
I think. No.
Stop.
No. Put it back. I think Defender better than Echo.
I think
Defender?
comparable to Echo. Defender should go bottom of A, like above homing.
No, I think Echo should go right behind.
Guys,
Defender.
can we talk about this after we get all the cards on the tier list?
Well, I just think minus 30% block cooldown and plus 30% HP. Like,
No, I've kind of been veering towards. I don't like where Defender is right now. I think it needs more praise, either top of B or bottom of A. But I think Echo beats Defender.
I see. I
Because
don't.
Echo will one tap. Defender does not.
Yeah, I guess if you're doing it with like EMP and stuff. No, you're right. You're right.
Let's
What's the
let's
next
talk
card?
about
Yeah,
Shields
we'll save
Up.
It, we'll save it.
Let's talk about Shields Up.
Shields Up.
Really good card.
Plus a half-second reload time, plus a half-second block cooldown. So all of your cooldowns are going half-second longer. Firing your last bullet automatically triggers a block, but your continuous reloading is disabled.
So you have to empty your...
You have to empty your
Clip.
mag in order to reload. But when you do that, you get a block.
This combos extremely well with things like Scavenger and whatnot. Like, Scavenger Shields Up is kind of crazy.
What? Wouldn't that be a counter to Shields
Firing
Up?
your last bullet triggers a... Oh, sorry. I was thinking of another card. Sorry. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Which
no,
is
they
coming
don't
up.
synergize.
They have
together.
anti-synergy.
I meant tactical reload. Sorry.
I think
honestly-
Shields Up is like a worse Echo. Am I crazy for thinking this?
No, I think you're fine
Listen,
thinking that, but I think it's
I-
one of the better block cards.
I put it below Defender.
No, I would put it bottom of A, but Defender
Being
needs
able,
to go
okay,
above it.
but it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, you have to empty your clip to use
You only
it
get
to
3
get a
bullets on the
block.
start. If you keep that, you can get it relatively
Like,
quickly.
and
True,
the
but
losing
Often
the
what I do
auto
is I empty my
reload.
first 2 and then save the bullet for just an extra block whenever I
But
need.
That's
here's
so
what I'm
like
saying.
gimmicky.
It's
not.
like no, that's 100% true, and honestly, that's the best way to use the card, I think, in terms of a block build. But being able to just block 30% faster every time,
I hear
and
you. I
get
hear you.
more HP.
But I get so much value off of like emptying down to 1, and then now I have 2 blocks on command, giving me it.
And also
Basically
your
an echo
block
if you have
and
more.
reload time is half a second.
That
slower
is
every
so
time.
gimmicky, Noah. That's silly.
It's really not.
Defender has to be better than that. If for a block build, for sure.
You guys see me playing it. I run shields up. I get great results.
No,
it's a
I
good card.
100% see what you're doing, and that's a good strategy. But Defender doesn't need strategy to be good. Shields Up does.
The thing with
And Shields Up is rarer than Defender.
Yeah.
The thing with shields up and Echo and why I keep them above Defender is that it's on command. You can use them.
I
whenever
agree
you
with
need.
Echo. You've convinced me. I agree with Echo. I don't agree with Shields Up.
No, Shields Up, you gotta like think about it. Right? You really gotta like worry about it.
Yeah,
and
no,
I think
I've never
that's
You guys
thought
keep
while
mentioning
playing a video
brain
game.
power. The human brain is. Yeah, we're not like monkeys here. It's not hard to do these small
Speak
things.
for yourself.
Yeah, seriously.
I have never
Okay.
used my brain while playing a video game. No, come
Like
on.
like having to like no, I think just having
No, listen,
Defender
I-
base recharge is better.
I want to point out, I agree with you, Noah. I agree that Shields Up, when you use the strategy and the gimmick, is good. However, if I'm running a block build, would I rather more reliably have 30% less time between when my attacks can trigger? Or would I rather have to use a gimmick to fire off my projectiles to get a block that will then trigger a half-second extra long cooldown to block again, and also I'd have to wait an extra half-second to reload so that I can use the gimmick again in order to block again. Like, I don't see that being as good as defender for me.
I think using. I mean, okay, it's a tech, not a gimmick. But
It's a gimmick.
I think doing that wins you the game outright. Honestly, I think
No.
it's better than defender. But
No.
you're both saying it's worse than defender. Are we at least saying that it's like right below defender?
Yeah,
No,
I
it's right where it
guess-
is right
I
now.
guess
I
that's
think it's
fair.
right where it is right
In
now.
that case, I want to get this out of the way. Can we raise defender? It does not belong below leech or wind up.
What? So you want it like here?
I think
I want it either at the
don't-
top of view or like above radar shot. Right? I don't think radar shot's that great.
I think you're underestimating radar shot.
Okay, well, run block builds more. For me.
We have mostly block stuff at the top here.
Yeah,
because
but
they're great.
Because block stuff's oppressive as fuck. I don't know. I think. Yeah, no, it could be better than wind up. Because just even if you're not running absolutely not. Even if you're not running a block build, defender's just good.
Having a block command is
Leech.
so powerful. Put it behind defender at least. This
think-
feels wrong.
I think Leech beats defender for me though.
What?
I'd put defender between Leech and wind up.
Mycene, what about you?
Oh, jeez. I
think it's
mean,
above
we're
Leech, dude.
really getting into the weeds here. I think probably defender is below huge, which is above, which I think this lineup here is fine.
See, listen. I agree
Shields
with that.
up needs
I
to go
still
past
think
wind up at least.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think
don't agree
Shields
with
Up
that.
is the worst of the good block cards.
I think of all the block
on
techs-
command is so unbelievably.
I
powerful.
can
so-
block on command by right clicking.
Yeah, and I
you
can
get
do it
2
30%.
blocks.
And I can do it 30% faster if I use defender.
If I want to double block, I'd take Echo or Shield
Yeah.
Charge.
You can't choose Echo.
Yeah, listen.
Yes,
among
you
all of the
can.
block techs, if you're looking at shield charge, echo, defender, shields up, I agree. Shields up is the
Furthermore-
worst among the four.
And Shields Up is rarer than
It
Shield
is at
Charge
least
and Echo.
insanely powerful. You can't deny it.
I can deny it.
I think if shields up was a common,
Yeah,
I would
think it'd be an
probably
A.
put it a little higher, but it's not.
Okay, fine.
Also,
fine.
swap.
I thought
Leech
that
and
was Noah
Pristine
losing.
Preservation. Swap leech and pristine.
What was that?
Thank you.
All right, Jargon, tell us about fastball, please.
Fastball, of course, yeah, plus 250% bullet speed, minus 50% attack speed, plus 0.25 second reload time.
Very
So you will have the fastest fucking bullet in the world, but you have half your attack speed and a quarter second extra reload time.
very funny card. A staple of a sniper build if you want people to be unable to dodge.
Yep.
I don't think it's really all that great.
No, it's fine.
I think it's
I'd put it
worse
like-
wind up.
I think it's right next to fast forward, to be honest with you.
I would agree.
Whoa,
I'd put it
I don't
maybe
think
in
it's
front of
that
Radiance.
low. I was gonna say bottom of C. At the very least, 250% bullet speed is crazy.
Bottom of
I'd put it in front of in front of
C?
burst.
Yeah, put it in front of burst.
I think it's near fast forward. How about like right here?
I don't think it's better than Radiant. Okay, yeah, I'm fine with
No,
that.
I take that. I think that's good.
No, sorry. I think it is better than Radiance. I don't think it's worse than Radiance.
Yeah, I
yeah,
think that's
I think
fine
that's a good
right
spot
there.
for it. I think it's a good
Just
spot for it.
it doesn't increase your damage or anything. It's just a faster bullet, which may like it can be harder to dodge, but it's really more of a
And then
fun
with burst,
card
you can
than
always,
everything else.
Like launch a volley over cover. They can do the
Fastball is
fastball.
one of those cards that's an in-between synergy, where like you get if you have bullet speed cards, it's good. If you have bullet damage cards, it's good. If you have both, it's great.
I think it's fine where it is.
I think if you had
Finally down the one level here.
I know we got one bar. I was gonna say if you have combine fastball,
Oh, 1 second. I
Oh,
gotta
yeah,
pee.
that's
Right.
funny. You wouldn't be okay.
because your attack speed doesn't matter.
Here, let's see. Let's
So,
just rearrange them
combine fastball and
randomly and see if no one notices.
Yeah, I was gonna say let's if Noah's leaving, let's just take one and just move it up high and just see if he notices. Like
would be the funniest thing to put in Schnassi? Like a bit school down.
no, hold on. You gotta put it like middle of A, so he might not notice.
Oh yeah, like
Like
right
right-
here,
Yeah.
right in the middle. You think
That's
he'll
fun.
notice? Yeah, you think he'll notice?
I don't think he will. I don't think he will.
There, it's still visible, but it's at the top.
Yeah. Give him a chance. Fighting chance.
Just gotta we gotta remember that it's there as well.
What do you mean? That's where I was gonna put it.
This cooldown is not that great. You have to admit.
No, it's not. I think it is the best D tier card you can get.
I don't know if I agree with that even.
I still value it above Parasite. At least it does something. Parasite's just actively
No,
like.
no,
yeah,
the
sure,
Parasite
Parasite, yeah.
does do something. Abyss cooldown does nothing if your opponent keeps up your butt.
Incorrect. Abyss cooldown is a power play. It gets in your opponent's head.
Yeah, I mean it's a power play, but it doesn't actually. It's like all mental. It doesn't actually do
Listen,
anything.
you have never understood the Yu-Gi-Oh-esque mind games that you can play. You know, you're just not there.
You're
yet.
right. I'm not thinking about the mind games. You're right. I'm just not at that level. I'm not at your guys' level yet when it comes to mind
Yeah.
games.
Yeah, listen, I have less hours than you, but you know, I've played more than you. If you know
Yeah,
what I mean.
if you think about it, really. It's all about the mental state. It's all about the mental state.
Yeah. If you can look, it's essentially like staring your opponent in the eyes through the screen. You know what I mean? Like they're thrown off their game.
You take what you do, right? The very first card you take like Dazzle, and then you win 5-0 with that. And like the mental destruction is like unparalleled. You know what I'm saying? Your opponent's
Yeah, it's
never
like
gonna
if
come
you
back
it's
from
like
that.
if you went to a fighting game tournament, and instead of looking at the screen, you were playing the game and staring daggers at your opponent.
You're not even
It's
looking
not
at the screen.
necessarily helping you, but your opponent is so uncomfortable that they might fuck up.
Yeah, they're gonna jump off the edge accidentally or something. It's like going to a fighting game tournament, like selecting like Little Mac and looking directly in your opponent's eyes as you do so.
Yeah.
Objectively the wrong move, but very powerful.
Yeah, I was gonna say honestly, I feel like it's like picking the objectively worst character in a game.
Funniest thing is
What
happened?
What?
I go to the bathroom, I come back, my brother's in my bed, right?
Come back?
Huh?
And I'm like, dude, I'm in the middle of recording something. You gotta go. He's like, yeah, all right. Help me out. So I'm like, yeah, okay. And so I pull the blankets off, and he's just stripped down to his underwear.
Ugh.
And then he farted on me.
We're gonna have to edit this out.
That's abuse.
I was planning on just uploading this directly to YouTube, and now I'm gonna have to edit all this shit out.
You need to edit this part. You need to. There's some parts you gotta edit.
Yeah.
sure.
100%.
Okay, Dragon,
Like
tell
when you
us.
said
Dragon, tell us what Shockwave does, please.
Shockwave plus 50% HP, so great extra
Wow.
health. Quarter second block cooldown, we know the drill. Blocking pushes enemies away.
This
I'll
is
start with this one.
the
Oh, I almost killed
quintessential
myself.
get off me build guard, right?
Yup.
Noah,
is-
thoughts?
It's not only
fuck
is
away
it
from
very good at being defensive, but it's also really good at being offensive. Because when
Yup.
you hit someone with a shockwave, they will be stunned, and they will be stunned hard if they hit a wall.
Mhm.
Shockwave can one shot if you shockwave them into like a wall barrier, like
Yeah, the edge of the map.
like the red lines. You can
Yep.
push them down, you push them up. It does decent damage. I think it's a really strong block card that
I agree.
is very jarring and pretty hard to counter. Because the moment they get close to you, if any part of that shockwave touches you, you are going flying, and
I
it's gonna hurt.
I think it's a really I think it's a really shocking card. Like you can take it.
Wait, hold on, I got this.
I think you can take it. Like even if you're not doing a block build, like if you're like I'm doing a sniper build, but this guy just keeps getting up in my face. I need a card that will help me prevent it. It's like, oh, Shockwave. I will take this, and that is exactly what I needed right now.
I think Shockwave goes above Toxic Cloud.
I think I can agree with that.
I think it's still below Chase just barely, but it goes. I think that's a good spot for it.
What do you think, Noah?
Noah's still been gassed.
Oh, he is dead.
No, I'm here.
What do you think of the
knocked him out.
arrangement of this A tier here?
Yeah, like with Shockwave
I think
beneath
this
Toxic
is
Cloud Chase.
good. I think this is good. I don't like where radar shot is. That's really gonna bother me, dude.
No, that's fair.
Okay, that's cool.
Otherwise, I think this is a great A tier. You're right.
Yeah, I think it's a good A
What's the
tier.
next one?
It is Silence.
Okay, so now
You-
we're getting into some sexy,
Very
sexy stun lock.
unique effect that
Yeah,
silence
plus
has.
25% HP, plus quarter-second block cooldown. Again, usual block stuff. Blocking silences enemies nearby, and
What
for
this means is they
Yeah.
cannot block and they cannot shoot,
yep, they can do nothing for a small duration,
except for run.
except for move. Yeah,
Yeah. Pretty good.
Solid.
so good.
Short radius though. I think that's important to note. It
Very
feels like the
short, yeah.
smaller of the block cards,
Yeah, its radius of effect is really small,
which I think
but
balances it really well and keeps
Yep.
it from becoming a broken card. I think it's
Yep.
solid. I don't know if it's good as Shockwave. I'd put it maybe below Toxic Cloud.
I was gonna say I was gonna say right beneath Shockwave. I think they both have a very similar
Yeah.
effect, but Shockwave has more
You're-
use.
yeah,
I think it's a
okay.
little worse than Toxic Cloud, I think is what I would
I
think.
think that's good. I don't think there's much to go off
That's
here.
fair.
I mean,
I go off
it's
that.
pretty simple. You touch your opponent with silence, and they can't do anything.
You gotta get
And
Whereas
close.
with Frost Slam, they really can't move, but they can still fight back. Silence, they can move, but they can't fight back.
Yeah, silence is kind of like a better version of Frost Slam in a way.
Yep.
In terms of lethality, yeah.
Yeah, in terms of like shutting down your opponent in a block build.
Dude, literally, if you get silence, like I know we ended up agreeing on Dazzle being C and below cold bullets and stuff. Again, I think
I
it's
would've
more
put
of
it
a,
even lower.
I think it's a depending on what you think. Silence Dazzle, your opponent just doesn't get to play the game.
Yeah, but that's just mean at that point.
No, I know, but I
Silence
have
anything
gotten,
they'll get to play.
I've
I don't
gotten
like Dazzle.
Silence
I think Dazzle's
Dazzle,
trash.
and if you block on someone and then you shoot them, you just win because they can't go anywhere, they can't do anything. So you just keep pumping into them. They can't move, they can't play, they can't.
Hey, where's the missile countdown?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
I don't see it.
It's
Why
where
is it?
it's
Get it out of there! What is it doing there?
it's where it belongs.
This is where
Did
it
you guys do
belongs.
this while it was gone?
It's where it belongs.
This is-
Noah.
Put it back down.
We wanted to see if you would notice.
No, it was above Parasite.
No, it wasn't.
Wow. It was
Yes, it
not.
was.
It
by the
was
way. It
not.
was
Yes, it
below
was.
Parasite this whole time.
Yes, it was.
Next
Put it
card.
Put it
Sneaky.
above. Put it above.
What does Sneaky
Okay.
do?
Sneaky. So quarter second reload time, as bullets stuff usually does. Bullets avoid the ground, which is a really small way of saying that when a bullet is shot and it would hit the ground, it will instead glide along the surface of the ground for a bit.
For a
Really
while.
good. I think it's a really good card.
For a good while, yeah. It's a very long duration.
Until it hits something, yeah. And the thing
Yeah.
is, it can go around the map if the curves are
Mm-hmm.
there.
This is an interesting card. It really extends the lifespan of your bullets, and it really makes it so a place that should be safe is not safe.
Yeah. If there's
Yeah.
like a tri-level map, and you spam 2 bullets on both levels, that leaves only one level that's safe to be in. And Sneaky
Yeah,
is
because keep
really good at
keep
that.
in mind as well, for the folks that know, it doesn't hug the wall, so it's not going to like if there's like a sharp corner drop off, it's not gonna like go down and hug the wall with it. It'll just fall off.
It just follows.
Yeah, it follows
Yeah.
the floor rather.
But it keeps its
needs-
momentum.
it relies on curves. Sharp angles will stop it,
Yep.
but it's not hard to like work around with. I think Sneaky is one of the better like tracking bullet cards. I think it's above homing, honestly.
I do not think it's above
I do not
homing.
agree at all.
I think
Actually,
it is. Being able to throw your guns to the ground and make
I think it goes about
the
there.
floor like
That's
a
where I was
floor
gonna
is
put it,
lava
yeah.
type game. I think it's stronger than homing, and it really excels in close quarter maps, whereas homing does not.
Yeah, but homing the ground, the terrain doesn't matter. You shoot
Yeah.
a homing bullet, you lob it over,
Yeah.
it has a chance to hit.
This is a very
Sneaky
like
can get into places where homing can't.
this is a very like Dead by Daylight phrase I'm about to say here, but Sneaky is a very like map dependent card.
Miceman, you know,
not
you
the
do know
way they
that
like to
video
say
games
that.
have
Like
maps.
the only
are
game in the
Dead by
entire
This
world.
is a very Overwatch thing to say, but Sneaky kind of relies on the map.
There are 2 games in this world that have maps: Rounds and Dead by Daylight.
Guys, this is an incredibly Yu-Gi-Oh thing to say. I think Sneaky's a good card.
Sneaky is very map dependent, and that can make it vary a
I
lot.
think it's better than Radar Shot.
I don't think it's better than
I
radar
disagree.
shot. I think radar
I
shot is
disagree.
more
It
consistent.
really made me. I've never seen you guys run radar shot.
It's-
So
Because
much-
I always, every time I do a block throw, I run
Dude,
radar shot. I don't
I,
know.
I would pick radar shot every time if I could.
Put abyssal cooldown in Schnasty.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so next card.
Static field.
Oh,
Static field. Oh god,
goated card.
don't do that. Okay.
Peeked your
Static
mic.
field. I got scared.
Wait, me?
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, did I scare you?
Plus quarter-second block cooldown. Blocking creates a field that slows and deals damage. So it leaves like a small circle of like electricity.
Scared him.
Yeah, dude.
Static field is a better EMP.
No.
Okay.
Static field is the best card that locks down an opponent. If you touch a static field, you are not leaving that field.
Yeah,
That's
it is
insane.
surprising how
And it
bad
does
it
pretty
is.
decent damage as well while you're inside of it. Plus, I think it's better than cold bullets. I think it's comparable to Shockwave, but I mean, it lasts for a good minute too. You can place it wherever you want, and no one can traverse through that area. I love it. It's a really good card.
Do we
It
all
controls the
agree
area and
that it
kills.
is A tier?
Yes.
I think I can agree with that, yeah.
'Cause I was gonna say, regardless of where it goes in A tier, I think we can all agree that it's not B and it's not S.
I want to put it right above Toxic Cloud.
I think that's
actually was
they're
gonna
very
put it
similar,
above
yeah.
Shockwave.
Above Shockwave?
See, I don't know. They're both really good, and they're kind of the opposite, but they both kill reliably.
I was
Like-
gonna say the problem is that like Shockwave is the get off me, which is true. Static Field is get off me. It's also map lockdown. It's also stun. It's also damage. It's also like I
Alright,
feel like
fair
it's one
enough.
of those best of everything kind of cards.
Yeah, all right. I'd put it above Shockwave.
Yeah, I think you're right. It really is surprising just how much it slows you down when you're caught in it. It just completely shuts you down.
Yeah, when I was talking about Dazzle when you shoot someone and they get locked in the air, and I was like, that's so good for you. Static
Goes
Field is just
on and on about Dazzle.
listen up, boy. No, but like I was saying, my point earlier about Dazzle is a quarter of the same thing as Static Field. Static Field does the same thing, but a million leagues better.
Just like shut down a route to follow you as well.
Yep. And then if you happen to have someone on you, like Shockwave will push them away. Static Field will just lock them in place. So you can just lob shit at them. Like,
Exactly. It's Schnasty. It's not in the Schnasty tier, but it is Schnasty.
yeah.
Supernova.
Supernova. It's the better implode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus 50% HP, so plus 50% HP as well. Plus half-second block cooldown, which is rough. Spawns a field that pulls enemies in and stuns after a while.
Makes a cool noise when it activates. It goes.
Pretty cool. It can kill, but I don't think it's better than Frost Slam.
No, even though it's a rare card, I really do not feel like it activates all that often for what it does.
Right. It's not that great.
Every time I try to make Supernova work, it doesn't, right? It's so hard to make work. But it does go
I'll agree. Like low C, right?
I think it's similar to Frost Slam personally.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'd probably put it right below Frost Slam. That's a good
I
spot
don't know.
for
I
it.
think it's even worse. I think Chilling Presence is better.
Killing
You think so?
presence?
Yeah, I rarely get value from Supernova, but it is cool. The cool factor.
Yeah, I mean it goes
It does go shloom.
I do think that was a good last move though, my man, putting Barrage above it. I agree with
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I think so. I do think it's better than. Do I think it's better than Cold Bullets?
Yeah.
No, I don't think it is actually. I think it's pretty comparable to Dazzle.
There you go. Yeah, it's like the Dazzle of blocks.
It is actually. I mean, that is kind of what it is.
They even got the same like glasses on in the art.
Oh my! Oh, they do.
Yeah, it's the
I wonder
same
if that-
set,
yeah.
like the pink set.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good spot. I do think it's better than Dazzle. I don't like how much it separates Cold Bullets and Dazzle though, because I do think that those are interchangeable depending on your preference.
Yeah.
We'll just pretend like it's not. Next card.
Like it's cool. I want it to work, but it just so rarely does. All right.
I'd put it below
Ooh,
Dazzle.
I
As
think
the
this is a
Dazzle
really
guy,
good
I'd
card
put
that
it
we're
below
getting up to.
Dazzle.
I think we have some. I think we have 4 A or S tier.
I think we'll keep it as like this for now. All right, tactical reload.
Okay. Tactical reload plus quarter-second block cooldown, but blocking reloads your weapon.
Amazing.
Is it?
It's solid. It's like it is another shields up, but more for your bullet than it is your block.
It's. I so rarely see this card. Is it
I'm
just
gonna be
me, or I
honest.
like never see this card?
Is it
No, it's
just
so
me, or
hard to
do I
get.
just
It's a
think it's a
purple.
worse scavenger?
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
I think it is kind of a worse scavenger.
Because scavenger, you don't have to actively. I know we keep talking about thinking about it, but like you don't have to actively think about it. You're shooting, you hit scavenger triggers. This is like, okay, how do I time my blocks to get the optimal use out of it? Because every time I block and I have a full ammo, I'm effectively not using this card. You know what I
It can
mean?
create very cool situations. I think it's the
Yeah.
solid card, but there's just cards that do it better. But I think it still belongs in A somewhere. It's an instant reload. It completely negates.
I
long
guess.
I
reloads.
think
I
I think it's
guess.
the bottom of it.
like right around here, maybe.
It does not belong below radar shot. dude.
You really do. Hold on, it kind of looks like the bullet's going here. It's like boing, and this woo. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay. You want your little Tykes playset next?
Fuck off. It just lines up well.
I would put it sneaky behind it. As much as I hate to break up the thing you just talked about.
No, it's like.
Yeah, it has it.
Next
Dude, it broke the
card.
sound. It broke the sound barrier.
Yeah, it did. That's exactly what happened. The bullet was worried about getting detected by the radar shot, so it had to break the sound barrier to escape.
Do I put it above?
Yes.
I don't like tactical
Yeah.
reload that much, but I'm not gonna deny
I would
its
put
ability.
it above radar. I agree. I agree with that.
Oh, now my little story is all messed up.
Well,
None
no,
of it
see,
makes
so
sense.
Meisman, now he's shooting. It breaks the sound barrier. The radar shot
you
is
like
it like
this,
fizzling
audience?
out, and then the sneaky is
We're
it.
playing
Hold on, can we
Put
rear?
a countdown back up to Schneck.
Okay, Taste of Blood.
Taste of Blood. Okay.
Really good
This
card.
Oh my god.
is-
Oh.
This card is. So I talked earlier about my cousin, how he is the life stealer guy. Like that's his thing.
Mhm.
Taste of Blood, I think, is his favorite card in the game.
For good reason.
He loves it so much. So I gotta do it some credit. But Taste
Here,
of
read
Blood
it
is
off, read it
plus 30% lifesteal, and plus 50% movement for 3 seconds after dealing damage. So after you hit someone, you just get hyper-vigorated movement, and every time you hit someone, you get 30% lifesteal.
I think this
I
is
think
like,
this is one of the best movement cards in the game.
yeah. I think it's
Yep.
better than Chase for sure.
For sure.
I
think
agree.
this belongs
Like
under row.
probably like right here even. I think it's that good.
It's really good.
Like
Trickster and
there-
Mayhem, though.
maybe not better. No, I think it is better than Trickster and Mayhem. It
I
like
think it is.
you
because of the
deal-
flat buff you get.
it's a flat buff. There's no downside to it, and movement
you're right.
speed
You're
is
right.
so rare in this game that
Because I keep thinking about it the way he uses it, where you rush in, but you can also shoot someone, hit
And-
them,
and
just
rush
get out.
out.
There.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
You're right. You're so right.
it gives you just
Well,
so much more movement options to
Cousin
it.
of mine, you're never gonna
it's
watch
not
this,
limited.
but I hope you're happy. It is an A tier. We love Taste of Blood.
So good.
Really, really good. I think. Okay.
Put it in F. Put it in F. Put it in F.
I do think that remote needs to be lower.
Oh my god.
agree.
Okay, teleport. Schnasty. Can we all agree on this?
Teleport.
If not
Minus 30
Schnasty.
minus 30% block cooldown. Blocking teleports you forward. Put it in Schnasty. We don't
This
even have
lets
to
you go
talk
through
about it.
walls.
It lets you go through walls.
We
yeah.
don't have to. Yeah. And again, if you do it with shield charge, it's just vile.
Shield charge teleport is one of the strongest combos. in
I'd
this
say
game.
it's more
Throw it-
Schnasty than Phoenix even.
Yes, I would agree.
I agree.
It's
I agree.
it's crazy.
couldn't
Like
Not decay.
playing
Not decay.
not decay.
Not
I think you could.
Here's my reason. Decay is not a rare. It is an uncommon.
Yeah, teleport.
Okay, yeah. No.
Playing
good.
against someone who's good with teleport is a nightmare. Like
No,
playing
it's
against it's horrible. You can never hit them.
See, I
Especially
think that's the thing. You can fuck up with teleport. Decay is just I'm not good, but I'm good. You know,
I think teleport is a nasty card.
100%.
I have no idea what Noah's doing. Okay, we're finally at it.
Guys, quick shot. I can't believe we made it here.
Yeah, it is incredible. Dragon, why don't you
we're
go
at
ahead and give us poison?
I almost want to save it for last. But
No, I mean, we're here. Might as well.
let's do it.
No, you know what?
70% damage.
Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and talk about it.
Plus 30% reload speed.
Fuck, why?
Minus 1 bullet. Bullets deal damage over 3 seconds.
Oh, well, it's like Parasite, right? It must be pretty bad.
No.
It is insane.
Parasite is 5 seconds. This is 3.
Quick reload and a
Faster
and a
reload.
huge damage
Plus
increase over time.
70% damage. It's
For
Why
minus
do you have
one-
that?
this-
Take away the reload speed.
This card is so ridiculously overtuned. It's a common. This is a common.
That's the thing. Oh my god! By
it shows up almost every game, dude.
If you just
Every
had
game.
one poison, you can still fight that. You can still work with it. But the fact that you can combo this thing into itself like twice or even thrice.
know.
Like what?
Us three, we have a gentleman's agreement to never take poison because
Yeah,
it's
literally,
so
when I play with-
ridiculously
with-
OP.
When I play with Noah and Miceman, it's like if you pick poison, it's like okay, I'm just gonna quit.
It's
I
like
don't want to play with
you. Like it's disrespectful. Poison.
Decay's the only card that makes me feel okay fighting poison.
Well, again, they wanted to. They added decay, and they're like, oh shit, decay's really strong. Let's do a decay counter. You know, not like we already have one, even though it sucks. We were like poison. Let's throw poison in there as a decay counter, and I'm like, okay, but what if they don't have decay?
A huge damage up, a huge reload speed up, and for
If it was like a rare or like an uncommon, maybe.
maybe yeah.
But dude,
I don't
it's
know,
a
even if it was a
common.
rare, like a purple, I still think it's a little over.
I think this goes at the top of Shnasty.
it has dethroned Decay after like
has to.
hours of debate.
It has to dethrone decay. It's
I kind of
so ridiculous.
I know I shouldn't, but I want to make its own like individual tier at the top.
No.
But
No,
we already
I
have
think
enough
it's-
tiers.
I think it's comparable enough to decay.
It is insane how good poison is. Like so good that it's just not fun.
I think depending on the player, someone might switch decay and poison, and I can respect that. But again, the fact that we have, in order to maintain fun gameplay,
Yeah, we don't take
have to
poison.
make an agreement not to take poison. You can't not have it at the top of Shnasty. It has to be there.
It's insane, and it's a common. I can't get over the fact that it's a common.
Yeah, a common is
It's
what
a
really just
common. Like,
icing on
what
the
are you-
cake. Icing on the cake.
I was looking
Go
at
fuck
this
yourself, it's a
earlier.
common.
So this is a common, not common, not common, not common. We have to get all the way to here to get a common card again. Like
Yeah.
and then again not common. Then we start getting common cards. Like Combine is an outlier. That is how
Meanwhile,
crazy
poison is
poison
common,
is.
and it beats all of the like. I think
All of the rares.
if I
It
was
being
told,
a common strengthens it so much.
I feel like if I was told, hey, listen, you can have every purple in the game or poison for free, what would you choose? I'd probably pick poison.
Okay, you're being silly. You're being
Probably the purples, but it's close.
Or get 5 poisons.
Oh man, that's a hard one actually.
Oh, easily.
Every
still
purple
poison.
or 5 poisons. Okay, now. Okay.
Well, again, look at the purple. Okay, maybe teleport in Phoenix. I kind
Yeah.
of forgot about those because they're in Shnasty. So maybe it's like, okay, let's rephrase this. If you had the option to get every single card in B or poison at the start of the game, what do you think you would pick?
I mean, that's a lot of
Even
cards in
Pristine
B.
Perseverance in huge.
And
That's
Defender,
what I'm
and
asking. I'm
Shields
asking,
Up.
what would you pick?
I mean, I'd pick
I
all the
think about
cards in
10
B.
But then
But you, hold on, but you had to think about it.
whatever,
Poison is
sorry.
stupid overtuned.
Yeah, we're
Poison's
making
stupid. If you pick
bits,
poison,
but
we're
poison's
making fun of you.
ridiculous. Poison's
All right.
ridiculous.
I mean, there's nothing else to say. They gotta make this card like get rid of the damage buff. Even then, it would still be good.
No. Just get rid of the reload speed, and then I could, and
Get-
then maybe up it a tier, and then I could call it like in like a.
Yeah, I was gonna say
that
reload
That would be
speed,
an S tier
make it blue.
card.
Reload speed, make it blue. Get rid of reload speed, make it blue. Poison's balanced.
More
It's still
about
great.
Now
it.
just a
but it's
strong
balanced.
card. It is now a strong card, not schnasty.
Okay. Quick shot.
Plus 150% bullet speed, quarter second extra reload time.
I think it's just
I always
another.
liked quick shot.
I think it's
I-
fastball, fast forward type beat.
I think it is pretty comparable to scroll up just a second. I always forget its name. To no, where's the card I'm looking for? Yeah, I think it's wind up. Comparable to wind up.
Wind up gives you additional
Wind up gives
damage,
you a little bit
though.
damage.
Quick shot
no,
doesn't.
I think it's below wind up, but I think it's right
I want to put
below
quick
wind
shot
up.
right in front of careful planning or right before it. It's pretty good.
Really? I think I guess glass cannon.
Or maybe in front of fast forward.
Yeah, I would. That's where I would put it. Like right
Really?
right
You
around
think so? 'Cause
here.
It essentially gives you plus 150% bullet speed, and there's not really a downside.
I mean,
Every
but,
bullet
like-
thing has the quarter second reload time.
Is bullet speed really that incredible?
Okay, but you'd put it above fastball, or you'd put it below
Okay,
fastball.
I think I agree. I mean, maybe in front of burst.
It's
or
fastball, but better.
Yeah, I think it is better than fastball, but I don't
I'd
think bullet
honestly-
No, is
speed
it
is
better
that
than burst?
incredible. No, I don't think it's better than burst.
I think it is.
I'm willing to go one more ahead here. Can we put it behind careful planning?
Fine.
What's hold
I'm
on, let me see
outvoted
careful
here.
planning again.
Careful planning is you get double damage, but you attack way slower.
No,
Double
I think
but
damage
attack
trumps
way
speed.
slower.
That's just me.
Yeah, I think damage
Yeah,
trumps speed.
I
here.
agree. I agree with that. That I agree with.
Quick shot, like all of these cards, right? Quick shot, fastball, fast forward. They're all cute, like synergy cards to take in the middle of the game. But I don't think it's a card that can carry you on its own.
Yeah, I was gonna say, listen, it's one of those things where bullet speed is very important depending on the build. However, it's one of those things where technically you can play most things without it. So bullet speed is just great for aim, but that's why they're all B. They're good cards to get, but they're not the best of the best.
They won't win you a game.
No.
Movement
right.
speed wins you a game, but not
Yeah.
necessarily bullet speed. Bullet speed just solidifies your advantage.
Steady shot.
Steady shot.
Okay. So steady shot is just so good. Doubles your bullet speed, that quarter second rate of time, but plus 40% HP.
Yeah, I think
no
Steady Shot's a
reason.
really
Yeah,
good
I don't. I
card.
never understood why it gave you HP. Like nothing about it.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
But I mean,
Like,
it
it's-
does.
it's- here's what I don't understand. It's quick shot with 40% HP. It's the same. I guess quick shot's 50% extra bullet speed, but like
whatever.
So?
I mean, I think it's.
I think it goes past windup.
You think it goes past wind up?
Just by one.
I think it goes underneath wind up. Personally.
I agree because wind up's bullet speed and damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty hard to get around, but
I
yeah,
was
that
just thinking of the growth with.
because like you
health
guys
increases.
said, the bullet speed, is below damage, like glass cannon
Mm-hmm.
and careful planning. But you can't knock that 40% HP, and it's a common card.
Yeah. Why? The 40%. It really does take it to the next level, like, quote unquote. I don't know why they did it, but it's part of its identity now.
I feel like it should be uncommon. I don't know why it's not, if I'm honest.
Right. Yeah.
Our guy.
Why is buckshot honestly, I wish they made buckshot rare so I didn't have to see it.
No, because then if Buckshot showed up, I'd be pissed because I'd be like, I could have gotten like teleport or something, and I got Buckshot.
Yeah, okay, but counterpoint, that's hysterical.
That is really. All right, next one.
Look, we got another like story going on here. He's like looking at his papers. He's like, I'm fucking pissed about my papers. Then he shoots it, and the bullet goes away.
And it hits the sun.
It hits the sun. Yeah. All right. Okay. Time detonation.
Time detonation. Oops. What?
What do you think of my little
we go.
story? No.
I purposely said nothing.
My little story. Alright, so time detonation. Minus 15% damage. Plus quarter second reload time. Bullets spawn bombs that explode after half a second.
So
I
these
like this
do
card.
every time a bullet makes contact with the ground, it makes a bomb, not just at the end of its lifespan. So it
Yep.
synergizes with bouncy really well.
But it synergizes less with bouncy than I feel like it's a worse
Hold
explosive
on, wait
bullet.
1 second.
1 Mississippi. 2
Hold on,
Mississippi.
I think explosive bullet's gonna be the comparison here. Hold on.
I think you're right. I think getting both of them together is very funny.
Okay, but that minus 100% attack speed on explosive bullet
It
though,
is mean.
rough. And that time detonation just minuses 15% damage.
I don't know. I like it a lot. I don't think it's really that incredible though. I take it all the time, but it's really not that great.
The problem is like, I was gonna say put it above explosive bullet because it seems like it's explosive bullet but better. But again, the problem is that after half a second it blows up, which gives your opponent enough time to, if you shoot them with a bullet, for them to get out of the way
Yeah,
of the bomb.
or block or something.
Explosive bullet hits them and blows up,
Mhm.
and it will just hurt them with an explosion. So I feel like that, yeah, it has to be better. I feel like it's worse than bombs away.
Yeah, I think it's also worse than bombs. I would put it like here probably.
I'm gonna be honest. I would probably grab Radiance over
Above. Yeah, I think you're probably right.
that. I think it. I don't know if it. Listen, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if it beats Fast Forward. And my reason for that, Fast Forward, plus 100% projectile speed, plus 30% reload speed out the rip. You just reload 30%
That's
faster.
true. That's true. You raise a good point. Yeah, I think it probably is worse than Fast Forward, to be honest.
Alright, fellas, my pizza came in. We gotta wrap this up.
Yeah, we only got
only
one
got two
left. One more. Explosive Bullet was in here twice for some reason.
I see 2 more, Mice Man, and
I see
I'm
that
not going
you
to
put-
leave.
I would put
anything.
time detonation in. Yeah, I like that actually.
I think Explosive Bullet and Explosive Bullet are pretty comparable.
Yeah.
What do
I
you
would
guys
agree.
think?
I agree.
I don't know because explosive bullet kind of has that X factor.
Yeah,
know what?
but
Put it in
Explosive Bullet. Yeah, okay. Put that one in F tier. No,
Yeah.
just keep it off the tier list. I
No,
think
never
this.
take the second explosive.
Yeah,
bullet.
first Explosive Bullet, you're okay. Second, you're taking it too far. I think this is fine for it. I do think it's better than Overpower, but I do think it's worse than Fast Forward.
I agree.
And I know that we're putting overpower so low, and even though it's on B, which is a good place to be,
No.
I don't want to.
You really
I don't
undervalue
wanna-
Demonic Pact.
I think
I would-
I think it's better than Radiance.
I think
that
Demonic Pack is
overpower.
worse than Frostlam, but that's just me.
I don't want to demean overpowered late game potential. Sorry. Overpowered in the late game is extremely powerful. It's just because it takes.
Yeah,
so much
the
to get
only
going.
I was gonna say the only reason it's in B is because it needs synergy to be viable.
Mhm.
That's the
All
only
right,
reason.
big bullet.
Other-
Last one.
Last one, big bullet.
All right, yeah, let's round it out.
Big
Big
bullet.
bullet.
Big old bullet. I wonder what that does. Well, guess what? Makes your bullets bigger. It's quarter-second reload time. The size of your bullets increases.
So it's interesting, right? It says your bullets get bigger, but that's not technically true. What it does
Right?
is
Kinda
it
has a
gives
weird radius
it,
around
yeah,
the
it gives your bullets a radius around them, which don't have collision. So if the radius hits a wall or something, your bullet will keep going.
But if the radius hits a player,
Then it stops and it deals
Yeah,
the damage.
so I guess it's weird because it says bigger bullets. What it actually does is it increases the hitbox of your bullets, not
but
the
not the
size
hurt
of your
box.
bullets.
Yeah. It's pretty. Not a bad. This is like the quintessential synergy card.
This is a
Cool.
card that is okay until you get like 3 of them, and then
Yeah.
it's so good.
It's very funny at
honestly,
the very least.
I don't even know about that because it isn't even a damage increase. It's just a size increase. I want to put it below Barrage.
Yeah, it's not a damage. If it was a damage increase, this would probably be like an A tier card
Yeah.
as well.
Or
But
high B.
it's only size up, which does make it so you can more consistently land your bullets. But if I wanted to do that, I would take remote
Most other
or
things.
like homing. You know, that's the kind of stuff I would take. Not big bullets.
Or just focus on increasing your damage, and your bullets will get bigger on their own.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's kind of like a shortcut.
Yeah, I think it's better than cold bullets maybe, but not better than Barrage.
Yeah, listen, I'd throw it in C
I think it's a.
Yeah, to be
I
fair,
think it's like
we
the
say
top of
never,
C.
we say never take.
No,
We could
Frost
just
Slam
put-
is so applicable.
We could have just made Buckshot F. I mean, like, no, actually, Mike, can you put F back? There was a
Oh my
reason that F
God.
was there, and it was to distance Buckshot from the rest of the cards.
I see.
Yes, Buckshot needs to know how bad it is.
Okay, hold
And
on.
make it green.
Hold on, I know what to do.
Green.
There we go.
Yeah. Yeah, make
And
it
then-
green.
There we
you
go.
Yeah, it's the Buckshot buffer. That's what it is.
Yeah, the buckshot buffer.
We're gonna get like one guy's gonna come in. He's gonna be, you guys are actually wrong. Buckshot's one of the best cards.
If anyone actually does that, they're obviously trolling.
By the way, yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna be monitoring the comments on this video for the next year. The moment I see a Buckshot comment talking about how good Buckshot is,
You're getting reported.
I'm going to find your IP address. I'm going to locate you, and I'm going to give you a little smack on the nose and tell you you're wrong.
Because you are. I think Big Bullets. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. I think it's probably at the top of C. Probably slightly worse
I
than
don't think it
Frost Slam.
belongs.
I'd throw it below.
Barrage. Yeah.
I was gonna throw it below Dazzle.
Dazzle. I don't think it's that far
Dazzle
down.
is so trash, dude.
Because I feel like Dazzle and Supernova, like right here is the split between okay C tier cards and like not good C tier cards. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I don't unless I'm doing a build where I try to get as many big bullets as possible and stuff like that. Like,
I know.
Yeah, it's kind of silly, but I don't know if I ever really pick like. When is the last time you picked Big Bullet?
I pick Big Bullet all the time.
Really often. Yeah, like
Do
I
you?
Know,
I do.
think I ever
I don't.
do.
I don't think Big Bullet is great. I take it all the time because it's funny.
because it's always there.
Like if
It is a
I-
common.
If I, for my again, if I was offered two cards at the beginning and it was Dazzle and Big Bullet, I'd pick. I know you guys wouldn't pick Dazzle, but I'd
That's why
pick
you're
Dazzle
wrong.
because at least Dazzle like has an effect that I can
No,
synergize off of.
Big
Bullet
Bullet-
is just bigger bullet.
Well, no, Big Bullet synergizes with damage ups in that it's easier to hit your bullets. Again, it's not as good as homing. Like I would take homing over Big Bullet any day of the week. But Big Bullet, it's like budget homing we have at home, you know, that sort of thing.
We have it at homing.
We have it at homing. Yeah, that's my thought process behind it. It makes it so it's easier to apply effects from your bullets, you know? So like if you have Dazzle and then you take Big Bullet, it's easier to get Dazzle off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's one of those things where for me, a card that, again, even if I know you guys don't like it, but for me, Dazzle does something by itself, and Big Bullet allows other cards to do something. I feel like the card that has its own effect that does something should not necessarily be beaten out by a card that just allows other cards to do things slightly better.
The effect is trash.
Put Abyssal Countdown in Schnasty.
I'm not putting Abyssal Countdown. Okay. That is the last card. I don't know why there's two in there. Buckshot, get off the screen. So here we go.
Yeah, we need a Buckshot buffer so we don't have to look at it.
Yeah, so this is our final tier list. Do we want to make any last minute adjustments here?
Can I push for a vote to move remote down?
Remote? No, you cannot. This is if you guys
Can I
can veto.
push for a
If
vote
you
to put
guys,
radar shot into B.
if you guys can
Listen.
veto EMP in the S
Yeah, I was gonna
tier,
say,
I get to
listen,
keep remote
Noah,
in A
as
tier.
much as I agree with you, I 100% agree with you. I don't think remote is A tier, but
I think it's
for the
bottom A
sake
tier.
of civility, EMP is right where we want it to be. I'm willing to leave remote,
You guys,
or at the very least move it down in A tier.
right
but
now, I'm
willing.
compromising with you because if I had it my way,
Radar shot needs to go down to high B. Can
If-
you please move radar shot.
if
down?
I
think
had
radar
it-
in high C.
if I had it my way, remote would be in Schnasty
How?
because it's insane.
Actually, how is it nasty?
You guys are really undervaluing remote.
see it coming. You could just move out of the way.
Not when they're actively targeting you.
Jump.
Well, Mice Man, why don't you just move out of the way?
Okay.
Yeah, but Mice Man, it controls like ass, so you just hide behind a wall and they can't touch you.
I think radar shot is
Dude,
fine.
please move radar shot down. I'm begging you.
Look, if you want, I'll put it behind
I-
sneaky.
Solid.
I don't think it's. I think it's better than sneaky.
I think it's
I think
also
we should
better than
put a
sneaky,
good
but
one.
we gotta give Noah
Might
Mice
something
man, let's leave
here.
it. No, listen. I've been on Noah's side for a lot of these.
Okay.
I don't agree with him.
Yeah.
We're you and I in solidarity. We have to
Okay.
keep it above sneaky. I don't. I just. I can't.
Both.
Can't do it.
It's kind of looking
Alright,
at
I think I like this.
looking at it like overall here. It's kind of interesting the cards that ended up coming out on top. You got like it's like mostly movement and second chance stuff, and then the occasional like really strong
That doesn't
effects.
surprise me. Yeah.
I'm not. We did predict that block cards were gonna consistently be in high tier.
Yeah. Block.
And you know,
Block effect cards are
makes
almost
sense.
all in like S and A. There's like one or two of them in B.
It's just so many of them are uncommon, so it's hard to get a legit build going.
Yeah,
But
that's the
when
problem
you do,
with it.
you just win. Like it's one of those things where the moment you have a good block build, you've essentially cemented the game.
Mm-hmm.
It's really hard to come back from that. Yeah.
Their turns to countering it.
Like all these
Sure,
block
yeah.
cards here, they're like enablers, right? Like these aren't the things that make your block
Yeah,
build
again,
strong.
I think we should specify too, and we said it a little earlier, but B
I mean,
does not
B.
mean
B is
bad.
good.
B is good,
B
yeah.
is a like C is your middle ground. C is your okay, but
Oh.
like
C
B
is your I can make this work. B is your this is good. A is
B
your
is
this
your
is
cards
great.
that specifically are like, hey, I'm doing a combo and I need that synergy card that really sinks the build in. That's B.
Exactly. Like yeah, exactly. Like you're like I need something to help pull this build together. These are the cards. You're like I need my huge, I need my explosive bullet, I need a quick shot.
In fact, I would almost swap Demonic Pact and Frost Slam.
No, I don't think I agree with that. I think you're
like, I feel like
really
I
undervaluing
think
Demonic
you could
Pact.
raise Frost Slam.
You know what? Yeah, let's do it. We've been for poor Frost Slam. I think Frost Slam can go at the bottom of B here.
I think
Yes,
Frost Slam
like
could
this.
go. Okay, hear me out. Above
Go
Overpower?
Above overpower. Oh, okay, it's the same thing.
You know,
Alright.
all right. You know what?
It's-
I agree. I think
I'm
Frost Slam
Not
can
to
make it
say,
there.
I feel like we've been putting on overpower. Overpower has like one of the highest skill ceilings, or
Overpower
Skill,
can
like-
become
block card.
Schnasty easily.
But Frost Slam is one of the block
Easily.
cards that gives you like the most bang for your buck.
I was gonna say
Right.
Overpower. If you have a full build, like you're down to the last turn, like you have a full build that Overpower is working with. Overpower Schnasty. Until then, like it needs to climb the ranks, but that's why it's in B. Frost Slam. The reason that I said move it up is because I noticed that throughout this entire tier list, we kept referencing Frost Slam as like, yeah, but you could use Frost Slam. Oh, you
Yeah.
could use-" I'm like, Frost Slam has so much usability. Why is it so low? Like, I feel like it was early syndrome where we were trying to thin the
Not
list
to mention
out.
that it. Hold on, wait.
like-
Oh my gosh, it's because it is a common card. It's not hard to chain them together to get huge Frost Slams with an even bigger effect. I think that pushes it even further.
Well, you can just synergize off of it really easily as well. It's like the quintessential block
Could you
card.
put it past fast forward?
Okay, here's my reasoning for not. I would put it past. I actually put it in front of the bombs. I
Time
agree.
detonation. I do think it's above time detonation.
Fast forward again. We keep forgetting. 30% faster
Yeah.
You're right.
reloads.
You're right.
It's so
You know what? With that in mind,
good.
can we actually move fast forward past
Radiance?
for quick shot?
No, I don't think it's better than
I don't think Radiance
those.
is that great.
I think Radiance is good. I think Radiance is pretty good.
I
All right.
think that
Reload speed though.
yeah. Okay, listen. The reason that I
And
think
for a
Radiance
common?
stays where it is because there are so almost every card makes your reloads take longer.
hmm
And Radiance, if the moment you grab that card, you don't care if your reloads take longer.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
It essentially sloughs off the downside from like 2/3 of the cards on this list.
I think if it wasn't a
Right,
rare, it would be higher as well.
Like that, if we're comparing reload speed, right? Because like that plus 30% reload speed is going to do wonders against countering the downside of maybe one or two other bullet cards. Radiant says, dude, give me longer reloads.
Yeah, exactly.
Give them to me. I will take them. So I think if you're comparing them to that, I feel like Radiance has to stay above it. As much as I think Radiance honestly could probably be a uncommon, to be fair. but
I think
Cool to be an uncommon.
I think this is a good tier list here.
I actually do. I think we really hit the nail on the head for most.
There
of
are-
these.
Entire rounds community is like banging on our door.
I was gonna say, yeah,
Some-
we say this is a great tier list.
I-
Meanwhile, there's like a guy with a gun outside my window, waiting for me to walk outside.
If like anybody is still interested in rounds and they watch this video, please leave your opinion on EMP in the chat below.
honestly, yeah, if you are watching this, somehow this has found its way to you, and you're like, dude, I'm a rounds fan. Like, I
Got
love this
100
shit."
hours in this game.
Like, let us know what your thoughts are on this
Yeah,
tier list. Like, what would you
please.
move? I'm so curious because I feel like because we each have very differing playstyles. I feel like we encapsulate a good chunk of
You spoke
the
more
game.
for the block cards than I could.
Well, that's because I'm just simply better than you. I have less
Yeah,
hours.
okay.
I want
You
to
know what I think is going to be the most polarizing?
EMP.
Despite me and yours like staunch agreement on it, EMP.
Yeah, I
I feel like
agree.
EMP is going to be the most polarizing pick.
You're right. More people are gonna think it's nasty. And
No,
I just
not
don't agree.
correct. I think
Okay, here. Oh no, I meant to mention this. As much as I meat ride EMP, I could still see shield charge being above EMP.
yeah, I would agree with that. Anything to get EMP lower.
But it will never
No.
leave S.
To be fair, I was actually going to say the same thing. I think
Okay,
EMP
can we do
is
that?
bottom of S. I think shield charge as a movement option, as well as a block option, as well as again, also because EMP is good, but the moment you throw shield charge in with EMP, it just makes EMP better. Same thing with every other block thing. So I agree 100%.
All right.
I think this
And
is
no,
good.
the only reason that I talked about block stuff more than you is because I face you all the time, so I've had to deal with all the block stuff. So I know how it feels to go against it.
Yeah, there are a couple things here, like a couple minor changes I would make if this was solely my tier list.
Yeah, if we all got, we're not gonna do this because I
Oh,
think this is a
God.
great list. If we all got one veto to move a card, what would you move?
Okay, like up or down or like anything.
And just if you could take a card and put it wherever you want.
I would put remote in Schnasty. I think that more than I think EMP is bad.
I want your thoughts on why too. This is the exercise we're gonna do to end off the video. I'm just so curious.
I think remote is like the level when it comes to locking down an area, which is something we've valued pretty highly here. There is nothing better than remote. Remote is constant pressure on your opponent that they have to worry about, and you can stand perfectly still and don't have to worry about anything and focus solely on the remote bullet, and they have to focus all their attention on it too, and it becomes a game of them trying to get to you while you hold all the cards. It's not a perfect
But the moment
card.
they get to
Slow.
you though is the only problem.
We'll just like run away.
Oh, but that
Lol.
requires too much thinking to control the
It's
movement.
not what I said.
Going to do it.
You asked for my opinion on remote, and that's
No,
why
no,
I
no,
think
yeah,
remote is
You're
nuts.
right, you're right. All right, Dragon, you go. I want to hear what you got to say.
You're not gonna like it.
Go on.
Well, listen, as much as I talk up Dazzle, I actually genuinely think that my change would be I would move Abyssal Countdown into C tier right above Saw.
That is crazy to me. What's your thought process there?
Whoa.
I think actually very similarly as you do about remote. I think that there's been an undervaluing yeah, if that was your veto, I might have to actually just like delete you from my life. No, but I 100% think that there's been an undervaluing of the amount of pressure that Abyssal Countdown puts on your opponent, because the moment you do not have direct line of sight with their bullets, just stand there. Like you said, just stand there and do nothing. They have to make their way to you, and you have all of the cards of just sitting there waiting, because the moment it goes off, you just, especially if you have a block build, you just annihilate your opponent. And if you don't have a block build, it allows you to push up on them so easily while you have your bullets and stuff in hand. There's just this unnerving pressure of, oh god, he's standing there doing nothing. I have to make it to him. I have to stop him from getting that off. That's why I think it should be a little higher. I definitely don't think it's anywhere near like B or A or even top of C, but right above Saw, I would 100% put it.
I mean, I disagree, but thank you for your input, Dragon.
Yep.
Noah, what card would you move?
Radar Shot needs to go down to mid B. That card sucks butt.
If it
And you
sucks
gotta
butt,
hide.
then wouldn't you put it in C?
I love how respectful me and Miceman were. Like, here's our reasoning. Like, this is why I value it. And Noah's just like, Radar Shot could suck my left taint. Put it in
Alright, you guys are-
Put it with buckshot!
You're all like, I think this could be, but no. Right? I don't know what kind of crack you're smoking. All right, what kind of fent you're huffing or whatever they do. But Radar Shot's so trash, dude, and I hate it. No, it's not trash. It's a pretty solid card. All block cards are, but it does not belong in the same talks of Technical Reload or of Toxic Cloud or with Scavenger in the same tier. That's crazy. It belongs in low to mid B. All right, because it takes a little bit of work to get it to get it going, and it can be really good, but it's predictable and it's slow, and you might be just be better off taking a Frost Slam instead if you're already speccing into a block heavy build where your gun's neutered.
All right, thank you for your input, Noah.
This is, by the way,
thank you for
everyone at
having
home.
me.
This is our friendship in a nutshell. Me and Miceman cordially discussing things, and then Noah comes in and is just like, kill yourself, I hate you, bombing you,
That is not at all what it is. Half the time it's you guys yelling at me. It's that when the cameras roll, you never mind.
That's when your anger comes out? All right, we got to wrap this up. This video's like 5 hours long.
Well, Noah, listen, maybe if you, your family, and your ethnicity were not,
Oh, there he
Then you
goes.
could
Gotta
just,
edit that out.
you know,
Great.
then you can just...
All right.
Okay, you might actually have to edit that
You.
out.
Oh my god.
Hey, be sure to let us review this video before you post it.
Yeah, if you want to watch all like 5 hours of it, go ahead.
I do.
Well, I want to review the edited version, but yeah.
Yeah, I want to see the edited version, but... Okay, but anyway, we're back from that random jump cut that happened because of a corrupt disc.
Red hair
I
in my
can see
mouth.
it from the future. Miceman, this is your video. You
Yeah, well,
You're gonna end it?
don't you guys ever just not upload anything on your video for like several, like probably a year, and then one day randomly upload a 5-hour long video on a rounds tier list?
What happened here? What if we ended it with like a sudden jump cut, like